Welcome to my AP Human Geography Mega Review video. This video will review the entire course in about 5 hours. If you need to study for the upcoming exam or you feel like you've fallen behind on coursework, this video is for you. It will catch you up on the whole year of lessons in just 5 hours. For a deep focus study session, grab the study guide playbook that's linked in the description. The study guide follows the video step by step. It's designed so you can fill it out as you watch. There's nothing else out there as good as this that can help get you exam ready in just 5 hours of focused study. With that said, let's get going. We'll start with Unit 1 titled Thinking Geographically, and the first lesson in the unit titled Introduction to Maps. In this lesson, we will learn how geographers use maps to study the world. To begin, we'll look at the two main types of maps geographers use: reference maps and thematic maps. Then we'll explore how maps show different spatial patterns, such as distance, direction, clustering, dispersal, and elevation. Finally, we'll examine the limitations of maps, focusing on how all map projections distort the shape, area, distance, or direction of places. Let's start with types of maps. A map is a visual tool that helps us understand the layout of an area. There are two main types of maps that geographers use: reference maps and thematic maps. If you're using the study guide, now's the time to complete the first and second questions on page 1, which test your ability to define and differentiate between these two types of maps. Reference maps are designed to show general information about a place. They are used for locating things and understanding the basic layout of an area. For example, a political map shows countries and borders, a road map shows highways and streets, and a physical map shows landforms like mountains and rivers. These maps are useful because they give a clear picture of what is where. Now let's turn to thematic maps. While reference maps show general features, thematic maps focus on one specific topic or theme. For example, a map that shows population density across different states, or one that displays where certain crops are grown, would be a thematic map. Instead of showing you just where things are, thematic maps show you why something is happening in a specific area. Now let's look at spatial patterns on maps. There are 5 types of spatial patterns mentioned in the AP Human Geography curriculum. These are absolute and relative distance, absolute and relative direction, clustering, dispersal, and elevation. Let's go through each one in order, starting with distance and direction. The first pattern to understand is distance, which can be measured in 2 ways: absolute distance and relative distance. Absolute distance is the exact measurement between 2 points, usually in kilometers or miles. For example, the absolute distance between New York City and Los Angeles is about 2,450 miles. Relative distance, on the other hand, describes how far apart places feel based on time, cost, or effort. A place might be close in terms of miles but feel far away if the road is slow, or the cost to get there is high. Now let's look at direction. Like distance, direction also has 2 forms: absolute direction and relative direction. Absolute direction is based on compass points like north, south, east, and west. It never changes no matter where you are standing. Relative direction depends on your point of view. If you tell someone, "The store's just down the street and to the left," that's relative direction. It works only if the person knows where you're standing. The next type of spatial pattern is clustering. Clustering happens when objects or people are grouped closely together in one area. For example, restaurants in a city often appear in clusters because that area gets a lot of foot traffic. When we see a cluster, it tells us that something important is happening in that location. Now let's move on to dispersal. Dispersal is the opposite of clustering. It means that people or things are spread out over a large area with space between them. For example, farms in rural areas are often dispersed because each one needs lots of land. The final spatial pattern is elevation. Elevation tells us how high or low a place is compared to sea level. Maps often use color shading or contour lines to show elevation. High elevation areas like mountains might be shown in brown, while low elevation areas like valleys are usually green or blue. Elevation affects temperature, weather, and even where people can live. For example, fewer people live at very high elevations because it's colder and harder to grow crops. As you can see, there's already a lot of information to process and remember, and we're only in the first lesson. If you think you might struggle to focus or forget this information, you need to be actively learning. Make sure you grab the study guide so you can complete the interactive learning activities as you watch. Our final concept for topic 1.1 is the limitations of maps. Even though maps are incredibly helpful, they are not perfect copies of the real world. One big reason for this is that the Earth is round, but maps are flat. When we try to turn a three-dimensional sphere into a two-dimensional map, we have to stretch or shrink certain parts. This process is called map projection, and it always causes something to become distorted. The AP Human Geography curriculum lists 4 things that can become distorted in a map projection. These are shape, area, distance, and direction. Let's discuss each one. The first type of distortion is shape. When shape is distorted, the outline of countries or continents may look stretched, flattened, or twisted. For example, on some maps, Greenland looks tall and skinny when it's actually much rounder in real life. The second type of distortion is area. Area distortion makes places look bigger or smaller than they actually are. A common example is the Mercator projection, which makes areas near the North and South poles look much larger than they really are. Next is distance. When distance is distorted, the space between 2 places on the map might not match the real distance on the ground. This can confuse people who are trying to understand how far apart things really are. The last type of distortion is direction. If direction is distorted, a straight line on the map might not point the same way as it would in the real world. This can be a problem for navigation, especially when trying to plan long-distance travel. Because of these distortions, no map projection is perfect. Some maps try to keep shape accurate, while others try to keep area or direction accurate. But every map has to make a trade-off. That's why geographers always choose the right map for the right purpose, depending on what information they care about most. That brings us to the end of this topic. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this topic using the answer key before moving on. And if you're doing the FRQ Mastery Playbook, now's the time to practice the exam-style free response questions for this lesson, where you'll need to identify patterns of clustering and dispersal on a map. Then, when you're ready, we'll move on to the topic 1.2. In this lesson, we will learn how geographers gather, organize, and use data to study the world. First, we'll look at the sources of geographic data, including how it is collected in the field in written or visual accounts. Then we'll explore geospatial technologies, which allow geographers to gather and analyze data using technology. Let's start with geographic data. There are 2 major sources of geographic data you need to understand: data gathered in the field and data from written or visual accounts. Data gathered in the field means information that is collected by actually going to a location and observing what's there. This can be done by individual researchers, students, or large organizations. For example, a team of scientists might visit a coastline to measure rising sea levels, or a student might walk through a neighborhood to record types of businesses or building styles. Fieldwork like this is important because it provides first-hand observations. It helps geographers understand local details that might not show up in remote data or broad surveys. The second major source of data is written or visual accounts. These are sources that describe places, people, and landscapes through language or images. For example, field observations are notes written down by people who have visited a location. Media reports give stories about events that have been gathered by journalists. Travel narratives give stories from people who have personal experience to place. Policy documents explain laws or government actions that affect a region. Personal interviews offer first-hand perspectives from people who live in a place. Other types include landscape analysis, which studies how land is used and shaped, and photographic interpretation, where geographers analyze photos to understand patterns and changes over time. Now let's turn to geospatial technologies. There are 4 main types of geospatial technologies you need to know: geographic information systems, satellite navigation systems, remote sensing, and online mapping and visualization tools. Let's look at each one in order, starting with geographic information systems. These are computer systems that store, analyze, and display geographic data. They allow geographers to layer different types of information on one map. For example, combining population data and flood zones data on the same map. This type of system helps people make decisions about issues like where to build roads or where to send emergency services. Next is the satellite navigation system. This is a system that uses satellites to determine the precise location of something on Earth. The most well-known example is the Global Positioning System, or GPS. When you use your phone to get directions, you're using a satellite navigation system. The third tool is remote sensing. This involves collecting data from a distance, usually with satellites or airplanes. Remote sensing is useful for studying places that are hard to reach, like rainforests or polar regions. For example, airplanes can take images of Earth to monitor deforestation, urban growth, or the effects of natural disasters. The final tool we need to know about for AP Human Geography is online mapping and visualization. These are digital platforms that let people view, interact with, and sometimes even create their own maps. Websites like Google Maps allow users to zoom in and out, switch between map types, and explore data visually. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 1.2. If you're following along with the study guide, test your knowledge of the different ways geographers gather data and check your answers for this lesson using the answer key. And if you're using the FRQ Mastery Playbook, complete this lesson's free response questions on gathering geographic data. Then when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 1.3. In this lesson, we will explore how geographic data is used at small, medium, and large scales by different types of people and organizations. AP Human Geography requires you know how geographic data is used by individuals, businesses and organizations, and governments. Let's go through each group and see how they use geographic data to make decisions. The first group is individuals. People use geographic data in their daily lives, often without realizing it. When someone uses a GPS app to avoid traffic or find the shortest route to school, they are using real-time geospatial data. When families look up crime maps or school zones before moving to a new neighborhood, they are using geographic data to make personal decisions. Even checking the weather forecast is a form of using geographic data to decide what to wear or how to plan your day. The second group is businesses and organizations. These groups use geographic data to help them make smart choices about where to open new stores, where to deliver products, or how to advertise their services. For example, a restaurant chain might use census data to find neighborhoods with large populations and high foot traffic. Similarly, a delivery company might use satellite imagery to monitor road conditions and improve their delivery routes. The third group is governments. Governments at all levels depend on geographic data to make policies, plan cities, and respond to emergencies. For example, census data could help a state government decide where to build schools, hospitals, and public transportation. Similarly, satellite data can be used by the federal government for tasks like planning military operations and managing borders. That brings us to the end of topic 1.3. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. If you're doing the FRQ Mastery Playbook, I thought I'd test you for this lesson with a difficult set of free response questions that reflect exam-level difficulty. You can check your free response answers using the answer key. Then, when you're ready, we'll dive right into lesson 1.4. In this lesson, we will learn about the spatial concepts of absolute and relative location, space, place, flows, distance decay, time-space compression, and pattern. Let's look at each one in turn, starting with absolute location. Absolute location is the exact spot where something is found on the Earth. It is measured using coordinates like latitude and longitude. For example, the absolute location of the Eiffel Tower is about 48 degrees north, 2 degrees east. Absolute location does not change, and it allows geographers to describe locations precisely no matter where in the world they are. Next is relative location. Relative location describes where something is in relation to other things. Instead of using coordinates, it uses nearby features or places. For example, you might say that a school is next to the library, or that a country is south of Canada. Relative location can change depending on what places you compare it to, and it is especially useful for giving directions or describing how close or far something is in everyday terms. The third concept is space. In geography, space refers to the physical gap or distance between two objects or places. Space is not just empty. Geographers study how space is used, organized, and shaped by both natural features and human actions. For example, the space between cities might be filled with roads, farmland, or forests. Understanding space helps geographers see how people interact with the environment and how places are connected. Next is the concept of place. A place is a specific location on Earth that has meaning or characteristics that make it unique. Place includes both physical features like mountains, rivers, or climate, and human features like buildings, culture, or language. While space is about distance and layout, place is about identity. Geographers ask, what makes this place different from others? Why do people care about this place? The fifth concept is flows. Flows describe the movement of people, goods, money, or information from one location to another. For example, trade routes are flows of goods. Social media messages create flows of information. Immigration involves flows of people. Flows help geographers understand how places are linked and how things move across space. The next concept is distance decay. Distance decay means that the farther apart two places are, the less likely they are to interact often. For example, someone is more likely to go shopping at a store 2 blocks away than at one 50 miles away. As distance increases, interaction usually decreases. This concept helps geographers explain why cities are often centers of activity and why rural areas may be less connected. Now let's look at time-space compression. This concept refers to how technology has made it faster and easier to connect across long distances. For example, people can now video chat with someone on the other side of the world in real time. Airplanes, the internet, and global shipping have all metaphorically shrunk the world by reducing the time it takes to move people, goods, and information. Time-space compression helps explain how globalization works and why cultures and economies are more connected than ever before. The final concept is pattern. A pattern is the arrangement of objects or features in space. Geographers look at whether something is grouped together, spread out, or arranged in a regular way, like a grid. For example, you might see patterns in how houses are arranged in a neighborhood or how cities are spread out across a country. Recognizing patterns helps geographers make sense of spatial data and identify trends. That brings us to the end of topic 1.4. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. This lesson's free response practice questions from the FRQ Mastery Playbook test your ability to apply the concepts from this lesson when looking at a world map. Have a go at those questions now and check your answers. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 1.5. In this lesson, we will examine how our interactions with the natural environment shape both human life and the Earth itself. First, we will study concepts that connect nature and society, such as sustainability, natural resources, and land use. Then we will explore theories about how humans respond to the environment, moving from early ideas like environmental determinism to more modern views like possibilism. Let's start with concepts that connect nature and society. There are 3 major concepts that you need to know for AP Human Geography: sustainability, natural resources, and land use. Let's look at each one in order, beginning with sustainability. Sustainability means using the Earth's resources in a way that allows future generations to meet their own needs. It's about finding a balance between what people need now and what the environment can continue to provide. For example, cutting down trees is unsustainable if trees are cut faster than they grow back. Sustainable practices include recycling, using renewable energy, and farming in ways that protect soil and water. The second concept is natural resources. These are materials or features in the environment that people use to survive and improve their lives. Natural resources can be renewable, like sunlight, wind, or forests, which can be replenished over time. They can also be non-renewable, like coal, oil, and minerals, which take millions of years to form and cannot be replaced quickly. Some countries have lots of natural resources, while others rely on trade to get what they need. The third concept is land use. This refers to how people change and manage the land to meet their needs. For example, land can be used for farming, building cities, creating parks, or mining resources. Different types of land use affect the environment in different ways. Farming can lead to soil erosion if not done carefully, while urban development can cause air and water pollution. Now we need to look at two different theories that explain how humans and the environment influence each other. The two theories you need to know about for AP Human Geography are environmental determinism and possibilism. Let's start with environmental determinism. Environmental determinism is the idea that the environment completely determines how human societies develop. For example, someone using this theory might say that tropical climates produce lazy people or that mountain regions create strong and independent cultures. This theory was popular in the 19th and early 20th centuries, but it has been strongly criticized for being too simplistic and for encouraging stereotypes about different regions and peoples. The second theory is possibilism. Possibilism argues that while the environment sets certain limits, human beings have the ability to adapt and make choices. For example, a desert climate may make farming difficult, but humans can build irrigation systems to bring in water and grow crops. This theory sees people as creative and able to use technology, knowledge, and cooperation to overcome environmental challenges. Possibilism is the more accepted view today because it respects both the power of the environment and the decision-making ability of humans. That brings us to the end of topic 1.5. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 1.6. In this lesson, we will explore the idea of scale, which helps geographers look at the world from different levels of detail. First, we will examine the four main scales of analysis used in geography: global, regional, national, and local. Then, we'll explore how changing the scale of analysis can change the patterns we see and how we interpret them. Let's look at each of the scales of analysis in order, starting with the global scale. The global scale looks at the entire world as a single unit. This scale is used to study big patterns that affect the planet, such as climate change, world trade networks, or global migration flows. This level helps geographers see connections between continents and understand issues that cross borders and affect everyone. Next is the regional scale, which focuses on an area that includes multiple countries or parts of a country. Regional scales help geographers compare different places within a shared environment. Two examples of regional scale would include studying water shortages in North Africa or cultural similarities in Southeast Asia. The third level is the national scale, which looks at one country at a time. For instance, a map showing income levels across all the states of India or the voting results from a U.S. presidential election would use a national scale. This level helps geographers analyze how one country works within its own borders. The final level is the local scale, which focuses on smaller, more detailed areas such as cities, neighborhoods, or even streets. For example, a map showing where grocery stores are located in a single city uses a local scale. This level allows for close-up analysis and can reveal patterns that are invisible at larger scales. Now let's look at how scale influences interpretation of data. Essentially, some patterns only appear when we zoom out to look at a large area, while others are only visible when we zoom in and examine smaller spaces. For example, a country may appear to have a high average income at the national scale, but at the local scale, we might find that some areas are extremely wealthy while others are very poor. Because of these differences, geographers must be careful when choosing a scale. They have to ask, what scale will best answer the question I'm studying? Should I zoom out to see the big picture or zoom in to see the details? Often the best understanding comes from comparing multiple scales together. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 1.6. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. If you're doing the free response question playbook, complete this lesson's exam-style questions that ask you to compare scales of analysis on bar charts. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 1.7. Topic 1.7 is all about regions. First, we'll look at how regions are defined. Then, we'll explore the three major types of regions. After that, we'll examine the fluid nature of regions. Finally, we'll learn how geographers apply regional analysis at different scales, from local to global. Okay, let's dive right into how regions are defined. They can be defined in two main ways: by unifying characteristics or by patterns of activity. Let's look at each one. Some regions are based on unifying characteristics, meaning they share a specific trait. These shared traits can be physical, cultural, economic, and political. For example, the Middle East is often considered a region because many of its countries share a desert climate, Islamic culture, and oil-based economies. Other regions are based on patterns of activity such as trade, transportation, or communication. For instance, a group of cities linked by a common train system forms a region of shared transportation activity. Now let's look at the three major types of regions you need to know for AP Human Geography: formal regions, functional regions, and perceptual regions, also known as vernacular regions. Let's look at each one in order, beginning with formal regions. A formal region is an area characterized by one or more shared, measurable features. Formal regions usually have official and formalized boundaries and often appear on maps. Examples include countries, states, and cities. They may also be defined by climate zones like the tropical rainforest region or language like Spanish-speaking regions. A functional region is organized around a central point, or node, and connected by activities or services. Everything in the region is linked to the center in some way. For example, the area served by a major airport is a functional region. The airport is the node, and the surrounding areas depend on it for travel and transport. A city and its surrounding suburbs also form a functional region, especially if people commute to the city for work. A perceptual region, also called a vernacular region, is based on people's ideas or feelings about a place rather than formal boundaries. These regions are shaped by cultural identity or public perception. For example, the South in the United States is a perceptual region. Not everyone agrees on where it begins or ends, but many people recognize it as a distinct area based on shared history, accents, and traditions. Perceptual regions help geographers study how people imagine space, even if those spaces are hard to define on a map. Now let's look at the fluid nature of regions. For AP Human Geography, you need to know that there are three characteristics of regional boundaries that geographers need to keep in mind. They are often transitional, contested, and overlapping. Let's go through each of these. First, boundaries are often transitional. This means that the defining traits of a region may change slowly as you move from one area to the next. For example, the climate of the southeastern United States gradually becomes drier as you move west. There is no sharp line where one region ends and another begins. Second, regional boundaries are sometimes contested. Different groups may disagree about where a region starts or ends, especially when it involves political, cultural, or economic interests. Third, regions can be overlapping. A single place may belong to more than one region at the same time. For example, Texas is part of the United States, a formal region, the South, a perceptual region, and the area served by the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, a functional region. Overlapping regions show that space can be viewed in multiple ways at once. The last thing we need to cover for topic 1.7 is how regional analysis can be done at different scales. There are three main scales at which regional analysis is applied: local, national, and global. Let's look at each one. At the local scale, geographers might study a neighborhood, town, or small district to see how people interact with their environment. For example, they could look at how land use changes across different neighborhoods or how public services are distributed in a city. At the national scale, the focus is on the entire country. A geographer might analyze regional voting patterns during an election or compare economic development across different provinces or states. This scale helps show how national policies and identities affect regions within a country. At the global scale, geographers examine patterns in regions that cross national boundaries. These might include climate regions, trade zones, or cultural regions like the Islamic world. Global scale regional analysis helps reveal connections and differences across large areas of the planet. That brings us to the end of topic 1.7. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to Unit 2. Unit 2 in AP Human Geography is titled Population and Migration Patterns and Processes. It contains 12 lessons. let's dive into the first lesson. Here's the big idea for this lesson. Some places have a lot of people living close together on a small area of land. Other places have only a few people living far apart on large areas of land. This lesson is all about asking what factors influence whether people end up living close together or far apart. First, we'll explore two factors that influence where people live. Then, we'll look at how scale affects the patterns we see in population distribution. Finally, we'll learn about three methods for calculating population density and how each one reveals different information about the pressure people place on the land. Let's dive into the factors that influence population distribution: physical factors and human factors. Let's begin by looking at physical factors. Physical factors are natural features of the Earth that affect where people can live. One key factor is climate. People tend to avoid places that are extremely cold, hot, dry, or wet. Most people live in areas with moderate temperatures and reliable rainfall. Another factor is landforms. Flat land is easier to build on and farm, so it tends to attract more people. In contrast, steep mountains or rocky terrain are less likely to support large populations. Finally, access to water is a major influence. Rivers, lakes, and coastlines provide water for drinking, farming, transportation, and trade. That's why many large cities are located near water bodies. Now let's turn to human factors, which are related to culture, history, politics, and economics. Some areas are populated because they have a rich cultural or historical significance, such as holy cities or ancient trade centers. Economic opportunities also attract people. Cities with many jobs, good schools, and reliable infrastructure tend to have higher population densities. Political factors also play a role. Countries with stable governments and safe living conditions are more likely to attract and keep people, while areas with conflict or poor governance may see people move away. All of these human decisions help shape where people choose to live. Now let's move on to a scale analysis of population density. There are 4 common scales of analysis: global, regional, national, and local. At each scale, we can notice different trends in where people live and why. At the global scale, we see broad patterns in population distribution. Most of the world's population is concentrated in just a few regions, like East Asia, South Asia, Europe, and Eastern North America. These areas have large cities, fertile land, and long human histories. At this level, we can see that the world's population is not evenly spread. It is clustered in certain regions. At the regional scale, we can focus on a single continent or part of a country. For example, in Africa, most people live in the western and eastern parts of the continent, while the Sahara Desert has a very low population. At the national scale, we can look at how population is distributed within one country. In the United States, for example, more people live on the coasts and in cities than in rural areas. Some states have large populations while others are mostly open land. This level helps governments plan for transportation, housing, and public services. At the local scale, we can examine how people are distributed within a city or neighborhood. One area might be full of high-rise apartments, while another has parks, factories, or open land. This fine level of detail helps city planners make decisions about land use and infrastructure. Lastly, let's explore 3 ways of calculating population density. There are 3 main strategies you need to know for AP Human Geography: arithmetic density, physiological density, and agricultural density. Arithmetic density is the most basic type. It is calculated by dividing the total population of a country or region by its total land area. It is usually measured in people per square mile or kilometer. For example, if a country has 100 million people and 1 million square miles of land, its arithmetic density is 100 people per square mile. This method gives a general overview, but it doesn't tell us if the land is actually usable. Physiological density is more specific. It measures the number of people per unit of arable land, that is, land that can be used to grow food. This helps geographers understand the pressure people place on the land for agriculture. For example, a country might be large and have very few citizens, meaning it has a low arithmetic density. But if it's all desert, an example is Haiti, citizens may still which has a lot of people but not much farming land. By contrast,
high
low
physiological
physiological density
density
means that there is plenty of land to grow food for the whole population.
If the population grows
An
too
example is
fast.
Australia, which grows much more food than it needs due to its low population and substantial arable land. Agricultural density measures the number of farmers per unit of arable land. This shows how much human labor is needed to produce food in a country. A high agricultural density means many farmers are working on a small amount of land, which often happens in less developed countries. A low agricultural density usually means that technology or machinery is being used more efficiently, which is more common in developed countries. That brings us to the end of topic 2.1. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. If you're also doing the free response question playbook, now's time to do this lesson's question set, which tests your ability to use the different types of population density to come to conclusions about the geographical landscape of 3 different countries. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 2.2. In this lesson, we will explore the consequences of population distribution by examining 4 categories: political effects, economic effects, social effects, and environmental consequences. First, population affects political processes. Areas with high population density often have more political power because they have more voters and more representatives. For example, a densely populated city may receive more attention from lawmakers than a rural area with fewer people. At the same time, governments may have to create different laws or strategies for urban and rural areas because their needs are so different. Next, population patterns shape economic activity. Businesses want to operate where there are customers, workers, and transportation. That's why many companies set up in areas with high population density. In contrast, sparsely populated areas may have fewer available jobs for the citizens and may attract less investment. This can limit the economic opportunities of rural populations. Population distribution also affects access to social services, such as schools, hospitals, and emergency services. Densely populated areas often have more services, but they can also become overcrowded and stressed. For example, a city hospital might be close by, but it may have long wait times and too few staff. In contrast, people in rural areas might have fewer hospitals or schools nearby, meaning they must travel long distances to get help. Population density also has significant environmental consequences. When a lot of people live in one area, they use more resources, create more waste, and put more pressure on the land. This idea is captured in the concept of carrying capacity. Carrying capacity is the maximum number of people that an area can support without running out of resources or damaging the environment. It depends on factors like food supply, water availability, energy sources, and land quality. If the population grows too large for the available resources, the area has exceeded its carrying capacity, and problems like hunger, pollution, or deforestation can follow. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 2.2. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. If you're also doing the FRQ Mastery Playbook, complete the questions set for this lesson now, which gives you practice on the lesson's key concepts in an exam-style free response question set. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 2.3. While so far in Unit 2 we have looked at population density, this section pivots to a discussion of population composition. This is not about how many people live somewhere, but rather who lives somewhere. Human geographers ask questions like, does an area have more men than women? Or are there more elderly people than young people? For AP Human Geography, you'll need to know both how to read charts about population composition and what the consequences are if a population is overrepresented by one demographic group, such as if it has too many elderly people or too many young people. There are 2 major features of population composition that geographers analyze: age structure and sex ratio. Let's look at each one in order. Age structure describes how a population is divided into age groups. This could mean how many children, working-age adults, or elderly people live in an area. For example, a country with a young population will have a large number of people under the age of 15. That country will need more schools and pediatric healthcare. In contrast, a country with an aging population will need more hospitals, retirement homes, and caregivers. Sex ratio compares the number of males to females in a population. It is usually shown as the number of males for every 100 females. In most populations, the ratio is close to 100 to 100, but some regions may have more men or more women due to migration, cultural practices, or war. For example, in some countries, young men may migrate to cities for work, leaving behind a rural population with more women. Changes in sex ratio can affect marriage patterns, birth rates, and labor force participation. For example, if the men in a society go off to war, there may be a decline in birth rates and marriages, and more women may enter traditionally male-dominated professions during the war. These patterns, age structure, and sex ratio can be studied at different scales, such as global, national, or local levels. A national government might use this data to plan healthcare policy, while a city might use it to decide where to build schools or retirement centers. At every scale, population composition gives us insight into the needs, challenges, and future trends of a place. Now let's look at the population pyramid. A population pyramid is a special kind of graph that shows the number of people in each age group divided by sex. Males are shown on one side and females on the other, with age groups stacked from youngest at the bottom to oldest at the top. The shape of the pyramid reveals how a population is changing over time. There are three major uses of population pyramids. They help geographers assess population growth, identify population decline, and predict future markets for goods and services. Let's go through each one. First, population pyramids are used to assess growth. A pyramid with a wide base and narrow top shows that a population has many children and fewer older people. This means the population is growing quickly. Countries with this shape usually have high birth rates and may be in earlier stages of development. Governments in these places may need to invest in education, child health care, and future job creation. Second, population pyramids can show population decline. A pyramid that is narrow at the base and wider in the middle or top shows fewer children being born. This means the population is aging and may shrink over time. Countries with this shape may face challenges such as labor shortages and higher costs for elderly care. Understanding these patterns helps leaders plan for the long-term needs of the population. Finally, population pyramids help predict markets. The shape of the pyramid shows what kinds of goods and services will be needed. For example, a country with many teenagers might see high demand for schools, sports gear, and entry-level jobs. A country with many elderly people might need more healthcare services, retirement housing, and medications. Businesses use this information to decide where to expand, and governments use it to plan for future services. That brings us to the end of topic 2.3. It's highly likely you're going to get questions on the population pyramid in the exam. For practice, complete this lesson's study guide to have a go at multiple choice questions on the population pyramid. And if you're doing the free response playbook, this lesson's free response question is based on a real question from the 2025 exam, which had students read and interpret a population pyramid. Once you're done, we'll move on to lesson 2.4. In this lesson, we will look at population growth over time. The big question in this lesson is this: what are the factors that influence whether, and by how much, a population is growing, leveling out, or declining? We'll also look at how human geographers measure population growth. Let's get started. First, we'll explore the three main demographic factors that drive population growth: fertility, mortality, and migration. Then, we'll study two important tools that geographers use to measure population growth: the rate of natural increase and population doubling time. Finally, we'll explore four conditions that may affect population growth. These are social, cultural, political, and economic conditions. Let's begin with the demographic factors that drive population growth, starting with fertility. Fertility refers to the number of children born. Geographers often look at the crude birth rate, which is the number of births per 1,000 people per year. High fertility rates lead to population growth. In some countries, families may have more children because of cultural traditions, lack of access to birth control, or the need for children to help with work. Low fertility rates slow down population growth. In some societies, fertility is low due to education, access to healthcare, or high costs of raising children. Mortality is the number of deaths in a population. The crude death rate measures the number of deaths per 1,000 people per year. High mortality reduces population size, especially in areas affected by war, disease, or poor medical care. On the other hand, low mortality increases population size. When countries improve sanitation, healthcare, and nutrition, mortality rates drop. As a result, life expectancy increases, and the population may grow faster. Migration is the movement of people from one place to another. High rates of immigration can increase the population of an area. High rates of emigration can decrease population. Now let's move on to the tools human geographers use to measure the speed and direction of population change. Two of the most important tools are the rate of natural increase and population doubling time. The rate of natural increase is the percentage by which a population grows or shrinks in a year, not including migration. It is calculated by subtracting the crude death rate from the crude birth rate. For example, if a country has a birth rate of 20 per 1,000 people and a death rate of 5 per 1,000 people, the rate of natural increase is 15 per 1,000, or 1.5%. A high rate of natural increase means that more people are being born than dying, which leads to population growth. A negative rate of natural increase means that the population is shrinking. The second measure is population doubling time. This tells us how many years it would take for a population to double in size at its current rate of natural increase. A country with a 2% rate of natural increase would double its population in about 35 years. Understanding doubling time helps governments plan for future needs, such as housing, jobs, and food supply. Okay, one last thing in this lesson. For AP Human Geography, you need to know about 4 more factors that can influence whether a population is growing, not growing, or even declining. These are social factors, cultural conditions, political conditions, and economic conditions. Social conditions include things like education levels, gender roles, and access to healthcare. For example, when women have access to education and jobs, they tend to have fewer children. Access to hospitals, vaccines, and clean water lowers death rates and increases life expectancy. Cultural conditions include beliefs and traditions about family size, gender roles, and migration. In some cultures, having many children is seen as a sign of strength or success. In others, families prefer fewer children so they can invest more in each one. Culture also influences attitudes toward birth control and whether people move away from home or stay in the same community. Political conditions include government policies and laws. For example, a country may offer financial rewards to families who have more children, or it might limit births to control population growth. Governments also decide who can migrate, where refugees can settle, and what healthcare and education services are available. Similarly, war and conflict can increase death rates or force people to migrate. Economic conditions include income levels, job opportunities, and cost of living. In wealthier countries, children are expensive to raise, so families may have fewer of them. In lower-income countries, children may be seen as economic helpers who can work in the family business or care for older family members. Economic growth also affects migration because people tend to migrate toward locations with higher wages and better living conditions. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 2.4. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section, using the answer key before moving on. For this lesson's free response practice question, we will have a go at interpreting geographical data about fertility and mortality rates in an exam-style question set. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 2.5. In this lesson, we will study 2 models that help geographers explain how and why populations change over time. First, we'll learn about the demographic transition model. Then we'll examine the epidemiological transition model. These models broadly follow a similar stage-based approach to understanding population change. Each stage represents additional levels of social advancement. The demographic transition model focuses on how birth and death rates change at each stage, and how this affects population growth or decline. Meanwhile, the epidemiological transition model focuses on how causes of death change in each stage. If you're using the study guide, I recommend filling out the table provided as you watch this lesson. That table will help to reinforce your knowledge and understanding of the characteristics of each stage. Let's start with the demographic transition model. The demographic transition model is a tool that shows how birth and death rates change over time as a country develops. It is based on patterns that occurred in Europe during the Industrial Revolution, and many countries around the world have followed similar paths. The model includes 5 stages, each showing a different combination of birth rates, death rates, and population growth. Let's walk through the stages in order. In Stage 1, societies are pre-industrial, facing frequent disease, war, and food shortages. Because of this, both birth rates and death rates are very high, so population growth is slow or doesn't happen at all. Very few places are in Stage 1 today. In Stage 2, basic improvements like cleaner water, better food, and simple medical care start to appear. These changes cause death rates to drop, while birth rates stay high, leading to rapid population growth. Many developing countries were in Stage 2 during the 20th century. In Stage 3, societies experience better living conditions, more education, especially for women, and access to birth control. These factors lower birth rates while death rates remain low, so population growth begins to slow down. Many middle-income countries are in Stage 3 today. In Stage 4, people live in high-income, stable environments with strong healthcare and smaller families. Both birth rates and death rates are low, resulting in a stable or slowly growing population. Most high-income countries are in Stage 4. In Stage 5, highly developed societies see more people delaying or avoiding having children altogether. This causes birth rates to fall below death rates, leading to a shrinking population. Examples include Japan and some countries in Europe. The demographic transition model helps geographers predict how a country's population might change and what challenges or opportunities may come next. For example, countries in Stage 2 might need more schools and jobs for a growing youth population, while countries in Stage 5 may need more elderly care and immigration to support the workforce. Now let's look at the epidemiological transition model, which looks at how causes of death change as societies evolve. The epidemiological transition has 4 broad stages that match the early stages of the demographic transition model. Let's go through them in order. In Stage 1, the main causes of death are famine, war, and widespread disease. Life expectancy is low, and people often die from infectious diseases like smallpox or the flu. These health threats are unpredictable and hard to control. In Stage 2, death rates decline because of improvements in food supply, water quality, and sanitation. Medical advances begin to appear, even if only basic. Fewer people die from infectious diseases, and life expectancy increases. This drop in mortality helps push a country into rapid population growth. In Stage 3, chronic and degenerative diseases become more common. As people live longer, they are more likely to die from conditions like heart disease, cancer, or diabetes. These diseases are still serious, but they progress more slowly and can often be managed with medical care. In Stage 4, advanced medical technology, healthier lifestyles, and public health policies further reduce death rates. People live longer, and many chronic diseases can be treated or delayed. Life expectancy is high, and the overall health of the population improves. Some geographers also describe a Stage 5, where new diseases or re-emerging infections, such as antibiotic-resistant bacteria or pandemics, become threats again. Global travel, urban crowding, and unequal access to healthcare can increase the risk of disease spreading. To summarize, the demographic transition model explains how birth and death rates change as societies advance. In some stages, populations increase rapidly. In other stages, they can stagnate or even decline. The epidemiological transition model builds on this by showing that causes of death also differ as societies move through the various stages of development. More advanced societies enjoy improved standard of living, technology, healthcare access, and overall health. This leads to lower death rates and can also impact population levels over time. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 2.5. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. You'll see in the answer key I've also included a completed version of the table I asked you to fill out for this lesson. For the FRQ Mastery Playbook, Our free response question for this lesson is based on a chart about the demographic transition model that has appeared several times in past exams. Make sure you complete that free response practice set because if past experience is anything to go by, this chart might show up in this year's exam as well. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 2.6. In this lesson, we will study one of the most famous early theories about population growth, Malthusian Theory. Developed in the 18th century by Thomas Malthus, this theory warned about what could happen when population grows faster than resources. For this section, we'll look at the main idea of the theory, 3 criticisms of the theory, and modern uses of the theory. The main idea of Malthusian theory is that population grows faster than food supply. According to Malthus, population increases exponentially, while food supply only grows arithmetically. If these patterns continued, he believed that food would eventually run out. Malthus's theory raised concerns about overpopulation, poverty, and environmental damage. He believed that if population was not controlled, it would always push beyond the Earth's ability to support it. But he also proposed there were 2 factors that would decrease population growth: positive checks and preventative checks. Positive checks are natural events like famine, disease, and war that increase the death rate and reduce population size. Preventive checks are actions like delaying marriage or having fewer children that lower the birth rate to slow population growth. Now let's look at criticisms of Malthusian theory. There are 3 major criticisms of the theory: failure to account for technological progress, underestimation of human adaptation, and lack of attention to inequality. Let's look at each one. First, Malthus did not foresee the technological advances that would make food production much more efficient. The agricultural revolution and the green revolution allowed farmers to grow much more food on the same land. Innovations like machinery, fertilizers, irrigation, and genetically modified crops have increased food supply far beyond what Malthus thought was possible. Second, critics argue that Malthus ignored human ability to adapt. People respond to population pressure by changing behavior, such as migrating, trading, or adopting new farming techniques. Societies also create policies, like family planning programs, that help reduce birth rates without needing a major disaster. Third, some critics say that poverty and hunger are not caused by too many people but by inequality and poor distribution of resources. In many cases, there is enough food, but it is not shared fairly due to political or economic systems. Malthus focused on total food supply, but many modern scholars look at access to food instead. Even though many parts of Malthusian theory have been criticized, some of its ideas are still used to think about population pressure on resources. For this part, we'll examine neo-Malthusian ideas, and we'll examine carrying capacity. Neo-Malthusian ideas update Malthus's concerns by including not just food, but also water, land, energy, and environmental quality. Neo-Malthusian scholars argue that rapid population growth can still lead to serious problems, especially in developing countries or places with fragile ecosystems. For example, a city that grows quickly may struggle to provide enough clean water, housing, or waste disposal. Malthusian thinking is also used when analyzing carrying capacity, which refers to the number of people an environment can support without being damaged. If a population exceeds the carrying capacity of its land, problems like deforestation, overfarming, or pollution can occur. In these cases, Malthus's warning about exceeding limits still feels relevant. That brings us to the end of topic 2.6. If you're following along with the study guide and free response practice questions, check your answers before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 2.7. In this lesson, we'll explore how governments respond to population challenges by creating population policies. We'll learn about 3 main types of population policies: pro-natalist policies that promote population growth, anti-natalist policies that aim to reduce it, and immigration policies that control who enters or leaves a country. Let's look at each one in order. Pro-natalist policies are policies that encourage people to have more children. Countries use them when their birth rates are too low and their population is shrinking or aging. For example, countries like Japan, France, and South Korea have introduced pro-natalist policies in response to low fertility rates. These policies may include financial rewards for having children, free or low-cost childcare, extended parental leave, or tax breaks for large families. The goal is to make it easier for people to raise children and to support a growing future workforce. Without enough young people, countries may face labor shortages and struggle to care for elderly citizens. Secondly, antinatalist policies are designed to reduce birth rates. Governments use them when the population is growing too quickly and putting pressure on resources like housing, food, water, and schools. One of the most well-known examples is China's former one-child policy, which limited most families to one child for many years. Antinatalist policies may also include free access to birth control, education about family planning, or even legal restrictions on the number of children a woman may have. Thirdly, immigration policies are population policies that control the movement of people across borders. Some countries create policies that encourage immigration, especially when they need more workers or want to grow their population quickly. Others create policies to restrict immigration if they are facing overcrowding, economic pressure, or political conflict. Immigration policies can include visa rules, citizenship pathways, border enforcement, refugee support, or limits on how many people can enter each year. These policies affect not just population size, but also the culture, economy, and diversity of a country. That brings us to the end of topic 2.7. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 2.8. In this lesson, we will explore how changes in the lives of women have shaped global population patterns. First, we will look at how social and economic changes have led to lower fertility rates around the world. Second, we'll look at how women's changing roles have affected population patterns. Third, we will use Ravenstein's laws of migration to help explain these patterns. Let's start with declining fertility rates. There are 4 key factors that have helped reduce fertility rates: changing social values, education, employment, and access to healthcare and contraception. First, changing social values have played a big role. In many societies, traditional expectations once encouraged women to marry young and have many children. As attitudes have changed, women are now more likely to focus on personal goals, careers, and health before starting a family. This shift has helped reduce average family size in both developed and developing countries. Second, access to education has made a major impact. When girls stay in school longer, they tend to delay marriage and childbirth. Educated women are also more likely to understand reproductive health and make informed decisions about family size. Education helps women gain confidence and the ability to plan their futures. Third, employment opportunities give women more choices. When women can earn money, support themselves, and contribute to the economy, they often wait longer to have children. Workplaces may also encourage smaller families due to limited time and responsibilities outside the home. Fourth, access to healthcare and contraception allows women to control when and if they become pregnant. With reliable birth control and reproductive care, women can space out their children or decide not to have children at all. These services are especially important in countries working to reduce rapid population growth. Now let's look at 3 major ways that women's changing roles influence population patterns: through fertility, mortality, and migration. As a quick reminder, fertility means how many babies are being born, and mortality means how many people are dying. First, women's changing roles continue to shape fertility trends. As more women enter the workforce and delay marriage, they tend to have fewer children. In some cases, women choose not to have children at all. This is especially true in countries with higher gender equality and in urban areas where the cost of living is high and time is limited. Second, women also affect mortality patterns, especially through improvements in maternal and child health. When women are educated and have access to medical care, they are more likely to survive childbirth and raise healthy children. Healthier mothers lead to healthier families, which lowers infant and maternal mortality rates. In regions where women still lack health care, these mortality rates remain high, showing the connection between women's rights and population health. Third, women play a growing role in migration. In the past, migration was mostly associated with men moving to find work. But today, many women migrate for education, employment, safety, or to reunite with family. For that final point on women's migration, AP Human Geography specifically asks that you understand how changes in women's lives map onto Ravenstein's laws of migration. So let's take a look at this idea. Ravenstein was an English geographer who created 11 laws in 1885 to explain how and why people migrate. These laws were made during the Industrial Revolution and are heavily shaped by that era. However, some of the laws still help us understand migration patterns today. Let's look at his 11 laws. Ravenstein's first law is that most migration is over a short distance. When people decide to move to a new place, they usually don't go very far. Most people move to the next town over or to a nearby city. This happens because it costs less money to move a short distance, and people can still visit their family and friends easily. Ravenstein's second law is that migration occurs in multiple phases. We call this step migration. People don't usually move directly from a small farm to a big city in one jump. Instead, they move in smaller steps over time. For example, a family might first move from their farm to a small town, then later move to a bigger town, and finally end up in a large city. Each move helps them get used to living in a different place and earn money for their next move. The third law is that long-range migrants usually move to urban areas. When people do decide to move far from home, they almost always move to cities instead of other countryside areas. Cities have more jobs, better schools, hospitals, and shopping centers. Since moving far away costs money and effort, people want to make sure they're moving somewhere with lots of opportunities. Ravenstein's fourth law is that each migration produces a movement in the opposite direction. For example, if many people move from small towns to New York City, some people will also move from New York City back to small towns. However, more people will move to the city than away from it. The fifth law is that people who live in the countryside move more often than people who live in cities. This happens because rural areas often don't have as many jobs or opportunities as cities. Farmers and other rural workers may need to move to find better work, while city people already have more choices where they live. Ravenstein's sixth law is that females migrate more than males inside a country, but males migrate longer distances and are more likely to migrate to other countries. This law was thought up at a time when women would travel short distances to work in domestic roles, such as maids, and men traveled long distances to earn money that they could bring back to their families. The changing roles of women in society and increased gender equality have made this law less relevant in today's world. The seventh law is that most migrants are adults. Adults between ages 20 and 40 move the most because they're starting careers and families. Ravenstein's eighth law is that large towns grow more by migration than by natural increase. Cities attract people from smaller towns and rural areas who want better jobs and opportunities. Even though people in cities have babies too, most of the city's growth comes from new people moving in. The ninth law is that migration increases with economic development. Better roads, trains, and communication within a country make it easier to move. Advanced economies are often also more diverse, offering more job opportunities around the country. Ravenstein's 10th law is that most migration moves from rural to urban. Cities offer more jobs in factories, offices, and stores, while farming needs fewer workers than in the past because of modern machines. The 11th law is that migration is mostly due to economic causes, such as moving to find work or get higher pay. The changing economic and social roles of women have also influenced migration patterns, as women now move for their own careers and education opportunities, not just for marriage or family reasons. While people sometimes move for other reasons like being closer to family or getting away from dangerous situations, economic reasons are usually the most important factor in deciding to move. While Ravenstein's laws still help explain some migration patterns, they need to be updated to reflect the growing role of female migration in the global economy. That brings us to the end of topic 2.8. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. For this lesson's free response question set, you'll get to practice an exam-style question on geographic data showing declining global fertility rates. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 2.9. In this lesson, we will explore the causes and consequences of aging populations, a trend happening in many parts of the world. As birth rates drop and life expectancy increases, the number of elderly people grows, creating new challenges for governments and societies. First, we'll examine the factors that lead to population aging, including changes in birth rates, death rates, and life expectancy. Then we'll look at the consequences of aging populations, including political, social, and economic consequences, as well as a concept known as the dependency ratio. Let's start with the causes. The first cause is low birth rates. In many developed countries, people are having fewer children than in the past. Families may choose to have only 1 or 2 children, or sometimes none at all. This is often due to the high cost of raising children, greater access to education and employment for women, and personal lifestyle choices. With fewer babies being born, the younger part of the population shrinks over time. The second cause is low death rates. Medical advances, better sanitation, and widespread vaccinations have helped reduce death rates around the world. Fewer people die at a young age, and many now live into their 70s, 80s, or beyond. As early deaths become less common, the population starts to live longer overall. The third cause is increased life expectancy, which refers to how long people are expected to live. In countries with good healthcare and strong public services, life expectancy has risen steadily. People now live long enough to reach retirement age and spend many years in old age. As more people survive into later life, the percentage of elderly individuals increases compared to the rest of the population. Next, let's look at the consequences of aging populations, starting with the political consequences. Older populations often vote in large numbers and may influence policy decisions, especially on issues like pensions, healthcare, and retirement benefits. Governments may need to shift spending toward elderly care and away from programs for younger people. Aging can also lead to political debates about immigration, since some countries use migration to bring in younger workers to support an older population. Second, there are social consequences. As the population ages, societies must adapt their services and infrastructure. This includes more healthcare facilities, senior housing, and programs for aging in place. Family structures may also change as younger generations take on the role of caregivers. In some cultures, this leads to increased pressure on adult children to support both their own children and their elderly parents. Third, there are economic consequences. Aging populations affect the labor force. As more workers retire, there may be shortages in key industries, such as healthcare, education, and transportation. To fill these gaps, countries may raise the retirement age, encourage women and older adults to remain in the workforce, or increase immigration. Another economic consequence is known as the dependency ratio. This ratio compares the number of people who are not working, usually children and the elderly, to those who are working, usually people ages 15 to 64. When the number of elderly people grows, the dependency ratio increases. This means fewer workers must support more retirees through taxes and social services. A high dependency ratio can slow down economic growth, reduce productivity, and increase pressure on public budgets. Okay, that's it for topic 2.9. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. For this lesson's free response question set, you'll get to practice an exam-style question on geographic data showing a rising old age dependency ratio in the United States. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 2.10. In this lesson, we will explore the causes of migration. First, we will learn about the 2 basic causes of migration: push factors, which force people to leave, and pull factors, which attract them to a new place. Second, we'll look at 5 types of migration factors: cultural, demographic, economic, environmental, and political. Third, we'll look at 2 types of opportunities that cause migration: intervening opportunities and intervening obstacles. Let's start with the 2 causes of migration: push factors and pull factors. Push factors are the problems or hardships that cause people to leave their home region. These might include war, poverty, natural disasters, job loss, or discrimination. For example, someone may flee a war-torn country to escape danger, or a farmer may leave land that is dried up due to drought. Push factors make it difficult or even impossible for people to continue living where they are. Pull factors are the advantages or opportunities that attract people to a new place. These might include job openings, better schools, safety, more freedom, or a higher standard of living. For instance, a person may move to a city that offers more jobs or to a country with stronger human rights protections. Pull factors give people hope for a better life and are often the reason people choose a specific destination. Another way to think about causes of migration is to examine 5 main categories: cultural, demographic, economic, environmental, and political. The first type is cultural factors. These involve things like language, religion, traditions, or social expectations. A person may migrate to be closer to people who share their culture or to escape cultural oppression. For example, a religious minority might leave a country where they face discrimination and move to a country that offers freedom of religion. Second are demographic factors, which include age, gender, family size, or population structure. A country with a very young population may have many people entering the workforce all at once, leading to high competition for jobs. Some may migrate to other places where they have a better chance of finding work. Third are economic factors, which are some of the most common reasons for migration. People often move to find better job opportunities, higher wages, or improved living conditions. Economic push factors include poverty and unemployment. Economic pull factors include a strong economy, low taxes, or the promise of a better standard of living. Fourth are environmental factors, which can include both natural disasters and long-term changes. Drought, flooding, earthquakes, and rising sea levels can force people to leave their homes. On the other hand, some people are pulled to areas with more favorable conditions, such as better farmland, clean water, or a milder climate. Fifth are political factors such as war, persecution, corruption, or lack of freedom. People often flee countries where their rights are not protected or where their safety is at risk. Political pull factors include democracy, stability, and protection under the law. Now let's look at intervening opportunities and intervening obstacles. An intervening opportunity is a situation that causes a migrant to stop and settle somewhere before reaching their planned destination. For example, someone traveling from one country to another may find a good job along the way and decide to stay there instead. An intervening obstacle is a barrier that prevents or delays migration. These can be physical, like mountains or oceans, legal, like immigration restrictions, or personal, like running out of money or getting sick. Even when people want to migrate, these obstacles can stop them from reaching their goal. That brings us to the end of topic 2.10. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 2.11. In this lesson, we will explore the difference between forced and voluntary migration, 2 main categories geographers use to describe why people move. Forced migration happens when people are made to move against their will. There are 4 major forms of forced migration mentioned in the AP Human Geography curriculum: slavery, refugees, internally displaced persons, and asylum seekers. Let's look at each one in order. Slavery is one of the oldest and most extreme forms of forced migration. People are taken by force and made to work without pay, often in terrible conditions. One of the most well-known examples is the Atlantic slave trade, where millions of Africans were kidnapped and transported to the Americas to work on plantations. Slavery still exists today in illegal forms, including human trafficking and forced labor. Refugees are people who flee their home country because of war, violence, persecution, or disaster. They cross international borders in search of safety. Refugees often lose everything and face long waits in camps or difficult conditions in host countries. International law offers refugees some protection, but many still struggle to find long-term security. Internally displaced persons are similar to refugees, but they have not crossed a border. Instead, they are forced to move within their own country. For example, a family may flee a war-torn city and relocate to a safer region nearby. Internally displaced persons often face the same challenges as refugees, but may receive less international help. Asylum seekers are people who flee their country and apply for legal protection in another country. They must prove that they are in danger and qualify for refugee status. While their application is being reviewed, they may face uncertainty and limited rights. If accepted, they become refugees. If denied, they may be sent back or must find another place to live. Now let's look at voluntary migration. This occurs when people make a personal choice to move, rather than being pushed out of their homeland, which was the case with forced migration. There are 7 types of voluntary migration that geographers study: transnational, transhumance, internal, chain, steppe, guest worker, and rural to urban migration. Let's look at each one in turn. Transnational migration is when people move to a new country but keep strong connections to their home country. For example, someone might live and work in one country while sending money back to family in another. They may visit often or even plan to return home someday. Transnational migrants often have strong ties in more than one place. Transhumance is a seasonal form of migration, usually connected to livestock and farming. Herders move their animals between pastures depending on the season, up into the mountains in summer and down into the valleys in winter. This form of migration is common in rural or traditional societies and is based on environmental conditions. Internal migration happens when people move within the same country. This can include moving from one state or province to another, or even just from one city to another nearby. Internal migration is usually easier than crossing borders, since it doesn't involve immigration laws or international travel. Chain migration occurs when people move to a place where others from their community or family have already settled. For example, a man might move to a new city, then later help his spouse, siblings, or neighbors move there too. This creates a chain of migration that connects people across space and helps new arrivals adjust more easily. Steppe migration is when people move in stages instead of all at once. As discussed in Lesson 2.8, a person might first move from a village to a small town, then to a larger city, and eventually to another country. Each step brings them closer to their final destination. This often occurs if someone can't afford to make the big move all at once. Guest worker migration involves people who move temporarily to another country for work. These migrants are often recruited to fill jobs in industries like construction, farming, or domestic work. They may not be allowed to stay permanently or bring family members. Many countries depend on guest workers to support their economies. Rural to urban migration is the movement from the countryside to cities. This is one of the most common forms of migration today, especially in developing countries. People move to cities for jobs, education, and better living conditions. As a result, many cities are growing quickly, and governments must plan for more housing, services, and transportation. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 2.11. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. For this lesson's free response question set, you'll get to practice an exam-style question where you can interpret geographic data about the origin countries of refugees. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 2.12. In this lesson, we will explore the changes that happen after migration takes place. These changes can be positive or negative. In this section, we'll look at the 3 major types of migration effects: political effects, economic effects, and cultural effects. Let's start with political effects. In origin countries, which are the countries people are leaving, one political effect is the loss of population, especially among young adults. When many people leave, there may be less pressure on government services, but also less workers and taxpayers. In destination countries, migration can lead to backlash against migrants, especially if locals feel threatened by them. Governments may pass new laws about border control or migration limits. Now let's look at economic effects. In origin countries, one economic effect is the loss of workers. Loss of highly skilled workers, known as a brain drain, can be particularly harmful because those workers are very difficult to replace. This can slow down economic growth. However, many migrants send money home, called remittances. These remittances help support families, pay for school, and improve housing. In some countries, remittances are one of the largest sources of income. In destination countries, migrants often take jobs that are hard to fill. They may work in farming, construction, food service, or caregiving. This helps the economy run smoothly. Migrants also start businesses, which create jobs and add value to the community. At the same time, some people worry that migrants take jobs from local workers or lower wages. These fears can lead to economic policies that either support or restrict migration. Now let's look at cultural effects. In origin countries, culture may change when many people leave. For example, villages may become less active or lose cultural traditions when younger generations move away. In destination countries, migration adds new cultures to the community. You might see new restaurants, holidays, or languages being spoken. This process is known as cultural diffusion, which we'll discuss in Unit 3. Over time, cultures can blend, creating something new. But not everyone welcomes change. Sometimes migration leads to cultural tension or discrimination, especially if people believe their identity is being threatened. These cultural themes will be continued in Unit 3. And with that, we've come to the end of this section. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. That also brings us to the end of Unit 2. Let's dive right into Unit 3. Unit 3 in AP Human Geography is titled Cultural Patterns and Processes. It contains 8 lessons. Let's dive into the first lesson. In Topic 3.1, we will begin exploring the concept of culture, which is a core focus in human geography. First, we will define what culture is by looking at 4 key elements of culture. Second, we will describe some common cultural traits. Third, we'll learn about 2 important ways people think about cultural differences: cultural relativism and ethnocentrism. Let's start with exploring the 4 key elements of culture: shared practices, shared technologies, shared attitudes, and shared behaviors. Shared practices are the everyday activities and traditions people follow. These include holidays, celebrations, rules of etiquette, and social customs. For example, shaking hands, eating with chopsticks, or celebrating the New Year in different ways are all cultural practices. Shared technologies are the tools and methods a culture uses in day-to-day life. For example, Aboriginal Australians use boomerangs for hunting. A more modern example is chat technologies, such as WeChat, which is a chat tool widely used by Chinese Americans. Shared attitudes are the beliefs and values that guide how a cultural group view the world. These can include ideas about family roles, gender, religion, and education. For example, some cultures value individual freedom, while others emphasize community responsibility. Shared behaviors are the actions people within a culture take in daily life. These include how people dress, what they eat, how they greet each other, and how they make decisions. Behavior is often shaped by what a culture considers polite, respectful, or proper. Now let's look at cultural traits. There are 3 important cultural traits to understand: food preferences, architecture, and land use. Let's look at each one. Food preferences reflect what people eat, how they prepare it, and what they consider acceptable. For example, rice is a staple food in many Asian cultures, while bread is more common in Europe. Food preferences are shaped by local resources, religion, tradition, and climate. Architecture includes the design of homes, religious buildings, monuments, and public spaces. A mosque with a dome and minaret reflects Islamic culture, while a colonial-style house in the U.S. reflects European influence. Architecture shows how people use space and express their identity. Land use refers to how people shape the environment to meet their needs. For example, one culture might use land for farming, while another uses it for building cities. Sacred spaces, burial grounds, and parks also show how culture influences the way people value and organize land. Together, these traits give each culture a unique identity and help geographers understand how human life varies across space. Next, let's move on to attitudes to cultural difference. When people encounter cultures different from their own, they react in different ways. These reactions shape how people understand, respect, or judge other groups. Geographers and social scientists use 2 important terms to describe these attitudes: cultural relativism and ethnocentrism. Cultural relativism is the idea that a culture should be understood based on its own values and beliefs, not compared to another culture. People who use cultural relativism try to understand why a tradition exists, what role it plays in society, and how it fits into that culture's history and values. For example, someone using cultural relativism would try to understand why a community follows certain dress codes or marriage customs without judgment, even if those customs are different from their own. However, some people criticize this approach because suspension of judgment could mean you accept or justify harmful and discriminatory practices that some cultural groups might engage in. Ethnocentrism is the opposite. It is the belief that your own culture is superior to others' cultures. People with an ethnocentric view judge other cultures using their own values as the standard. For example, they might call another culture's food weird or its customs backward. Okay, that's it for topic 3.1. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. If you're using the FRQ Mastery Playbook, complete this lesson's exam-style free response practice questions and check your answers. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 3.2. In this lesson, we will explore how human culture leaves visible marks on the Earth's surface. These marks are known as cultural landscapes. They reflect how people live, work, and express their beliefs. First, we will learn about the different elements that make up cultural landscapes. Then, we will explore how attitudes toward ethnicity and gender influence the way space is organized and controlled in a society. There are 6 major features that make up a cultural landscape: physical features, agricultural and industrial practices, religious and linguistic characteristics, evidence of sequent occupancy, architecture, and land use patterns. Let's go through each one. Physical features include natural elements like mountains, rivers, forests, and climate. These shape how people settle and what they build. For example, terraced farming in mountainous areas or stilt houses in flood-prone regions are adaptations to physical features that become part of the cultural landscape. Agricultural and industrial practices reflect how people use the land to produce food and goods. Rice paddies in Southeast Asia, cornfields in the U.S. Midwest, and factories in urban zones all reveal cultural choices about economic activity. These practices create patterns that are visible from the ground or even from the sky. Religious and linguistic characteristics shape the landscape through places of worship, religious symbols, signage, and language use in public spaces. A town with mosques, Arabic signs, and halal markets shows different cultural traits than a town with cathedrals, Spanish signs, and Catholic schools. Evidence of sequent occupancy shows how different cultural groups have lived in the same place over time. A neighborhood might include Spanish-style missions from one era, Victorian houses from another, and modern glass buildings today. These layers of settlement reveal a history of cultural change and influence. We can also come to understand a cultural landscape through its architecture. The AP Human Geography curriculum requires that you know about traditional and postmodern building styles and how each one reflects cultural values. Traditional architecture reflects long-standing cultural values and construction methods, such as adobe homes or wooden temples. Postmodern architecture uses modern materials, abstract forms, and often blends styles. Both types reflect the values and identities of the communities that build them. Land use patterns show how space is organized and for what purpose. These patterns include residential neighborhoods, farmland, industrial zones, parks, and sacred spaces. For example, a city grid with shopping centers, apartment towers, and subway stations reflects urban planning shaped by cultural values about efficiency, economy, and lifestyle. So far in this lesson, we've learned that cultural landscapes are physical landscapes that have been shaped by human cultural practices. By looking at these landscapes, we can learn things about the cultures that have lived upon those lands. We looked at different ways this occurs, such as through signs and religious monuments, as well as through agricultural practices. We also looked at how different cultures leave different types of marks, such as by having different architectural styles or city designs. The second half of this lesson looks at how cultural landscapes can also be shaped by and reveal cultural attitudes about ethnicity and gender. The AP Human Geography curriculum requires you know about 3 specific cultural practices that shape space: women in the workforce, ethnic neighborhoods, and indigenous communities and lands. Let's explore each one. Women in the workforce can shape how space is used in a society. When more women work outside the home, there is a greater need for things like daycare centers, safe public transportation, and jobs closer to home. Cities may build more childcare centers or plan neighborhoods that make it easier for parents to balance work and family. Ethnic neighborhoods also shape cultural landscapes. These neighborhoods often have stores, restaurants, and places of worship that reflect their shared traditions and language. For example, there might be a Chinatown or Little Italy in a big city. These areas make people feel connected to their culture and give new immigrants a place to feel welcome. They also help cities plan services and celebrate cultural diversity through things like festivals and special events. Indigenous communities and lands also shape cultural landscapes. Many indigenous people live on land that has special meaning to them, like forests, rivers, or mountains. They often care for the environment in ways that are different from cities or businesses. Because of this, some areas are protected from development. This helps the land stay healthy and preserves the cultural identity and history of indigenous groups. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 3.2. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 3.3. In this lesson, we will explore regional patterns that shape cultural landscapes. We can break these down into how language, religion, and ethnicity contribute to shaping a space. Then we'll study how these same traits can act as unifying and dividing forces. Let's go through each cultural trait, language, religion, and ethnicity, to see how it affects space and place. Language is one of the most important ways people communicate and express identity. In regions where a common language is spoken, it can create unity and a strong sense of belonging. For example, French is a defining feature of Quebec's identity in Canada. Religion also shapes landscapes and gives meaning to places. Places of worship, churches, mosques, temples, shrines, become landmarks in religious communities. Religious traditions influence land use, dress codes, diets, and holidays. For example, cities in predominantly Muslim regions may have daily calls to prayer and mosques with minarets. In Catholic areas, saints' names often appear in street names and city titles. Sacred sites like the Western Wall in Jerusalem or the Ganges River in India are tied deeply to religious identity and placemaking. Ethnicity refers to shared cultural traits, history, or ancestry. Ethnic groups often cluster in specific regions, where their culture shapes housing styles, business types, food options, and festivals. These areas may form ethnic enclaves, places like Little Italy or Chinatown, which we discussed in the last lesson. The ethnic enclaves become symbols of cultural pride and social support. Together, these patterns give regions a distinct cultural identity and create a visible sense of place. Now let's look at the concepts of cultural unity and division within a space. For this, human geographers use the terms centripetal force and centrifugal force. A centripetal force is something that brings people together and strengthens unity. It helps create a sense of shared identity and purpose. Here are some ways language, religion, and ethnicity can be centripetal forces. Language can be a centripetal force when most people in a country speak the same language, helping communication, education, and media run smoothly. For example, in Japan, the use of a single national language contributes to a strong sense of unity. Religion can be a centripetal force because it unites people who share beliefs and values. It can guide moral systems, laws, and community life. For example, shared religion has brought unity in countries like Iran or Israel. Ethnicity can be a strong centripetal force within a single group that shares common ancestry, customs, and traditions. Ethnic pride can lead to cultural preservation and celebration. Now let's look at centrifugal forces. A centrifugal force is something that pulls people apart and creates division or conflict within a country or region. Here are some ways language, religion, and ethnicity can be centrifugal forces. Language can be a centrifugal force when multiple groups speak different languages and feel excluded. In Belgium, tension exists between Dutch-speaking Flemings and French-speaking Walloons, and language divisions have influenced political disagreement. Religion can be a centrifugal force when different religious groups compete for space or political power. In places like Northern Ireland or parts of Nigeria, religious differences have led to conflict and violence. Ethnicity can be a centrifugal force when multiple ethnic groups live in the same area without shared power or mutual respect. Ethnic tension has contributed to division in countries like Rwanda, the former Yugoslavia, or Myanmar, where competition over land and identity has led to violence. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 3.3. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. For this lesson's free response question set, you'll get to practice an exam-style question where you can interpret geographic data about this topic. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 3.4. In this lesson, we will explore the spread of cultural traits from one place to another. This process is called diffusion. First, we'll divide diffusion into two main types: relocation diffusion and expansion diffusion. Then, we'll break expansion diffusion into three specific forms: contagious, hierarchical, and stimulus diffusion. Let's begin with relocation diffusion. This type of diffusion happens when people move and take their cultural traits with them. The culture does not stay and spread from the original location. It is carried somewhere else by the people themselves. For example, when immigrants move to a new country and bring their language, food, or religion with them, they are practicing relocation diffusion. Spanish is spoken in many parts of the Americas because Spanish settlers brought the language during colonial times. The trait moves because the people move. Now let's look at expansion diffusion. In this type, the cultural trait spreads outward from its origin while staying strong at the source. The trait moves from person to person, place to place, growing larger without people having to migrate. For example, when a new slang word, food trend, or fashion style spreads through social media or advertising, it's usually expansion diffusion. Expansion diffusion can happen in three different ways: contagious diffusion, hierarchical diffusion, and stimulus diffusion. Contagious diffusion spreads rapidly and widely like a wave. It moves from person to person and place to place with no regard for hierarchy or importance. The idea or trait spreads to everyone it touches. For example, a viral video on the internet that gets shared by millions of people across the world is an example of contagious diffusion. Another example is the spread of a new slang word among teenagers, moving quickly from one friend group to another regardless of location or social class. Hierarchical diffusion spreads from powerful or influential people or places first, then trickles down to others. The idea moves in a specific order, often starting with leaders, celebrities, or large cities. For example, fashion trends often start in global cities like Paris or New York, and then spread to smaller cities and towns. Technology can also follow this pattern, such as when smartphones were first used by wealthy people before becoming common among the general population. Stimulus diffusion occurs when a cultural trait spreads, but only the underlying idea is adopted, not the original form. The receiving culture changes the idea to fit its own needs. For example, fast food restaurants that began in the United States have been adapted in other countries to fit local tastes. A McDonald's in India may serve vegetarian burgers instead of beef, but the concept of fast, convenient meals remains. The core idea spreads, but the final product is different. That brings us to the end of topic 3.4. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 3.5. In the last lesson, we talked about the different types of cultural diffusion. This lesson builds upon what we've already learned. It explores the historical causes of cultural diffusion. First, we will learn about cultural blending, which explains how cultural traits mix to form new practices and languages. Then, we'll study the role of power and trade in driving cultural diffusion. Let's start with cultural blending. And when people from different cultures interact over time, their customs, languages, and beliefs often blend together. These blends create new cultural forms that didn't exist before. This process is especially visible in language, food, music, religion, and art. There are two examples of blended cultural expressions that geographers focus on: creolization and lingua franca. Let's look at each one in turn. Creolization is the process by which elements of different cultures blend to form something entirely new, especially in language, food, and music. For example, in the Caribbean, enslaved Africans, European colonizers, and indigenous peoples interacted for centuries. Over time, they blended languages, music, and cooking styles. Creole languages like Haitian Creole or Jamaican Patois developed from mixing European languages with African languages and local expressions. Creolization also shaped regional music styles like reggae and calypso, and it influenced food traditions that combine African, European, and indigenous ingredients and techniques. These new styles had several cultural influences, but the end products are entirely new and unique cultural artifacts. Lingua franca is a language that is adopted as a common way to communicate between groups that do not share the same native language. A lingua franca is used for trade, travel, and communication, especially in diverse areas. One well-known example is English, which has become a global lingua franca in business, science, and international relations. For example, imagine French, Spanish, and German traders met at a trading post. Each of them have their own first language that the other traders don't understand. Fortunately, they all speak English as a second language, so they communicate with each other in English. In this scenario, English is the lingua franca. Other examples include Swahili in East Africa and Arabic in parts of the Middle East and North Africa. A lingua franca often emerges through cultural contact and becomes a practical tool for communication across different cultures. Now let's explore how power and trade influence cultural diffusion. We will look at three concepts related to power and trade: colonialism, imperialism, and trade practices. Each of these practices contribute to cultural diffusion. Colonialism is when one country takes political control over another area and settles its own people there. European colonial powers such as Britain, France, Spain, and Portugal established colonies in Africa, Asia, and the Americas. They spread their languages, religions, laws, education systems, and cultural practices to the places they colonized. For example, English became the dominant language in India, Nigeria, and the Caribbean because of British colonial rule. Christianity also spread widely in colonized regions due to missionary activity. In many places, colonialism changed cultural landscapes permanently. Imperialism is the broader practice of extending power over other areas, not always through settlement. Imperial powers may control a region through military, political, or economic means. For example, the Ottoman Empire expanded its influence through war, economic coercion, and political influence to spread cultural traits across large territories. Imperialism often led to cultural blending, but also to cultural conflict, as dominant groups tried to impose their practices on others. Trade connected people across continents long before airplanes or the internet. The Silk Road, the Trans-Saharan trade routes, and the Indian Ocean trading network allowed the movement of goods, but also of ideas, technologies, and cultural practices. For example, Islam spread through trade across North and East Africa, bringing religion, language, and architectural styles. The Columbian Exchange brought new foods, animals, and agricultural techniques between the Americas, Europe, and Africa, forever changing diets and farming systems around the world. That's it for topic 3.5. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section, using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 3.6. In the previous lesson, we looked at historical causes of diffusion. In this lesson, we explore contemporary causes. Today's cultural diffusion happens through faster, more connected, and more global processes. First, we'll study how urbanization and globalization influence cultural change. Then we'll look at how a concept known as time-space convergence explains rapid contemporary cultural change around the world. Let's start with urbanization and globalization. Urbanization is the growth of cities as more people move into urban areas. Cities bring people from different backgrounds into close contact, which increases cultural exchange. In cities, people are exposed to new ideas, lifestyles, and practices, often faster than in rural areas. Urbanization spreads trends in fashion, food, music, and language through interactions in schools, workplaces, and neighborhoods. Cities are hotspots for blending and adapting culture. Globalization is the increasing interconnectedness of the world through trade, communication, and cultural exchange. It allows cultural traits to spread across countries and continents. For example, people in Brazil may watch American movies, eat Japanese sushi, and wear clothing made in Bangladesh, all in the same day. Globalization allows cultures to mix more quickly, but it also raises concerns about the loss of local identity. These processes work through five major pathways: media, technology, politics, economics, and social relationships. Media spreads cultural images and stories worldwide through television, films, social media, and music. A teenager in South Korea might follow the same TikTok trends as a teenager in the United States. Technologies such as the internet and social media speed up cultural diffusion by making it easier to share ideas and traditions across the world. It also enables faster travel and global trade, which spread cultural practices between different regions. Politics affects cultural diffusion by deciding what ideas and practices can spread between countries. Friendly relations and open borders help cultures mix, while strict rules or censorship can limit the spread. Economics affects cultural diffusion by connecting people through trade and jobs. When countries buy and sell goods or workers move for better pay, they also share their cultures. Social relationships affect cultural diffusion because people share their beliefs, traditions, and habits with friends, family, and communities. When people meet and connect, they pass on parts of their culture to others. For this lesson on the contemporary causes of cultural diffusion, the AP Human Geography curriculum also requires that we zoom in on a concept known as time-space convergence. Time-space convergence refers to the idea that distance feels shorter because information, goods, and people move more quickly than ever before thanks to technologies such as airplanes and the internet. What once took weeks or months to spread can now happen in seconds. For example, check this chart out, which is the stimulus chart for this lesson's free response questions. In 1860, it took 365 days to travel around the world. Today, a plane can fly around the world in less than 24 hours. This shows how everything feels closer and faster to access today than ever before. There are three major cultural effects of time-space convergence that we need to know about for AP Human Geography: cultural convergence, cultural divergence, and language change. Let's examine each one. Cultural convergence is when cultures become more similar due to shared exposure to the same ideas, products, or lifestyles. For example, the global popularity of fast food, pop music, or English language movies has created shared cultural experiences around the world. Cultural convergence is common in urban areas and among connected populations who use the same social media platforms or shop from the same global brands. Cultural divergence happens when groups push back against global culture in order to protect or revive their local or traditional identities. In response to the spread of global trends, some communities work harder to preserve their own customs, dress, language, and beliefs. For example, a country might pass laws to protect a minority language from being lost or promote traditional festivals in schools. Divergence reminds us that not all cultures become the same. Many actively resist change. Language change is a major area where time-space convergence has both united and divided people. For example, as we discussed earlier, English has become the lingua franca for global business. This makes it easier for people from different regions to communicate, but it also threatens indigenous languages, which may be spoken by fewer people. As a result, many languages are at risk of disappearing entirely, and efforts are being made to document and preserve them. That brings us to the end of topic 3.6. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. For this lesson's free response question set, you'll get to practice an exam-style question where you can interpret geographic data about this topic. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 3.7. In this lesson, we will explore how language and religion spread across space from their places of origin. First, we'll examine how languages and religions diffuse from cultural hearths. Then we'll look at how the spread of language families and religious patterns can be shown on visual tools like maps. Finally, we'll look at how universalizing religions and ethnic religions each follow different diffusion paths. Let's start with the concept of cultural hearths. A cultural hearth is the place where a cultural trait begins before spreading to other areas. Both languages and religions have hearths, specific regions where they first developed, and they spread through time and space as people move, trade, or conquer. Languages often spread through migration, conquest, cultural exchange, and colonization. As people move, they take their language with them. Over time, as languages reach new places, they can change, forming new dialects or even entirely new languages. For example, the Indo-European language family began in parts of Eurasia and has since spread across much of Europe, the Americas, and parts of South Asia. English, Spanish, Russian, Hindi, and French are all part of this family but developed in different regions from common roots. Religions also spread from hearths, often through a mix of relocation diffusion, which is people moving, and expansion diffusion, which is belief spreading without people moving. The way a religion spreads depends on its practices and beliefs. For example, some religions actively seek new followers, while others are passed down through family and tradition. We'll go deeper into how the different types of religions spread later in this lesson. To understand how languages and religions spread, geographers use visual tools such as maps, charts, and toponyms. These tools help make diffusion patterns clear and allow for comparisons across time and space. Maps show the distribution of language families and religions around the world. A map of the Indo-European language family might highlight how English dominates North America, while Hindi is concentrated in India and Russian spreads across Eurasia. Religious maps can show where Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, or Hinduism are most common today, often reflecting past migration or conquest. Charts and graphs can show language relationships, like language trees that trace the origins of languages within a family. These trees often show how languages like French, Italian, and Spanish all developed from Latin. Toponyms, or place names, also reflect the spread of culture. A city name like San Francisco shows Spanish and Catholic influence. A name like Mecca Street might reflect Islamic cultural presence in a region. Studying toponyms helps geographers trace the imprint of religion and language on the landscape. Visual tools like these make it easier to understand the lasting effects of cultural diffusion. Now let's dig into the differences between universalizing religions and ethnic religions. If you're using the study guide as you watch, now's the time to fill out the universalizing versus ethnic religions comparison table. Pay close attention to the table row, comparing the differences in diffusion patterns, as this point is strongly emphasized in the AP Human Geography curriculum. Universalizing religions are belief systems that seek to appeal to all people, regardless of their culture or location. They are open to converts and aim to spread widely. These religions typically diffuse through both expansion and relocation diffusion. There are four main universalizing religions: Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, and Sikhism. Let's explore each one briefly. Christianity originated in the Middle East, specifically in present-day Israel and Palestine. It spread through expansion and relocation diffusion as missionaries and colonizers carried it across the Roman Empire, into Europe, and eventually to the Americas, Africa, and Asia. Islam also began in the Middle East in what is now Saudi Arabia. It spread rapidly through expansion diffusion, especially military conquest, and through trade routes reaching North Africa, Central Asia, and parts of Europe. It also spread through relocation diffusion as Muslim traders and migrants settled in new regions. Buddhism originated in India and spread through expansion diffusion, especially along trade routes like the Silk Road. It moved east into China, Korea, Japan, and Southeast Asia. Buddhist missionaries, scholars, and pilgrims helped spread its teachings. Sikhism started in the Punjab region of South Asia and has spread mainly through relocation diffusion, as Sikh communities moved to the United Kingdom, Canada, and other parts of the world. While small, it is still considered a universalizing religion because of its openness to conversion and its universal theology. Each of these religions has spread far beyond its hearth, reshaping cultural landscapes across continents. In contrast to universalizing religions, ethnic religions are belief systems that are closely tied to a specific place or ethnic group. These religions do not actively seek converts and tend to remain near their place of origin. As a result, ethnic religions mostly spread through relocation diffusion and often remain clustered near their hearths. There are two major examples of ethnic religions geographers study: Hinduism and Judaism. Hinduism began in the Indus River Valley and remains most strongly practiced in India and Nepal. It has not spread far beyond South Asia through expansion, but has reached other parts of the world, especially the US, the UK, and East Africa, through relocation diffusion as Hindu populations migrated. Judaism originated in the Middle East, but over time, Jewish communities have spread globally through diaspora movements, forced or voluntary migration due to persecution, trade, or conflict. Today, large Jewish populations exist in Israel, the United States, and parts of Europe. While Judaism has spread widely, it remains ethnic because it is typically passed down within families and is closely tied to cultural identity and tradition. Ethnic religions shape cultural landscapes through synagogues, temples, burial practices, and holiday celebrations. But their reach is usually more localized compared to universalizing religions. That brings us to the end of topic 3.7. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 3.8. In this lesson, we will study the effects of cultural diffusion. When people from different backgrounds meet, whether through migration, trade, or media, the result is often some level of cultural blending or change. In this lesson, we'll focus on 4 key outcomes: acculturation, assimilation, syncretism, and multiculturalism. Each of these terms describes a different kind of response to cultural interaction. Acculturation occurs when a person or group adopts some traits of another culture, usually one that is more dominant, while still keeping parts of their original culture. For example, immigrants to a new country may learn the local language and follow new laws, but still eat traditional foods and celebrate holidays from their culture of origin. Acculturation allows people to adapt while also preserving their identity. It's a two-way process that reflects partial change, not total replacement. Assimilation happens when a person or group fully adopts the traits of another culture, often losing their original cultural identity in the process. This may happen over generations, especially if there is pressure to fit in. For example, children of immigrants might stop speaking their parents' native language and only use the dominant language of their new country. In some cases, assimilation is voluntary, but in others, it may be forced through policies that ban native traditions or languages. Assimilation leads to cultural homogeneity, where differences become less visible. Syncretism is the process by which 2 or more cultural traits blend together to create something new. This is common in religion, art, food, and music. For example, in Latin America, Catholic traditions merged with indigenous beliefs to create new religious practices. In language, Creole languages are examples of syncretism, combining vocabulary and grammar from several languages into one new system. Syncretism reflects creativity and cultural exchange, often forming something unique that neither culture had before. Multiculturalism refers to a society where multiple cultures exist together and are respected as equally valid. In multicultural societies, people are encouraged to keep their cultural traditions while participating in the larger society. This can be seen in cities like Toronto or London, where many ethnic neighborhoods exist side by side, each with its own language, food, and customs. Multiculturalism supports diversity and inclusion, and it is often promoted through policies, education, and public celebrations of different cultures. Each of these outcomes shows a different way that culture evolves when people from different backgrounds interact. They help geographers understand how traditions change, survive, or combine over time in response to global movement and exchange. Okay, that's it for topic 3.8. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section, using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we can move on to Unit 4. Unit 4 in AP Human Geography is titled Political Patterns and Processes. It's all about how politics influences how people use and interact with the land. The unit contains 10 lessons. Let's dive right in with Lesson 1. In this lesson, you need to learn about 7 types of political entities. These are independent states, nations, nation-states, stateless nations, multinational states, multi-state nations, and autonomous and semi-autonomous regions. An independent state is a clearly defined area with a permanent population, recognized borders, and a government that has full control over its internal and foreign affairs. These states are the building blocks of the political world, and nearly every part of the globe today is part of some state. The modern world political map is made up of almost 200 independent states. Nations are groups of people who share a common culture, language, history, or sense of belonging, even if they do not control their own government. For example, the Kurdish people in the Middle East are considered a nation because they share culture and identity, even though they live across several countries. The concept of a nation, and in particular that a nation is not a state, is very important to understand for this lesson. To reiterate, a nation is not a state. It's a group of people with shared culture and identity. With that said, let's look at the other concepts that the AP Human Geography curriculum requires you know for this lesson. The next is nation-states. These are countries where most people belong to the same nation. In other words, the borders of the country match the identity of the people. Japan is a good example because most people there share the same culture, language, and history, making it both a nation and a state. Stateless nations are groups of people who consider themselves a nation, but do not have their own independent country. For example, the Palestinians see themselves as a nation, but they do not have a fully recognized state of their own. Multinational states are countries that include more than one nation within their borders. The United Kingdom is an example since it has the nations of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland within the borders of the state. Multi-state nations are nations that are spread across the borders of more than one country. For instance, Koreans are divided between North Korea and South Korea, but they still see themselves as one nation. Autonomous and semi-autonomous regions are areas within a country that have some degree of self-rule or independence. For example, American Indian reservations in the United States are semi-autonomous regions because native nations have their own governments and laws in certain areas, even though they are still part of the larger country. The semi-autonomous example of American Indian reservations is specifically named in the AP Human Geography curriculum, so don't be surprised if it appears in the multiple choice questions in the exam. That brings us to the end of topic 4.1. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. If you're using the FRQ Mastery Playbook, complete this lesson's exam-style free response practice questions and check your answers. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 4.2. In this lesson, we will explore the political processes that shape the world. First, we will define three key concepts that influence how the world is divided today: sovereignty, nation-states, and self-determination. Then, we will examine four political practices that have shaped political boundaries: colonialism, imperialism, independence movements, and devolution. Let's start with our key concepts. Sovereignty is the idea that a state has full control over its own territory and government. A sovereign state can make its own laws, control its borders, and conduct foreign policy without interference from other states. This is the basic principle that allows countries to function independently. For example, France is a sovereign state. It controls its own affairs and is recognized by other nations as having the right to do so. A nation-state is a state where the boundaries of the nation and the state match closely, meaning the people share a common identity, language, or culture, and they have their own country. We've already discussed these in the previous section, so you should have a good understanding of these already. Self-determination is the belief that nations have the right to form their own states and control their own political future. This idea became especially powerful in the 20th century, as colonized peoples fought for independence and as minority groups began seeking autonomy. For example, the breakup of Yugoslavia was driven by ethnic groups seeking self-determination to form their own independent states, such as Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Together, these ideas shape how countries are formed and how groups within countries push for control over their own political lives. Now let's look at the four political practices that shape political boundaries. We've already touched on colonialism and imperialism in previous units, but I'll briefly go over them again because the AP Human Geography curriculum explicitly requires that we cover them in this lesson as well. Colonialism is the practice of one country settling in and taking control of another territory, usually for economic and strategic gain. During the 1500s to 1900s, European powers colonized much of Africa, Asia, and the Americas. These powers often drew political boundaries without regard to local cultures, creating lasting problems. For example, many of Africa's modern borders were created during European colonization and still cut across ethnic and linguistic groups. Imperialism is broader than colonialism. It involves one country dominating another politically or economically, even without full settlement. For instance, the British Empire controlled India and influenced China without always sending settlers. These imperial relationships shaped trade routes, infrastructure, and cultural connections that still affect politics today. Independence movements emerged in the 20th century as colonized and controlled regions began demanding sovereignty and self-rule. Many countries in Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean gained independence after World War II. These movements often redrew political boundaries and created new states. For example, India and Pakistan became independent from British control in 1947, forming separate states based on religion and cultural identity. Devolution is the process by which central governments give more power to regional governments, often along national or ethnic lines. This can lead to greater autonomy or even independence. For example, Scotland has its own parliament and some control over laws, even though it remains part of the United Kingdom. In Spain, regions like Catalonia and the Basque Country have pushed for greater autonomy or full independence due to strong regional identities. That brings us to the end of topic 4.2. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. For this lesson's free response question set, you'll get to practice an exam-style question where you can interpret geographic data about this topic. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 4.3. In this lesson, we will examine how political power is tied to geography. Governments and groups often seek to control land, people, and resources. First, we'll look at geographic expressions of political power. Then we'll explore the concept of territoriality, which explains why people feel connected to land. Let's start with geographic expressions of political power. Three important aspects that geographers study are neocolonialism, shatterbelts, and choke points. Let's look at each one. Neocolonialism refers to the use of economic, political, or cultural pressure to control or influence other countries, especially former colonies. Even though direct colonial rule has ended in many places, some powerful countries still control weaker ones through trade deals, foreign aid, or debt. For example, many African countries rely on foreign companies for infrastructure or resources, leading to unequal relationships. Neocolonialism limits the independence of weaker countries and keeps global power imbalanced. Shatterbelts are regions that are deeply divided by conflict because they're caught between the interests of powerful states. These areas are politically unstable and often experience violence or shifting alliances. For example, Eastern Europe during the Cold War was a shatterbelt between the Western powers, like the United States and NATO, and the Eastern Bloc, led by the Soviet Union. More recently, the Middle East has become a shatterbelt due to the overlapping influence of global powers and regional tensions. Choke points are narrow geographic areas like straits or canals that are strategically important for trade and military power. Because so much shipping passes through these points, whoever controls them gains enormous power. Examples include the Strait of Hormuz, which connects the Persian Gulf to the Arabian Sea, and the Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. Control over these routes allows countries to influence global oil supplies and military access. Now let's look at territoriality. Territoriality is the connection of people, their culture, and their economy to the land. It is the reason why borders matter, why people fight over territory, and why control of land is so important in politics. There are two main reasons why territoriality matters: cultural identity and economic interest. Let's explore each one. Cultural identity often ties people to specific regions. Ethnic groups may see a certain area as their homeland, even if they don't currently control it. For example, the Jewish connection to Israel or the Kurdish claim to parts of Iraq, Syria, and Turkey are based on long-standing cultural and historical ties to land. Economic interest is another reason territoriality matters. Land holds value because of its natural resources, transportation routes, or strategic location. Countries protect farmland, coastlines, oil fields, and mining areas because these assets support their economies. In the South China Sea, for example, several countries claim overlapping areas rich in fish, oil, and gas, which leads to political disputes. Territoriality helps explain why conflicts over land happen, why borders are defended, and why control over space is so central to politics. It shows how land is not just physical, it is also cultural, symbolic, and strategic. That brings us to the end of topic 4.3. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 4.4. In this lesson, we will explore how political boundaries are defined and classified. We'll study 6 major types of boundaries: relic boundaries, superimposed boundaries, subsequent boundaries, antecedent boundaries, geometric boundaries, and consequent boundaries. Each type of boundary tells a different story about how people, governments, and history have shaped the land. If you're following along with the study guide, there's a table provided for this lesson where you can enter the definitions and examples for each type of boundary. Try to fill it out as you watch over the next few minutes. Then, test yourself on the follow-up questions I've provided beneath the table. In most years, one or more of the MCQs test students on boundary types, so it's well worth your time. A relic boundary is a boundary that no longer functions as a dividing line, but still leaves a visible mark on the landscape. It remains as a cultural or historical feature. One famous example is the Berlin Wall, which once divided East and West Berlin. Even though the wall was torn down in 1989, its path is still marked in the city, and the cultural divide it created can still be felt. A superimposed boundary is a boundary that is placed on an area by an outside power, often ignoring existing cultural or ethnic divisions. These boundaries are common in places that were colonized. For example, the boundaries of many African countries were drawn by European powers during the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885, without considering tribal or linguistic groups. These artificial borders have led to lasting conflict and division. A subsequent boundary is created after a region is already settled, and it often reflects cultural, ethnic, or social divisions. These boundaries evolve over time as people interact and claim space. For example, the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland reflects differences in religion and political identity that developed over centuries. An antecedent boundary is the opposite of a subsequent boundary. Subsequent boundaries are drawn after prolonged settlement and political dispute over territories. But antecedent boundaries are drawn before a large population settles in the area. Because antecedent boundaries are drawn early, they usually avoid disputes over cultural or ethnic divisions. For instance, the boundary between the United States and Canada along the 49th parallel was established before much of the land was settled by colonizers. This helped to prevent significant wars between the British Dominion of Canada in the north and the Independent Republic of the United States in the south. Of course, the idea that this boundary is antecedent reflects the Western colonialist worldview. It failed to acknowledge that there were indigenous people living on the land prior to Western colonization, and many indigenous nations that still exist today remain split in two by the border between the United States and Canada. A geometric boundary is a boundary that follows a straight line or specific coordinate, such as a line of latitude or longitude. These boundaries are not based on natural or cultural features. While geometric boundaries are easy to draw and map, they can cut through groups or landscapes, leading to future disputes. I just stated that the border between the United States and Canada is an antecedent boundary, but it's also a geometric one. You can see on this image that it is a long, straight line. This is because it follows the 49th parallel. A consequent boundary is drawn to match cultural divisions, such as language, religion, or ethnicity. These boundaries try to respect the identities of the people living in an area. For example, the boundary between India and Pakistan, created in 1947, was drawn largely based on religious differences between Hindus and Muslims. Remember, a boundary can fit into one or more of these categories, so be careful to think about all possible categories before writing down your answer in the exam. Okay, that's it for types of boundaries. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for the table and the follow-up questions using the answer key before moving on, and do the free response questions if you're using the FRQ Mastery Playbook. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 4.5. In this lesson, we will examine how political boundaries function in the modern world. First, we'll explore how boundaries are created and managed. Second, we'll discuss why some boundaries reflect culture or economics, while others do not. Third, we'll examine the effects of political boundaries on people and nations. Fourth, we'll look at the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which defines rights and responsibilities in regard to maritime boundaries. Let's start with how boundaries are created and managed. For AP Human Geography, you need to know the following 4 steps used to establish a boundary: definition, delimitation, demarcation, and administration. This section of the lesson also requires that you know about how boundaries can still be contested even after they're created. Let's go through each of these points in order. The first step is definition. A boundary is defined when countries or regions agree, usually through a legal document, on where the line should go. This step creates a written description of the boundary, often in a treaty. The second step is delimitation, which is when the agreed-upon boundary is drawn on a map. This makes the legal description visible and helps governments plan and enforce it. The third step is demarcation, which is when the boundary is marked on the landscape. This might involve building a fence, placing boundary markers, or even constructing a wall. Not all boundaries are physically demarcated, but when they are, it helps make the division clear on the ground. The fourth and final step is administration. This is how the boundary is managed on a daily basis. Governments monitor who crosses it, enforce border laws, and maintain infrastructure like checkpoints and surveillance. But even when boundaries are created through all 4 steps, they are often contested. Countries may disagree about the exact location of a border or fight over nearby resources. For example, the boundary between India and China in the Himalayas is still disputed despite multiple rounds of negotiation. Now let's move on to our second concept in this lesson. This is all about why political boundaries are drawn the way they are. We'll look at 3 ways boundaries are drawn: to reflect cultural divisions, to reflect economic differences, or to follow outside political decisions. Let's begin with cultural boundaries. These are drawn based on traits like language, religion, or ethnicity. When a boundary separates groups with different identities, it can reduce conflict by giving each group space to govern itself. For example, in the previous lesson, we saw how the consequent boundary between India and Pakistan was drawn along religious lines. Next are economic boundaries, which divide areas based on differences in wealth, development, or opportunity. For example, the US-Mexico border separates 2 countries with different economic systems. This difference causes high levels of migration and debate over trade, labor, and security. Finally, there are boundaries created by external political decisions, often with no regard for the people living there. For this lesson, the AP Human Geography curriculum gives one explicit example, so it might be covered in the exam. This example is the Berlin Conference of 1884. We also discussed the Berlin Conference in the previous lesson. During this conference, European powers divided up Africa into colonies. These superimposed boundaries ignored tribal and cultural lines, and the result was long-term conflict and weak national unity in many African countries. Okay, our third concept for this lesson is the effects of political boundaries. Boundaries shape more than territory. They shape how people see themselves and how countries interact. In this section, we'll examine 3 key effects: how land boundaries shape identity, how maritime boundaries affect resources, and how boundary clarity influences cooperation or conflict. Let's begin with land boundaries and identity. When countries have clearly drawn and stable land borders, they help people develop a sense of national identity. To go back to the India and Pakistan example, the border between these 2 nations restricts the flow of people between the 2 countries and reinforces their ethnic and religious differences. That boundary helps maintain their national differences and limits contact. In contrast, the open borders between countries in the European Union allow people to travel freely, encouraging a shared European identity. Next, we turn to maritime boundaries and resource control. Oceans hold valuable resources like fish, oil, and natural gas. Boundaries in the water determine who can access these. One key example is the South China Sea, where multiple countries claim overlapping maritime zones because of the resources there. These disputes often lead to tension and even military activity. Next, let's look at how boundaries affect cooperation and conflict. Essentially, when countries agree on their boundaries, they are more likely to cooperate through trade, transportation, and tourism. But when boundaries are disputed, conflict is more likely. The difference between the peaceful border between Canada and the US and the tense border between Israel and Palestine shows how much boundary clarity can affect relationships. The fourth thing we need to cover in this lesson is the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. This is an international agreement designed to manage boundaries on the ocean. It defines the rights and responsibilities of nation-states in relation to 3 zones. These zones are based on distance from a country's shore. They are international waters, territorial seas, and exclusive economic zones. Let's explore each one. International waters, also called the high seas, lie beyond any country's national jurisdiction. The Convention on the Law of the Sea says that no country owns these waters. All nations have equal rights to use them for peaceful purposes like shipping, fishing, and scientific research. However, countries must respect the freedom of other states and avoid harmful practices like pollution or piracy. Next, each coastal country has control over a territorial sea that stretches up to 12 nautical miles from its coastline. In this zone, the country has full sovereignty, similar to its land territory. It controls the water, seafloor, airspace above, and natural resources. Still, the Convention on the Law of the Sea requires that foreign ships be allowed innocent passage, meaning they can travel through without causing harm or disruption. Finally, an exclusive economic zone stretches 200 nautical miles from a country's coast. Within this area, the coastal state does not own the waters, but it does have special rights to explore, manage, and use natural resources, especially for fishing, oil, and gas. Other nations can pass through or fly over the exclusive economic zone, but they cannot exploit its resources without permission. Okay, that's it for this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to Topic 4.6. Topic 4.6 pivots to internal boundaries within countries, especially voting districts. These boundaries exist inside a country and are used to organize how people vote and how governments represent their citizens. We will study this topic in 3 parts. First, we'll look at voting districts. Second, we'll examine the process of redistricting, including why it happens and how it shifts political power. Finally, we'll look closely at gerrymandering and how it affects elections. To begin, we need to understand what voting districts are and why they exist. A voting district is a geographic area where voters choose a representative. In most democratic systems, each district selects one person to represent them in a government body, such as a city council, state legislature, or national parliament. These districts are created to make sure people in different areas have a voice in government. At the local level, cities and towns may be divided into small voting districts called wards or precincts. At the state level, states are divided into districts for electing state lawmakers. And at the national level, states are divided into congressional districts, each of which elects a member to the House of Representatives. In each case, the goal is to organize voters into manageable groups so they can choose leaders fairly and efficiently. Next, let's explore redistricting, the process of redrawing voting district boundaries. There are 2 key ideas to understand here: why redistricting happens and how it changes political power. Redistricting happens to keep voting districts equal in population. As people move, cities grow, and populations shift, voting districts can become unbalanced. One district might have twice as many people as another, which would make votes in the smaller district more powerful. To prevent this, governments redraw district boundaries, usually every 10 years after a population census, to make sure each district has roughly the same number of people. But redistricting does more than balance population. It can also shift political power. Depending on how the lines are drawn, one political party might gain more seats than another. Even small changes to district boundaries can affect election results for years to come. To more clearly understand this phenomenon, we need to look at a concept called gerrymandering, which is the practice of redrawing voting districts to give one political party an unfair advantage. Here we'll explore how gerrymandering works, how it affects elections, and how it operates at multiple scales. First, let's explain what gerrymandering is and how it works. Gerrymandering is when politicians use redistricting to shape districts in a way that favors their party. This can involve drawing strange or unnatural shapes to include or exclude certain voters. Two common techniques are cracking and packing. Cracking means spreading opposing voters across many districts so they don't form a majority anywhere. Packing means putting as many opposing voters as possible into one district so their influence is limited to that area. Gerrymandering can significantly affect elections. It can allow a party to win more seats than they would fairly earn based on total votes. For example, a party might win only 45% of the popular vote but still take 60% of the seats if the districts are drawn in their favor. This undermines the idea of equal representation and can make people feel like their votes don't count. Gerrymandering happens at multiple scales. It's not just a national issue. Gerrymandering can affect local school boards, state legislatures, and city councils, especially in areas where one political group controls the redistricting process. At any level, gerrymandering weakens democracy by allowing those in power to choose their voters instead of letting voters choose their leaders. Okay, that's it for this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 4.7. In this lesson, we will examine the two major forms of governance used by states around the world. These are called unitary states and federal states, and they describe how political power is organized within a country. A unitary state is a system of government where all legal power is held by a central authority. Regional or local governments may exist, but they only have powers the central government chooses to give them. Examples of unitary states include the United Kingdom, France, and Japan. In each of these, the central government controls major policies like education, transportation, and national defense, although some powers may be delegated locally. Unitary systems often lead to faster decision-making because fewer levels of government are involved. However, they can also cause tension if local groups feel ignored by national leaders, especially in diverse or large countries. Now let's look at federal states. A federal state is a system where power is shared between a central government and smaller political units like states or provinces. Each level of government has its own responsibilities protected by a constitution. For example, the federal government may control foreign policy, while states manage education or transportation. Examples of federal states include the United States, Canada, and Australia. In these countries, individual states or provinces have their own laws, leaders, and policies alongside national laws. Federal systems can better address local needs and allow for more political diversity. However, they can also create confusion or conflict when different levels of government disagree or pass conflicting laws. That's it for topic 4.7. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 4.8. In this lesson, we will look at the concept of devolution. This occurs when countries lose power or break apart, causing the transfer of power from a central government to smaller regions or groups. It can lead to greater local autonomy, or to complete separation and the formation of new countries. The factors that can lead to the devolution of states include physical geography, ethnic separatism, ethnic cleansing, terrorism, economic and social problems, and irredentism. Physical geography can lead to devolution when natural features like mountains, deserts, or large bodies of water separate groups of people. These barriers make communication and travel harder, which can lead regions to feel isolated and develop their own identity. For example, the Himalayas separate parts of northern India from the rest of the country, which contributes to tension in Kashmir, where some groups want independence or union with Pakistan. Ethnic separatism happens when a distinct ethnic group within a country wants to break away to form its own country or gain more autonomy. These groups usually have their own language, culture, or religion that differs from the majority. In Spain, for example, the Basques and Catalans each have strong identities and have pushed for independence at different times. Catalonia even held a controversial independence vote in 2017. Ethnic cleansing refers to efforts to remove or eliminate a specific ethnic group from a region, often through forced migration, violence, or genocide. This extreme action can split a country and cause lasting division. During the breakup of Yugoslavia in the 1990s, ethnic cleansing occurred as different groups fought for control. These acts shattered the unity of the former state and led to the creation of new countries. Terrorism can lead to devolution when violent groups use attacks to push for independence or greater regional power. These groups often claim to represent a specific ethnic or religious population. In the United Kingdom, the Irish Republican Army used terrorism for decades in an effort to unite Northern Ireland with the Republic of Ireland. While peace agreements have reduced violence, the long conflict showed how terrorism can destabilize countries and push governments to give regions more autonomy to reduce tensions. When one region of a country feels left out economically or socially, it may demand more control over its own affairs. This kind of inequality can fuel resentment and lead to devolution. For example, northern Italy has a wealthier economy than the southern part, and some political groups in the north have pushed for more regional control of taxes and spending. Irredentism happens when a group or country claims land in another country because they believe it belongs to them, often due to shared ethnicity or history. This can pull parts of a country toward a neighboring nation, weakening national unity. A famous example is Russia's claim to Crimea, which was part of Ukraine but has many Russian-speaking people. In 2014, Russia annexed Crimea, arguing it was protecting its people and territory. This led to ongoing conflict and shows how irredentism can break apart existing states. Okay, that's it for devolution. You're going to need to remember these 6 concepts and how they can cause devolution. They may come up in the exam. If you're following along with the study guide, I provided a table and interactive questions for you to fill out to help reinforce these terms in your memory. Before moving on, check your answers to those questions and compare your table to the completed sample table in the answer key. And then we'll start with topic 4.9. State sovereignty is a government's ability to control its own territory and make decisions independently. In this lesson, we will examine challenges to state sovereignty in today's world. The 3 challenges you need to know about for AP Human Geography are devolution, communication technologies, and supranationalism, which we'll break down into 2 parts: purpose and challenges. The first challenge to sovereignty is devolution, which you should know about from the previous lesson. So we'll be quick here. Devolution refers to the transfer of power from the state to local or regional groups. It tends to occur when there is conflict between subgroups within a state. It is a threat to state sovereignty because it can cause a state to disintegrate from within. The second major challenge to sovereignty comes from communication technology, which spreads ideas quickly and gives people new tools to challenge or resist central authority. In this section, we will look at 3 ways communication technology challenges state sovereignty. These are by promoting devolution, by supporting democratization, and by strengthening supranationalism. The first impact of communication technologies is potential devolution. When people in distant or marginalized regions have access to the internet and social media, they can share information, organize protests, and demand more autonomy. So, communication technologies can help marginalized groups to bring about the devolution of states, and therefore threaten state sovereignty. The second potential impact of communication technology is democratization. Technology allows people to learn about political systems, connect with reform movements, and push for greater rights. In countries with strict or authoritarian governments, communication tools can help citizens organize opposition. The Arab Spring, which began in 2010, was largely fueled by social media as people across the Middle East demanded democratic reforms. This brought about the end of the state sovereignty of nations like Libya, which brought down their dictator Muammar Gaddafi. The third potential impact of communication technology is supranationalism. Supranationalism means countries joining together in groups to work on common goals. Communication technologies facilitate this process of supranationalism because they connect citizens of the world together and help them to unite in common goals. For the rest of this lesson, we'll dig into this concept of supranationalism, both its purpose and challenges. Examples of major supranational organizations include the United Nations, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, European Union, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, Arctic Council, and African Union. When countries join these groups, they agree to share some of their sovereignty in exchange for benefits like security, economic growth, or global influence. There are three main purposes of supranational cooperation: addressing transnational and environmental issues, creating economies of scale and trade agreements, and forming military alliances. The first purpose is solving transnational and environmental issues. Many modern problems like climate change, pandemics, or refugee crises do not stop at national borders. Countries need to work together to find solutions. For example, international agreements like the Paris Climate Accord aim to reduce global emissions, but by signing on, countries agree to follow shared rules that limit some of their own decision-making power. The second purpose is creating economies of scale and trade agreements. When countries form trade blocs or economic unions, they gain access to larger markets, shared resources, and joint infrastructure. The European Union is an example of a group where members trade freely and follow common economic policies. The third purpose is building military alliances. Countries join alliances like the North Atlantic Treaty Organization to protect themselves against threats, but this also means sharing military decisions with other countries. If one member is attacked, all others are expected to respond. While supranationalism can help solve significant geopolitical problems, it can also challenge state sovereignty. In this section, we'll explore two key challenges to state sovereignty: political constraints and economic constraints. The first challenge is the political limitations placed by supranational groups. Membership in organizations like the United Nations means agreeing to follow rules on human rights, peacekeeping, and conflict resolution. Countries that violate these rules may face international pressure, sanctions, or even intervention, which limits their political freedom. The second challenge is economic limitations placed by supranational groups. Economic unions, such as the EU or trade groups like ASEAN, set regulations that member states must follow on taxes, tariffs, and product standards. These rules make trade easier, but reduce each country's control over its own economic policies. Okay, that brings us to the end of Topic 4.9. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section, using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to Topic 4.10. In this lesson, we will examine two powerful forces that affect the unity of a state: centrifugal forces and centripetal forces. Centrifugal forces divide people. Centripetal forces bring people together. We touched on these in Topic 3.3 when discussing culture, but in this lesson, our focus is on dividing and uniting states rather than cultures. You'll also notice many of the examples in this lesson have been presented earlier in this unit. But to make sure we thoroughly review the course and prepare you for the exam, we're strictly following the AP Human Geography curriculum step by step, and it does repeat itself at times. I'll try to be quick when going over repeated examples. First, we'll explore 4 consequences of centrifugal forces, including failed states, uneven development, stateless nations, and ethnic nationalist movements. Then we'll explore 3 consequences of centripetal forces, including ethno-nationalism, more equitable infrastructure development, and increased cultural cohesion. Let's start with the consequences and outcomes of centrifugal forces, which are the forces that would divide a state. The first consequence is the emergence of failed states. A failed state is a country where the government is no longer able to maintain order, enforce laws, or provide basic services. Centrifugal forces like civil war, widespread corruption, or ethnic conflict can cause a state to lose control over parts of its territory. A well-known example is Somalia, where the central government has struggled to maintain authority across the country for decades. The second consequence is uneven development. When certain regions of a country are much wealthier or more developed than others, it creates resentment and weakens national unity. The poorer areas may feel neglected, while the richer areas may resist sharing resources. This economic divide is a common centrifugal force that can lead to demands for regional autonomy or independence. The third consequence is the existence of stateless nations. A stateless nation is a group of people with a strong ethnic or cultural identity, but no independent state of their own. When these groups live within a larger country that does not represent them, they may feel alienated or oppressed. The Kurds, who are spread across Turkey, Iraq, Syria, and Iran, are a major example. Their lack of a state fuels ongoing tension and separatist movements. The fourth consequence is the rise of ethnic nationalist movements. These movements form when an ethnic group wants to form its own country or gain more political power. They often arise in response to perceived discrimination or cultural suppression. For example, the Catalan independence movement in Spain is driven by the belief that Catalonia should be a separate nation because of its unique language and culture. Now let's look at centripetal forces, which unify people and strengthen a state. The first consequence is ethno-nationalism. While some forms of ethno-nationalism can be divisive, it can also serve as a centripetal force when people rally around a shared culture, language, or heritage in support of the state. In Japan, a strong sense of cultural identity has helped maintain political stability and loyalty to the state. The second consequence is equitable infrastructure development. When governments invest in roads, schools, and services in all regions, not just the wealthy ones, it promotes a sense of fairness. People are more likely to support the state when they see that resources are shared. The third consequence is increased cultural cohesion. Governments can promote unity by supporting national holidays, official languages, shared symbols, and inclusive education. These efforts help people from different backgrounds feel like part of a single national community. And with that, we've come to the end of this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. That also brings us to the end of Unit 4, so it's time to dive right into Unit 5. Unit 5 in AP Human Geography is titled Agriculture and Rural Land Use Patterns and Processes. The unit contains 12 lessons. Let's dive right in with Lesson 1, titled Introduction to Agriculture. Agriculture is the process of growing crops and raising animals for food, fuel, and other products. In this lesson, we'll explore two key influences on agricultural practices: the physical environment and the climate of a region. Then, we'll look at two types of farming that you'll need to know to successfully navigate this unit: intensive farming and extensive farming. Let's explore the influences on farming practices first. Agriculture is deeply affected by the physical features of the land and the climate conditions in a region. Physical features such as soil type, elevation, slope, and access to water determine what can be grown and how easily it can be harvested. For example, flat land with fertile soil and good drainage is ideal for growing grains or vegetables, while steep or rocky land may be used for grazing animals instead. The second influence is climate. The AP Human Geography curriculum names two specific climate zones as examples to show how different climates affect agriculture, so let's look at them. First is the Mediterranean climate. A Mediterranean climate has hot, dry summers and mild, wet winters. This is found in parts of southern Europe and California. This climate is perfect for growing grapes, olives, and citrus fruits. The second example in the curriculum is tropical climates. This climate is warm and humid year-round. It is found near the equator in regions like Southeast Asia and northern South America. This allows for the growth of crops like rice, bananas, and sugarcane. Next, we'll look at two types of farming practices: intensive and extensive. Don't overlook this part because these terms are going to come up again when we look at theories and models of farming later in this unit. Write these terms down and commit them to memory. Intensive farming practices use small areas of land, but require a lot of labor or capital to produce high yields. These methods are often found near cities or in areas with high population density. AP Human Geography requires that you know about three main types of intensive farming: market gardening, plantation agriculture, and mixed crop and livestock systems. The first type is market gardening, also called commercial gardening. This involves growing fruits, vegetables, and flowers for sale in local or regional markets. It usually takes place on small plots of land close to urban areas, and farmers often use greenhouses, irrigation systems, and fertilizers to increase production. Strawberries, lettuce, and tomatoes are common crops in market gardening. The second type is plantation agriculture. This is a large-scale operation that focuses on growing a single cash crop, such as sugarcane, coffee, or tea, for export. While the land area is large, the farming style is still intensive because it involves heavy investment in labor and infrastructure. Plantation agriculture is common in tropical regions, especially in former colonies where this type of farming was historically introduced. The third type is mixed crop and livestock systems. In this system, farmers grow crops and raise animals on the same land. The crops may be used to feed the animals, and animal waste can be used to fertilize the soil. This creates a cycle that makes efficient use of space and resources. This method is common in parts of the Midwestern United States and Central Europe. Now let's look at extensive farming practices. These involve using large areas of land with lower inputs of labor or money per unit of land. These systems are often found in areas where the land is cheaper or less productive. In this section, we'll examine three types of extensive farming: shifting cultivation, nomadic herding, and ranching. The first type is shifting cultivation. Farmers clear a small patch of land, burn the vegetation, and plant crops for a few years. When the soil becomes less fertile, they move to a new area and start again. After the abandoned land has had time to recover, farmers may return to it in future years, burn the vegetation, and replant their crops. This creates a cyclical farming pattern on the land. This cycle allows the land to recover, but it requires a lot of space and can contribute to deforestation. The second type is nomadic herding, which involves moving animals from place to place in search of grazing land. Herders often move according to seasonal patterns. This practice is common in dry regions like North Africa, Central Asia, and the Middle East, where farming crops is difficult due to limited water. The third type is ranching, which involves raising large herds of animals, usually cattle or sheep, over vast open areas. Ranching is common in places like the Western United States, Argentina, and Australia. It requires fewer workers per acre but needs a lot of land and is often done in drier climates where crops don't grow well. Okay, that's it for this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. For this lesson's free response question set, I've put together an exam-style question focused on intensive and extensive farming, because, as I said earlier, these terms are particularly important for you to remember in this unit. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 5.2. In this lesson, we will explore how rural and agricultural land is organized and divided. First, we'll study types of rural settlement patterns. Second, we'll explore the different survey methods used to divide rural land. In this section, we will look at three main types of rural settlement patterns: clustered, dispersed, and linear. The first type is the clustered settlement pattern. In a clustered settlement, homes and buildings are grouped closely together in a small area, often near a central point like a church or crossroads. The surrounding farmland is located just outside the village or settlement. This pattern is common in parts of Europe and Asia, where farmers work together and rely on shared infrastructure. Clustered settlements promote social interaction and community life. The second type is the dispersed settlement pattern. In this arrangement, houses and farms are spread out across the countryside, with each home located on a separate parcel of land. This pattern is typical in North America, especially in areas where land is plentiful and farming is done individually. Dispersed settlements are more private and require transportation to access markets and services. The third type is the linear settlement pattern. This pattern occurs when homes and buildings are arranged in a straight line, often following a road, river, or canal. This allows each property to have easy access to transportation or water. Now let's look at how rural land is surveyed and divided. In this section, we will explore three survey methods: meets and bounds, township and range, and long lot. The first method is meets and bounds. This is one of the oldest ways of dividing land, based on natural landmarks and irregular shapes. Meets are straight-line measurements, and bounds refer to physical features like rivers, trees, or rocks. This system was commonly used in England and the original 13 American colonies. Because it depends on natural features, the shapes of the plots are often irregular. The second method is township and range. This system was developed in the United States after the country expanded westward. Land was divided into a grid using latitude and longitude lines, with each township being a square unit of land that is 6 miles by 6 miles. Each township was further divided into 36 sections. This method created uniform, rectangular plots of land and is still visible today in parts of the Midwest and West. The third method is the long lot system. This method was used by the French and is found in former French colonies like Quebec and Louisiana. Land was divided into long, narrow plots that stretched back from rivers or roads. Each farmer had a thin strip that included access to water or transportation. This system created linear settlement patterns and allowed more people to access vital resources. Okay, that's it for topic 5.2. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 5.3. In this lesson, we will study how agriculture began and how it spread across the world. First, we will look at 4 early hearths of domestication. Then we will examine 4 distinct diffusion patterns: the Columbian Exchange, the First Agricultural Revolution, the Second Agricultural Revolution, and the Third Agricultural Revolution. Let's start with the hearths of domestication, which are the first places where people began growing crops and raising animals. In this section, we will explore 4 agricultural hearths: the Fertile Crescent, the Indus River Valley, Southeast Asia, and Central America. The first hearth is the Fertile Crescent, located in the Middle East around the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. It is considered one of the earliest and most influential agricultural regions. Farmers in this area domesticated wheat, barley, lentils, and animals such as sheep and goats. Because of its location and resources, the Fertile Crescent became a hub of agricultural innovation and trade. The second hearth is the Indus River Valley, in present-day Pakistan and northwest India. Here, early farmers cultivated wheat, barley, and cotton, and raised animals such as cattle and water buffalo. The predictable flooding of the Indus River supported stable food production, which helped early cities and civilizations to grow. The third hearth is Southeast Asia, where crops like rice, taro, bananas, and sugarcane were first domesticated. This region also saw the early domestication of animals like pigs and chickens. The warm, humid climate allowed for multiple harvests each year, making agriculture productive and sustainable. The fourth hearth is Central America, where indigenous peoples domesticated crops such as maize, corn, beans, squash, and chili peppers. These crops supported the development of advanced civilizations like the Maya and Aztecs and later spread throughout the Americas and beyond. Okay, the second half of this lesson is about agricultural diffusion, which refers to the spread of agriculture from hearths to other regions. In this section, we will study 4 major patterns of agricultural diffusion: the Columbian Exchange, the First Agricultural Revolution, the Second Agricultural Revolution, and the Third Agricultural Revolution. The first pattern is the Columbian Exchange. This was the global transfer of plants, animals, and diseases that occurred after Europeans began exploring and colonizing the Americas in the late 1400s. American crops like maize, potatoes, and tomatoes were introduced to Europe, Africa, and Asia, while wheat, rice, sugarcane, horses, and cattle were brought to the Americas. The Columbian Exchange reshaped global diets and farming systems, permanently connecting the Old World and the New World. The second pattern is the First Agricultural Revolution, which began around 10,000 years ago. It marked the transition from hunting and gathering to settled farming. This revolution happened independently in multiple hearths. As early farmers moved or traded with others, they spread new crops and domesticated animals to new regions. For example, wheat spread from the Fertile Crescent into Europe, and rice spread from Southeast Asia to China and Japan. This revolution laid the foundation for the first permanent settlements and civilizations. The third pattern is the Second Agricultural Revolution, which began in Europe between the 17th and 19th centuries. It involved major changes to farming practices due to the use of new tools, improved crop rotation, and better transportation. The invention of the steel plow, mechanical reaper, and improvements in drainage and fertilization helped increase productivity. These innovations spread throughout Europe and into the Americas, making food production more efficient and supporting rapid population growth during the Industrial Revolution. The fourth pattern is the Third Agricultural Revolution, also known as the Green Revolution. It began in the mid-20th century and involved the global spread of high-yield crops, chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and mechanized farming. The Green Revolution had a major impact on countries in Asia and Latin America, where new varieties of wheat and rice helped increase food supply. However, it also raised concerns about environmental damage and unequal access to resources. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 5.3. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 5.4. In topic 5.3, we briefly introduce the Second Agricultural Revolution as part of agriculture's global diffusion. In this lesson, we are going to go deeper into what made the Second Agricultural Revolution so transformative. The Second Agricultural Revolution happened in Europe during the 17th through 19th centuries, and it introduced technological and structural changes that made farming much more productive. This revolution is defined by three important aspects: new tools and equipment, changes to farming systems, and the overall impact on food production. The first aspect is the development of new tools and equipment. Inventions like the steel plow, mechanical seed drill, and horse-drawn cultivator allowed farmers to work land more efficiently and plant crops more evenly. These tools reduced the need for manual labor and increased yields, which meant farmers could grow more food with fewer workers. The second aspect is the introduction of new farming systems, especially in Britain. One major change was the enclosure movement, where small farms were consolidated into larger, fenced-in plots, often against the will of the smaller farmers. This made farming more efficient, but also forced many small farmers off the land. Another key development was improved crop rotation, such as the four-field system. In this system, farmers seasonally rotated crops around 4 fields. They selected crops that would regenerate the fields from the previous crop. This helped keep soil fertile year-round, reduced the need to leave land fallow, meaning unused, and ensured it was always in use. The third aspect is the increase in food production. Together, these innovations led to higher agricultural output. With more reliable food sources, populations grew, and fewer people were needed to work the land. Now let's look at the consequences of the Second Agricultural Revolution. We'll focus on 3 specific consequences: improved diets, longer life expectancies, and the movement of people from farms to cities. The first consequence was improved diets. With more crops and better livestock, people had more access to fresh food. The variety and amount of food increased, helping people get the nutrients they needed. This improved public health, especially in urban areas that had previously suffered from food shortages. The second consequence was longer life expectancies. With fewer famines and more stable food supplies, people lived longer. This helped fuel a population boom in Europe during the 18th and 19th centuries, which created a growing workforce for new industries. The third consequence was a labor shift from farms to factories. Because fewer people were needed on farms, many rural workers moved to cities in search of jobs. This migration supported the Industrial Revolution, which depended on large numbers of urban workers. In this way, the Second Agricultural Revolution helped create the conditions for modern industrial economies. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 5.4. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 5.5. In the previous lesson, we talked about the Second Agricultural Revolution. In this lesson, we progress to the Third Agricultural Revolution, which is better known as the Green Revolution. The Green Revolution began in the mid-20th century, especially in the 1950s and 1960s, and focused on boosting crop production in developing countries. For this lesson, we'll look at 3 key features of the Green Revolution. Then, we'll examine its consequences, both the benefits and drawbacks. The three key features of this revolution that you are required to know about for AP Human Geography are high-yield seeds, chemical inputs, and mechanized farming and irrigation. The first feature was the use of high-yield seeds. Scientists developed new varieties of wheat, rice, and corn that produced much more food per plant. These seeds were often bred to resist disease and pests. One famous example is IR-8 rice, which dramatically increased rice yields in Asia. The second feature was the increased use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. Fertilizers helped crops grow faster and stronger, while pesticides protected them from insects and disease. These chemicals made farming more reliable but also introduced toxins into the soil and water. The third feature was the spread of mechanized farming and advanced irrigation systems. Tractors, harvesters, and other machines allowed large fields to be farmed quickly, and irrigation helped bring water to dry areas. These innovations were especially important in countries like India and Mexico, where farming had previously relied on manual labor. The AP Human Geography curriculum also requires that you know the positive and negative consequences of the Green Revolution. In this section, we will examine three areas of impact: positive effects on food supply, negative environmental effects, and unequal access to the benefits. The first impact was positive effects on food security and population growth. In countries like India and the Philippines, the Green Revolution helped prevent famines and support growing populations. Farmers could grow more food on the same amount of land, feeding more people and reducing hunger. The second impact was negative environmental consequences. The heavy use of fertilizers and pesticides caused soil degradation, water pollution, and loss of biodiversity. In addition, irrigation systems often led to water shortages or salinization of soil, especially in arid regions. The third impact was social and economic inequality. Wealthier farmers were able to afford the new seeds, chemicals, and machines, while poorer farmers often could not. This widened the gap between rich and poor in rural areas. In some places, it even led to land consolidation, where small farms were bought out by larger ones. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 5.5. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 5.6. In this lesson, we will study how agricultural regions are organized. This is a deeper look at farming strategy. Not just what is grown, but why it is grown in certain ways in certain regions. First, we'll look at two farming practices: subsistence farming and commercial farming, and explore how they emerge. Then we'll study bid-rent theory, which explains how land costs and distance from the market help determine the farming methods in different regions. Let's start with the differences in farming practices. In this section, we'll explore subsistence farming versus commercial farming. The first distinction is subsistence farming. This type of farming is mostly found in developing countries, especially in rural or isolated areas. Farmers grow just enough food to feed themselves and their families, often using simple tools and family labor. They tend to plant a variety of crops for local use and rely heavily on seasonal conditions. There is little surplus for sale and very little mechanization. The second distinction is commercial farming, where crops and livestock are grown to be sold in markets for profit. This is more common in developed countries or in regions with strong connections to urban markets. Commercial farms often use machines, fertilizers, and specialized labor. They focus on efficiency and scale, aiming to produce as much as possible for distribution to cities and even international buyers. Commercial farming has increasingly engaged in the practices of monocropping and monoculture. Monocropping means growing the same crop on the same land year after year, like corn or soybeans in the U.S. Midwest. Monoculture means producing a single crop across a wide area. The two methods are often used side by side to make farming easier to manage, especially with machinery. However, they also increase the risk of crop failure and reduce biodiversity. Okay, so that's the first half of the lesson. So far, we've learned that subsistence farming occurs in remote and poor areas of the world, while commercial farming occurs in more connected and developed regions. For the second half of this lesson, we need to turn to bid-rent theory, which provides another framework for understanding how location influences farming. Specifically, bid-rent theory explains how the cost of land affects farming practices. Land closer to the city is more expensive, and land farther away is cheaper. Because of this, farmers near cities tend to farm in different ways to farmers in rural and remote areas. To further explain this phenomenon, bid-rent theory uses two terms we first came across in Lesson 5.1: intensive farming and extensive farming. To recap, intensive farming is a way of growing crops or raising animals that uses a lot of labor, chemicals, or machinery on a small piece of land to get the highest yield possible. For example, growing vegetables in greenhouses with fertilizers and pesticides, or raising chickens in large indoor barns, are both forms of intensive farming. Extensive farming uses large areas of land with fewer inputs, meaning it depends more on natural resources and less on chemicals or machines. For example, cattle ranching in Australia or wheat farming on wide-open prairies in Canada are both examples of extensive farming. According to bid-rent theory, intensive farming occurs near cities, where land is expensive because it allows them to maximize output on small but expensive plots of land. By contrast, extensive farming occurs far from cities where land is cheap. Because the land is more affordable, farmers can spread crops or animals over large areas. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 5.6. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section, using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 5.7. In this lesson, we explore how modern agriculture has changed in response to new technology, global markets, and rising food demand. Farming today looks very different from how it did in the past. We'll start by looking at this shift in farm consolidation and why it's happening. Next, we'll explore how food moves from farms to tables through commodity chains that link different parts of the world. Finally, we'll examine how agricultural technology has increased both the scale and efficiency of food production, allowing more food to be grown on the same land. Let's start with farm consolidation, which refers to the process of large-scale commercial farms replacing small family farms. This is because big agricultural companies can afford expensive machinery, buy seeds and fertilizers in bulk, and use large areas of land to lower their costs. Small family farms often can't compete with these advantages, so many have shut down or been bought out. This shift is changing the landscape of farming and who controls food production. The next big shift is the emergence of commodity chains. A commodity chain in agriculture is the step-by-step process by which a farm product is grown, processed, transported, sold, and consumed. Commodity chains emerged because globalization facilitated more trade, and at the same time, cities needed to find a way to reliably source food in order to feed growing urban populations. Our third big change has been the advancement in agricultural technologies. New machines, irrigation systems, fertilizers, and scientific methods have allowed farmers to grow more food using less labor. This leads to economies of scale where producing more actually costs less per unit. It has also increased the carrying capacity of the land, meaning the same piece of land can support more crops or animals than before. These changes are driven by the need to boost food production, especially in a world with limited farmland. Okay, that's it for topic 5.7. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 5.8. In this lesson, we will learn about the von Thunen model, one of the most important models in agricultural geography. The model was created in the early 19th century to explain how farmers decide where to locate different types of agriculture based on distance from the market. This may sound like the bid-rent theory, which we discussed in topic 5.6. However, while the bid-rent theory explained how land cost affects farming decisions, the von Thunen model looks at how transportation costs shape rural land use. First, we'll explain how von Thunen's model works. Then, we'll look at exceptions to the model. Von Thunen's model is a theory that helps explain how farmers use land around a central market, like a big town or city. The idea is that transportation costs affect what gets grown where. The model is often represented as concentric rings. The very center is the market, which is the city or town where farmers bring their products to sell. Surrounding the market is the first ring, which has dairy farming and other intensive farming, because milk, cheese, and fresh vegetables spoil quickly and must be delivered to the city fast. The next ring is forestry, since wood is heavy and expensive to move long distances, so it needs to be cut close to the market. Just a quick note here. This model was produced when wood was needed for fuel in cities, and oxen were used to carry the wood to market. Today, with better transport and different purposes for wood, it is unlikely to find forestry so close to a city. Okay, let's look at the next ring. In this ring, we have the grain fields and other crops that do not spoil quickly and are lighter to transport, so they can be grown farther away. Even further out are ranches where cattle and sheep are raised because they need lots of land, and the animals can walk to the market themselves. Outside of these rings is wilderness, which is too far away to farm profitably and is usually left as forest or used for hunting. Although von Thunen's model is useful, it doesn't always match real-world farming. Let's look at 3 reasons why regions may not follow the model: modern transportation, natural and human differences in geography, and the unique case of specialty farming. The first reason is modern transportation. Trains, highways, refrigerated trucks, and airplanes have greatly reduced the cost of moving goods over long distances. Because of this, farmers don't need to be as close to the city as they once did, even when producing perishable crops. For example, strawberries grown in California can be shipped across the country and still arrive fresh. The second reason is geographic variation. In reality, land is not uniform. Mountains, rivers, climate zones, and government policies all influence what kind of farming is done and where. Soil quality also varies from place to place. These factors mean that real-world land use often doesn't follow neat concentric rings. The third reason is specialty farming. Some regions focus on specific high-value crops like wine grapes, avocados, or coffee. These products are often grown far from major markets but can still be profitable because they're unique or in high demand. For example, vineyards in France or California exist in specific climates, not based on distance from a city, and sell their products globally, not just locally. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 5.8. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section, using the answer key before moving on. The free response practice questions for this lesson: use a graph based on the von Thunen model to test your ability to apply this knowledge in an exam-like situation. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 5.9. In this lesson, we will study how agriculture functions at a global scale. First, we'll look at how agriculture operates within a global supply chain. Then, we'll explore what happens when countries become dependent on agricultural exports. Finally, we'll examine how food is distributed across the globe, and how that distribution is influenced by politics, infrastructure, and trade patterns. First, let's look at how food and agricultural products are part of a global supply chain. This means that food often travels a long way from where it's grown to where it's eaten. For example, rice might be grown in Thailand, packed in a factory in another country, and then shipped across the ocean to be sold in a grocery store in the United States. Each step is part of the supply chain. This system connects people all over the world: farmers, truck drivers, factory workers, grocery stores, and you, the customer. Without the global supply chain, most people wouldn't have access to so many different kinds of food. Next, let's move on to what happens when countries depend on 1 or 2 agricultural exports. This means we're now looking at countries that rely heavily on selling certain crops to other places. Some countries grow mostly one crop, like coffee, cocoa, or cotton, because that crop earns them a lot of money in global trade. But this can be dangerous. If something goes wrong, like the weather ruining a harvest or the global price dropping, the country could lose a big part of its income. When a country depends too much on just one export, its economy becomes fragile. It's like putting all your eggs in one basket. If the basket drops, you lose everything. Now, let's move on to the final part of the lesson: how the distribution of food around the world is affected by political relationships, infrastructure, and world trade patterns. These 3 factors help explain why some countries have more food available than others, and why food sometimes takes a long time to get where it needs to go. The first factor is political relationships. Countries that are friendly with each other are more likely to trade food and help one another. But if two countries are in conflict or have placed trade restrictions on each other, that can stop the flow of food. The second factor is infrastructure. This means the physical systems that help move food, like roads, railways, ports, and storage buildings. Countries with strong infrastructure can move food quickly and keep it fresh. Without good infrastructure, it's harder to get food from farms to cities or to export it to other countries. The third factor is patterns of world trade. This refers to the direction and flow of food. In general, food flows from surplus regions to deficit regions. For example, the United States has the ideal climate for wheat and corn, so we have a surplus of these goods, while Colombia has the ideal climate for coffee and bananas, so they have a surplus of these goods. So coffee and bananas may flow north, while corn may flow south. To sum up, we've looked at three big ideas: how agriculture fits into a global supply chain, what happens when countries depend on export crops, and how food is distributed around the world. Each of these parts shows how agriculture today is truly a global system. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 5.9. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 5.10. In this lesson, we will examine the consequences of agricultural practices. First, we'll look at the environmental impacts of land use. Then, we'll study how specific agricultural practices physically alter the landscape. Finally, we'll explore how agriculture changes human life. Let's start with environmental impacts. In this section, we'll explore four key factors: pollution, land cover change, desertification and salinization, and efforts toward conservation. The first environmental effect is pollution. Agricultural runoff often contains fertilizers, pesticides, and animal waste, which can contaminate rivers, lakes, and groundwater. These chemicals can lead to algal blooms, harm aquatic life, and reduce water quality. The second effect is land cover change, especially through deforestation. As forests are cleared for farmland, especially in tropical regions, biodiversity is lost, and the land's ability to absorb carbon decreases. This contributes to climate change and habitat destruction. The third effect is desertification and soil salinization. Desertification happens when overfarming, overgrazing, or poor irrigation dries out the soil, turning it into unusable land. Soil salinization occurs when too much irrigation water evaporates and leaves behind salt, damaging the soil's fertility. These problems are especially common in dry regions where water is limited. The fourth effect is conservation efforts. In response to the damage caused by agriculture, some farmers adopt sustainable practices like crop rotation, reduced chemical use, or organic farming. Governments and environmental groups also work to protect land through reforestation, wetland restoration, and soil preservation programs. Okay, now let's pivot to the direct effects of agricultural activities on the landscape. In this section, we'll explore the following types of landscape modification: slash and burn, terraces, irrigation, deforestation, draining wetlands, shifting cultivation, and pastoral nomadism. First, slash and burn is a method where farmers cut down vegetation and burn it to clear land for farming. The ashes add nutrients to the soil, making it good for planting, at least for a short time. This changes the landscape by removing forests and creating open fields. Next is terracing, which means carving flat steps into hillsides to grow crops. This is often used in mountainous areas where flat land is hard to find. It changes the natural shape of the land and helps stop soil from washing away. Irrigation is another major practice. It involves bringing water to crops using canals, pipes, or sprinklers. While this helps grow food in dry areas, it also alters the land by changing how water flows and where it collects. Now let's look at deforestation, which is the clearing of forests to make room for farms or grazing land. This has a big impact because it removes trees, changes habitats, and can lead to soil erosion and climate changes in the area. Draining wetlands is when water is removed from marshy areas to turn them into farmland. This makes the land drier and usable for crops, but it also destroys important ecosystems and affects the water cycle. Shifting cultivation, which we briefly discussed in Lesson 5.1, is when farmers grow crops in one place for a few years then move to a new area and let the old land recover. It's often paired with slash and burn practices because when the farmers move to a new area, they often need to clear the land of its existing vegetation. This pattern creates patches of farmland and fallow land, which changes the natural growth and appearance of the region. Finally, pastoral nomadism involves moving herds of animals from place to place in search of fresh grazing land. This movement affects large areas of land over time, as animals graze and wear down vegetation in each location. Now let's pivot to the societal effects of agriculture. Because in addition to shaping the environment, agriculture also influences how people live. In this section, we'll explore three important societal effects: changing diets, the role of women in agriculture, and the economic purpose of farming. The first effect is changing diets. As countries develop, people often shift from plant-based diets to those that include more meat, dairy, and processed foods. This can lead to rising demand for certain crops and animal products, changing the way land is used and which industries grow. The second effect is the changing role of women in agricultural production. In many parts of the world, women are essential to food production, especially in subsistence farming. However, they often lack access to land ownership, credit, and training. As societies modernize, women are playing a more visible and formal role in agricultural decision-making and production. We'll go much deeper into the role of women in agriculture in Lesson 5.12. The third effect is that agriculture drives economic development. In rural areas, farming provides jobs and supports local economies. As farms become connected to national and global supply chains, communities can build wealth. Okay, that's it for topic 5.10. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 5.11. In the previous lesson, we started to explore some of the negative consequences of agricultural practices. In this lesson, we're going to continue this journey, but we'll be a little more forward-looking by exploring some of the challenges we face when thinking about feeding the world in the 21st century and how these problems might be solved. As always, we'll stick closely to the requirements set out in the AP Human Geography curriculum, so you learn everything you need to know for the exam. So, let's get started. For this lesson, there are four main ideas to learn. First, we'll talk about agricultural innovations and how they affect the environment and the way we grow food. Then, we'll move on to food choice movements. These are trends that affect how and why people choose certain foods. Third, we'll look at the challenges of feeding a growing global population. And fourth, we'll explore the economic effects of food production practices. Let's start with agricultural innovations and their impacts. We'll begin by looking at three major innovations: biotechnology, genetically modified organisms, and aquaculture. Then we'll talk about four major debates connected to these innovations. First is biotechnology. Biotechnology is when science is used to improve plants and animals for farming. For example, scientists might develop seeds that grow faster or resist disease. This helps farmers grow more food and reduce losses, but it also raises questions about long-term effects on nature and whether small farmers can afford the technology. Next is genetically modified organisms, or GMOs. These are crops that have had their genes changed in a lab to do things like survive cold weather or resist insects. This can make food cheaper and more available. But many people worry about health risks, environmental damage, and companies controlling seeds. Then we have aquaculture, which means farming fish, shellfish, and other water animals. Instead of catching fish in the wild, farmers raise them in tanks or coastal pens. This helps protect wild fish populations and provides more food. Still, if not managed well, fish farms can pollute water and spread disease to natural ecosystems. Now let's look at the four debates that come with these innovations: sustainability, soil and water usage, biodiversity loss, and chemical use. First is sustainability. People ask, can these farming methods keep working long-term without damaging the environment? Some innovations improve food supply now, but they may use up resources or create pollution that makes farming harder in the future. Second is soil and water usage. Some modern farming methods require lots of water for irrigation or chemicals that damage the soil. Over time, this can lead to dry land, polluted water, or soil that can no longer grow crops. Third is biodiversity. When farms grow just one type of plant or raise one type of animal, it reduces the variety of life in the area. Less biodiversity makes ecosystems weaker and more likely to break down when problems happen, like disease or weather changes. Fourth is chemical use. Modern farming often uses lots of fertilizers and pesticides. These help crops grow and stop pests, but they can also pollute rivers, harm wildlife, and even affect human health when they get into food or drinking water. Now let's move to our second big idea: food choice movements. These are trends that affect how people produce and eat food. We'll explore 7 of them: urban farming, community-supported agriculture, organic farming, value-added specialty crops, fair trade, local food movements, and dietary shifts. First is urban farming. This is when people grow food in cities using rooftops, backyards, or even abandoned lots. It helps provide fresh produce to people living in food deserts and reduces the need to transport food long distances. It also gives people more control over what they eat. Next is community-supported agriculture, or CSA. In a CSA, people pay local farmers at the start of the season and receive regular boxes of fresh produce. This helps farmers earn steady income and gives communities healthy, seasonal food grown nearby. Organic farming is another important movement. Organic farmers avoid using synthetic chemicals and focus on using natural compost and pest control. This protects the soil and water, and some people prefer organic food because they believe it's healthier or better for the planet. Then we have value-added specialty crops. These are crops that are processed to become more valuable, like turning tomatoes into salsa or milk into cheese. These products often bring in more money and support small or family-run farms by letting them stand out from big commercial farms. Fair trade is about making sure farmers in developing countries are paid fairly. It helps them afford better living conditions and farming tools. When you buy fair trade items like chocolate or coffee, you support more ethical farming practices. Local food movements encourage people to buy food grown nearby. This helps local farmers and reduces pollution from long-distance shipping. It also keeps money in the local economy and lets people build stronger connections with the people who grow their food. Lastly, dietary shifts are changes in what people choose to eat. More people are trying plant-based diets, eating less processed food, or cutting back on meat. These choices are often driven by health reasons, concern for animals, or the environmental impact of food production. Now let's move to the third part of this lesson: the challenges of feeding the global population. We'll talk about 4 key challenges: food insecurity and food deserts, problems with distribution, bad weather, and the loss of farmland to suburban growth. First is food insecurity and food deserts. Food insecurity means people don't always have enough food to stay healthy. A food desert is a place where there are no nearby grocery stores that sell healthy, affordable food. These problems can happen in poor countries, but also in low-income areas of wealthy countries. Next are distribution problems. Even if there is enough food in the world, some people still go hungry because the food isn't getting to them. There might be bad roads, lack of transportation, or delays at borders. Some governments may not have the resources or systems to move food where it's needed. Adverse weather is another growing problem. Climate change is making weather more extreme. Droughts, floods, and storms are destroying crops and reducing the amount of food we can grow. Farmers everywhere are struggling to adapt to these rapid changes. The last challenge is land loss to suburbanization. As cities grow outward, they cover up farmland with houses, roads, and stores. Once this land is built on, it's hard to get it back for farming. This means less space to grow food for a growing population. The fourth challenge of contemporary agriculture relates economic practices. There are 4 things we'll look at: the location of food processing facilities and markets, economies of scale, distribution systems, and government policies. First, the location of food processing facilities and markets affects where farms are set up and how food travels. If food processing facilities and markets are close to the farm, it's cheaper and faster to get the crops processed. But when these are far away, transportation takes more time and money. This is a challenge for farmers in rural, remote, and underdeveloped areas. Next is economies of scale. This means that larger farms or factories can buy supplies in bulk and use advanced machines, which lowers cost per item. This makes food cheaper, but it can also make it hard for smaller farms with less money and machines to compete. Distribution systems are another factor. This includes trucks, trains, storage centers, and shipping routes that move food from one place to another. A strong system helps food travel quickly and stay fresh. A weak system means delays and spoiled food, which hurts farmers and buyers. Finally, government policies have a big influence on food production. Governments might give money, called subsidies, to farmers who grow certain crops. They might also set rules about food safety or land use. These policies can support farming, but they can also create challenges depending on who benefits most. Okay, that's it for topic 5.11. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section, using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 5.12. In this lesson, we will study the varied roles that women play in agriculture. We'll break this section down into 3 parts: women's roles in production, distribution, and consumption. Women contribute significantly to farming and food production, though this varies by region of the world and the type of agriculture. One way we can see this divide is in subsistence agriculture versus commercial agriculture, 2 terms we first came across in lesson 5.6. As a quick reminder, subsistence farming refers to growing food for yourself and your family. Commercial farming refers to growing food to sell for profit. In subsistence agriculture in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, women often plant, weed, and harvest crops for their families. Their work supports the household directly but is often unpaid and unrecognized. In commercial agriculture, women work in plantations, greenhouses, or factory farms. However, they are often overrepresented in low-paying or seasonal jobs and have limited access to decision-making or ownership. Beyond production, women also play important roles in distributing and selling food. Firstly, they are very active in informal trade and local markets. In many cities and villages across Africa, Asia, and Latin America, women sell fresh produce, baked goods, or prepared meals in open-air markets. These markets provide income for women with few formal job opportunities. They also actively participate in supply chains and cooperatives. In some areas, women work together in farming cooperatives to share resources, improve productivity, and access broader markets. These groups give women greater bargaining power and help them connect with food distributors, especially in fair trade or organic sectors. Finally, women shape food consumption through their decisions about cooking, meal planning, and household nutrition. In many households, women decide what to buy and cook. Their choices directly affect the health of children and other family members. Okay, that brings us to the end of this section on women's role in agriculture. It's also the end of Unit 5. As usual, check your answers for this section using the study guide and answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to Unit 6. Unit 6 in AP Human Geography is titled Cities and Urban Land Use Patterns and Processes. The unit contains 11 lessons. Let's dive right in with Lesson 1. In this lesson, we will examine urbanization, which refers to growth and expansion of cities and towns. The key question for this lesson is, how and why do cities emerge and grow? First, we'll look at the site and situation of cities, which help explain where cities form and why they grow in certain ways. Then, we'll examine the factors that influence urbanization. Let's start with the concept of site and situation. The first part of this concept is site, which refers to the physical characteristics of a city's exact location. This includes things like access to water, elevation, soil quality, natural resources, and climate. For example, ancient cities often formed near rivers because water was essential for drinking, irrigation, and transportation. A flat area with fertile land could support agriculture and larger populations. Even today, cities like Cairo on the Nile and Paris on the Seine reflect the importance of site in city formation. The second part of this concept is situation, which describes a city's location relative to other places, including its connectivity to trade routes or other cities. A city with a good situation might sit at a crossroads of trade or between 2 major regions. Cities with access to oceans, railroads, or highways tend to grow faster and attract more investment. For instance, New York City grew rapidly because of its situation as the major American seaport for trade between Europe and North America. My students often struggle with the difference between these two concepts. So let's have a look at the example from this lesson's free response question in the FRQ Mastery Playbook. It shows Cape Town, a major city in South Africa. This city's growth was influenced by both its site, such as its safe harbor and access to fresh water, and its situation, because it's a choke point for trade between Western Europe and Asia. To recap, site refers to the physical characteristics of the city itself, such as its climate and farmland. Situation refers to the relative position of the city to other important locations, such as the distance to trading partners or position along trade routes. A strong site can attract early settlement, but a good situation is often what allows a city to expand and remain important over time. Together, site and situation explain much of a city's long-term success. Okay, now let's look at the three forces that influence urbanization that you need to know for AP Human Geography. These are changes in transportation and communication, population growth and migration, and economic and political developments. The first force is transportation and communication. Improvements in transportation, such as railroads, highways, and air travel, allow people and goods to move more easily, expanding city boundaries and making urban living more practical. Similarly, new communication technologies, like the internet and smartphones, support economic activity and allow cities to grow even in less connected regions. For example, tech hubs can now emerge in places that previously lacked industry, simply because they are digitally connected. The second force is population growth and migration. Natural population increases and rural to urban migration both contribute to urbanization. As people leave farms and villages in search of better jobs, education, or healthcare, cities grow. This is especially common in developing countries where migration can cause cities to expand rapidly, sometimes faster than infrastructure can keep up. The third force is economic development and government policy. Cities tend to grow when they become centers for trade, manufacturing, finance, or tourism. At the same time, government policies, such as investments in infrastructure, zoning rules, or tax incentives, can encourage urban growth. In China, for instance, government-backed special economic zones led to the rapid rise of cities like Shenzhen. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on urbanization. In this lesson, we learned that cities grow because of their site, meaning the physical features of the city location, and situation, meaning their relative location, especially in relation to other trading partners. We also looked at how transportation, communication technologies, population and migration, and government and economic policies can all influence urbanization of cities. Check your answers for this section using the study guide and answer key before moving on. And if you want to have a go at answering the free response questions about Cape Town's site and situation that we discussed earlier in the lesson, you can complete them now in the FRQ Mastery Playbook. And when you're ready, we'll move on to Unit 6.2. In the previous lesson, we looked at why cities emerge. In this lesson, we will explore the ways they grow over time. First, we will examine the development of cities in the developing world. Then, we will turn our attention to the developed world. Let's start with the developing world, or what human geographers called the periphery and semi-periphery. The developing world has produced some of the largest cities on Earth, megacities and metacities. While both terms describe cities with massive populations, they differ in size and impact. Megacities are cities with more than 10 million residents. While earlier examples of megacities were located in developed regions like New York City, today most are found in the periphery and semi-periphery. Examples include Lagos, Jakarta, and Mexico City. These cities have grown quickly due to a combination of rural to urban migration and high natural increase. People are drawn to these megacities in search of employment, education, and healthcare. However, the speed of growth often exceeds the capacity of local governments to provide adequate housing, sanitation, transportation, and other infrastructure. As a result, megacities in these regions often face major problems such as traffic congestion, overcrowding, poor air quality, and widespread informal settlements. Metacities are a step beyond megacities. A metacity is typically defined as an urban area with more than 20 million people. These cities are often made up of multiple large urban zones that have grown together into one continuous urban region. Examples include Delhi, São Paulo, and Shanghai. The challenges that metacities face are often more extreme than those of megacities. Coordinating governance across such a vast area becomes more difficult, and basic systems like transportation, housing, and water management are put under tremendous pressure. Because they are hubs of finance, politics, and migration, metacities also tend to amplify regional inequality, drawing resources toward themselves while leaving surrounding areas underdeveloped. Before we move on from megacities and metacities, let's take a quick look at one question about them from the 2024 exam. The question was, explain one reason why migrants to metacities may have difficulty obtaining housing. You could have answered that question like this. Housing supply often cannot keep up with rapid population growth. This reduces the number of vacancies and pushes up housing costs, which is why migrants may have difficulty accessing housing. Okay, so that's the developing world. For AP Human Geography, you also need to know about city growth in the developed world. We'll explore this in 3 steps: outward expansion, the emergence of new land use forms, and challenges caused by outward expansion. Outward expansion refers to the growth of cities out into rural lands on the city outskirts. This can occur in 3 patterns: suburbanization, sprawl, and decentralization. Let's start with suburbanization. This refers to the movement of people from dense urban cores into lower-density residential areas at the city's edge. It is often motivated by a desire for larger homes, quieter neighborhoods, and perceived improvements in safety and school quality. Sprawl refers to the unplanned and low-density spread of development over large distances, often without sufficient transportation or public infrastructure. Decentralization extends this concept further by describing the movement of jobs, shopping centers, schools, and services out of central business districts and into the periphery. These 3 processes work together to transform traditional city structures into more dispersed, multi-centered regions. 3 new land use forms have emerged from these processes: edge cities, exurbs, and boomburbs. Let's look at each one in turn. Edge cities are clusters of commercial and business activity located on the outskirts of a metropolitan area. They often emerge near major highways and grow into major employment and shopping centers, sometimes rivaling the original downtown. Exurbs are areas even farther out than suburbs, often blending residential land with formerly rural or agricultural zones. People who live in exurbs typically commute long distances to urban centers and rely heavily on personal vehicles. Boomburbs are fast-growing suburban cities that have urban-scale populations, often over 100,000, but lack the historical downtowns or dense infrastructure typical of traditional cities. These places grow so rapidly that infrastructure, services, and urban planning often lag far behind population growth. 3 major challenges created by decentralization and these new urban forms are infrastructure strain, environmental impact, and socioeconomic segregation. Let's take a closer look at each. Infrastructure strain occurs when fast-growing areas like boomburbs or exurbs add thousands of residents without having enough roads, schools, water lines, or emergency services to meet demand. Local governments may struggle to build fast enough to keep up. Environmental impact is another concern. Sprawl consumes open land, destroys habitats, and increases car dependency, which leads to higher greenhouse gas emissions. It also increases stormwater runoff and disrupts natural water systems. Socioeconomic segregation increases as higher-income households move into new, well-serviced outer suburbs, leaving lower-income populations in older, underfunded city cores. This can result in unequal access to education, healthcare, public transit, and employment opportunities. Okay, that brings us to the end of our lesson on cities around the world. Check your answers for this section using the study guide and answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to Unit 6.3. In this lesson, we'll explore the role of world cities in today's global system. There are 2 big ideas we'll cover. First, we'll learn how world cities sit at the top of the urban hierarchy and help drive globalization. Then, we'll look at how these cities act as global connectors. First, let's look at how world cities fit into the urban hierarchy. The urban hierarchy ranks cities from small towns to global giants, based on their size, influence, and importance. At the very top are world cities like New York, London, and Tokyo. These cities are leaders in finance, culture, and communication. They attract global businesses, house powerful institutions, and shape decisions that affect the entire world. Because they're so well connected, what happens in these cities often influences trends, policies, and economies around the globe. Now let's explore how world cities help drive globalization. Globalization is the process of the world becoming more connected through trade, technology, and ideas. World cities are like engines that keep this process moving. They host major international airports, company headquarters, and events that bring people from many countries together. These cities create the ideas, products, and services that spread across borders and influence how people live around the world. For example, fashion trends in Paris or tech innovations in San Francisco can quickly reach people everywhere. Now let's move on to our second big idea: how cities act as global connectors. This section has two key parts. First, we'll learn about the networks and linkages that tie cities together. Then, we'll see how cities help manage or mediate global processes. Let's start with networks and linkages. World cities are part of huge networks that connect them to other places. These networks include transportation systems like international airports and shipping ports, but they also include communication systems like the internet and media. These linkages let people, goods, and ideas move quickly between cities all over the world. A business deal might be planned in Hong Kong, confirmed in London, and carried out in New York, all within the same day. These fast connections are what keep the global economy running. Now let's look at how cities mediate global processes. To mediate means to guide, shape, or manage something. World cities don't just connect, they also help control what moves through those connections. For example, world cities often set the rules for finance, fashion, media, and even global politics. If a city like Geneva hosts international organizations or Washington, D.C. helps decide military actions, those decisions ripple across the world. In this way, cities become powerful hubs that shape how global events unfold. To wrap up, world cities play two major roles in the global system. First, they sit at the top of the urban hierarchy and help power globalization. Second, they are part of strong global networks that connect people and ideas, while also helping to guide and manage global processes. Understanding world cities helps us see how a few powerful places can influence the entire planet. Okay, that brings us to the end of Unit 6.3. As usual, check your answers for this section using the study guide and answer key before moving on, and when you're ready, we'll move on to Unit 6.4. In this lesson, we will look at how geographers explain the size and distribution of cities. To explain this, we will examine four major ideas: the rank-size rule, the primate city, the gravity model, and Christaler's central place theory. The first concept is the rank-size rule. This principle says that in a well-developed country, the population of a city is inversely proportional to its rank. That means the second largest city will have about half the population of the largest city, the third largest will have 1/3 the population, and so on. This pattern shows up most clearly in countries with a long history of even economic development across multiple regions like the United States. In these cases, no single city dominates the country. Instead, there are many large cities, each offering different kinds of services and opportunities. The rank-size rule is helpful because it shows a balanced urban system, where economic and political power is spread across several urban centers. It also suggests that people in smaller cities can still access many goods and services without traveling to the largest city in the country. The next concept is the primate city. A primate city is more than twice as large as the next biggest city in a country and often dominates the country in terms of culture, politics, and economy. Examples include Paris in France, Bangkok in Thailand, and Buenos Aires in Argentina. These cities concentrate wealth and power in one place, often at the expense of smaller cities or rural regions. While primate cities can be centers of innovation, culture, and global connection, they can also create problems. Too much focus on a single city can lead to overcrowding, traffic, pollution, and a lack of investment in other regions. People from across the country may migrate to the primate city, creating uneven development and increasing pressure on infrastructure. The third concept is the gravity model, which is used to predict the interaction between two places. It's based on the idea that larger cities have a stronger pull, just like larger planets have more gravitational force. According to this model, interaction between two cities depends on their population sizes and the distance between them. The bigger the cities and the closer they are, the more likely they are to exchange goods, people, and ideas. The gravity model helps explain patterns like commuting, shopping, migration, and economic trade. For example, a small town near a big city might have strong connections with it, even if they are technically in different states. The model helps planners and geographers understand why people travel and where services should be placed. The final concept is Christaler's central place theory. Central place theory is a way to understand how cities and towns are spaced out and why they're located where they are. It says that bigger cities, called central places, offer more goods and services, and people are willing to travel farther to reach them. Smaller towns offer fewer things, so people only go short distances to get what they need. The theory also explains how these cities and towns are spread out in a pattern. The idea is that you'll find lots of small towns close together, but bigger cities are farther apart. That's because not as many people need the high-level services big cities offer, like universities or specialty hospitals, so those cities don't need to be as common. In short, central place theory helps explain why we see a few big cities, more medium-sized towns, and lots of small towns, all placed in a kind of organized pattern based on what people need and how far they'll travel to get it. Okay, that brings us to the end of Unit 6.4. As usual, check your answers for this section using the study guide and answer key before moving on, and when you're ready, we'll move on to Unit 6.5. In this lesson, we will study 6 major types of urban models that describe how cities are structured. First, we will look at 4 classic models developed from cities in North America: the Burgess concentric zone model, the Hoyt sector model, the Harris and Ullman multiple nuclei model, and the galactic city model. Next, we will study bid rent theory, which helps explain why certain types of land use are found in certain parts of the city. Finally, we will explore urban models drawn from Latin America, Southeast Asia, and Africa, which reflect different cultural and historical patterns of urban development. Let's start with the concentric zone model. This model is one of the earliest models used to explain urban structure. It describes a city as a series of concentric rings moving outward from a central business district. If you've got the study guide, fill out your own diagram as you watch this section. At the center of this model is the central business district. This area contains offices, government buildings, banks, theaters, and shops. Land values are highest here, so few people live in this zone. Instead, it is busy during the day as people commute in for work and business. Surrounding the central business district is an area called the Zone of Transition. This area often contains older housing and abandoned buildings. Often, new immigrants and low-income families live here because the housing is cheap. There are often also factories, warehouses, and small industries in this zone, which can make it noisy and polluted. The next zone is called the working class residential zone. This ring is made up of modest homes for the working class who are employed in factories or nearby industries. The housing is built close together. Residents here often live close enough to the city for them to walk or take short commutes to their jobs. The next zone out is called the middle class residential zone. This area consists of larger, better quality houses for middle-income families. It is quieter, cleaner, and further from industrial activity. Families living here often seek more space, privacy, and better living conditions than in the inner rings. The outermost ring is called the commuter zone. This is where wealthier residents live. This zone includes spacious homes, yards, and cleaner environments far from industrial centers. People commute from here into the city for work, which became more common when cars became affordable and more commonplace for wealthier families. This model is based on early 20th century Chicago and reflects a time when cities expanded outward as they grew. It assumes land is flat and transportation moves equally in all directions. While many modern cities are more complex, some still show patterns similar to the concentric zone model. Next is the Hoyt sector model. This model suggests that cities develop in sectors or wedges rather than rings. Instead of expanding evenly outward, cities grow along transportation routes like roads, railways, or rivers. The central business district is still central, but sectors of industry, low-income housing, or high-end residential areas stretch outward from it in specific directions. For example, industrial zones may follow rail lines, while wealthier residential areas might grow along highways or scenic features like coastlines. This model helps explain why certain areas of a city become specialized zones and why similar types of land use are often grouped together. Next is the multiple nuclei model developed by Harris and Ullman. This model proposes that cities have more than one center of activity. Instead of a single central business district, cities may have multiple nodes such as business districts, shopping centers, industrial parks, or universities. These centers attract different types of land use and are connected by transportation networks. This model reflects the reality of many modern cities, especially larger ones where different parts of the city serve different functions. Next is the galactic city model, also known as the peripheral model. This model describes a city that has grown outward into a sprawling metropolitan area with multiple disconnected zones. The traditional central business district still exists but is less dominant, and much of the commercial and industrial activity happens along ring roads or beltways. Suburban nodes known as edge cities become important centers of activity. This model reflects post-World War II urban development in the United States, where suburban growth, shopping malls, and business parks expanded outward from the urban core. It shows how car dependency and highway systems shaped the layout of American cities. Next is bid-rent theory. The theory says that land closest to the city center is the most expensive, so it is usually used for activities that need high accessibility, such as retail, offices, or public transportation hubs. As you move farther from the center, land becomes cheaper, which is more attractive for housing or land-intensive uses like factories. This theory helps explain why downtown areas have tall buildings and dense activity, while outer areas have more open space and residential zones. It also helps explain patterns of gentrification, where high demand for central locations can push out low-income residents as land values rise. Now let's look at urban models from Latin America, Southeast Asia, and Africa. These cities are structured based on their own histories and development patterns. For example, the Latin American city model includes a strong central business district connected to a spine of development with commercial and high-income residential areas. In this model, development extends outward in a thin line like a spoke or corridor, rather than spreading out evenly in concentric circles like in the Burgess concentric zone model. This spine often follows a major road or transit line and shows where the wealthiest residents and high-end businesses cluster as the city expands. Surrounding the center are zones of maturity, where older middle-class housing exists, and zones of squatter settlements at the edges. This pattern reflects high inequality and rapid migration into cities. On the other hand, the Southeast Asian city model is often centered around a port zone rather than a central business district. These cities, like Jakarta or Ho Chi Minh City, often have a mix of colonial and modern elements, with commercial zones near the port and mixed residential zones stretching outward. The African city model typically has three central business districts: a colonial CBD, a traditional CBD, and a market zone. These cities often have large informal settlements and experience challenges with infrastructure and planning. The structure reflects both colonial history and rapid population growth. Okay, that brings us to the end of Unit 6.5. As usual, check your answers for this section using the study guide and answer key before moving on. This lesson's exam-style free response practice questions test your knowledge of these models and your ability to compare them. And when you're ready, we'll move on to Unit 6.6. In this lesson, we're going to look at 4 factors that influence the look and feel of a city. The big idea is this: each city has its own look and feel. We can look at 4 factors that explain why a city might have its own unique feel. These are cultural values, the technological capacity of the city, the development cycles the city has experienced, and the role of infilling in the growth of the city. The first factor that influences the look and feel of a city is the city's culture. A city's housing style and neighborhood layout often reflect the cultural norms and values of its people. In some cultures, multi-generational households are common, so larger homes may be built to accommodate extended families. In other cultures, privacy and independence may be emphasized, leading to smaller, more separated living spaces. The second factor influencing the look and feel of a city is the technology available for building it up. Cities with advanced building technologies and transportation systems can support taller buildings and denser populations in a smaller area. For example, skyscrapers made possible by steel frame construction, and elevators allow more people to live or work on a single plot of land. Public transportation systems, such as subways and bus networks, also enable higher density living because people can move easily without needing personal vehicles. In contrast, cities with limited infrastructure or outdated technology may be forced to spread out. The third factor is the urban development cycle, which affects where and how housing is built. Cities often grow in waves, with periods of intense construction, followed by times of slower change or decline. During growth phases, new subdivisions and apartment blocks may be built rapidly, especially in newly urbanizing areas. In older neighborhoods, buildings may be renovated or replaced as the city modernizes. Over time, this creates a mix of old and new structures, high and low density zones, and uneven access to services and amenities. The final factor is infilling, which is the process of building on empty or underused land within existing urban areas. Infilling increases density and makes better use of city infrastructure. For example, a vacant lot in the middle of a neighborhood might be turned into a small apartment complex or community park. This helps reduce urban sprawl and makes cities more efficient. Infilling is especially important in cities trying to grow sustainably. Instead of expanding outward and using up farmland or forests, cities can increase housing supply within their existing footprint. However, infilling can also create conflict if new development doesn't match the character of older neighborhoods, or if it leads to rising housing costs that push out existing residents. Okay, so that brings us to the end of this lesson. The big idea here was that each city has a unique character. Its character is influenced by its culture, technological capacity, historical urban development cycles, and the use of infilling. Each of these factors influence how a city looks and feels when you travel through it. Before moving on, check your answers to the 5-hour exam-ready study guide. And if you're doing the FRQ Mastery Playbook, complete this lesson's task where you analyze satellite imagery of a city before and after infilling has occurred. And with that, let's move on to lesson 6.7. This lesson is all about city infrastructure. Infrastructure refers to the basic systems and services that allow a city to function. This includes transportation networks, water supply, electricity, internet access, sewage systems, and waste removal. The presence or absence of reliable infrastructure has a powerful effect on how cities grow, where people live, and how economic and social opportunities are distributed. In this lesson, we will explore how a city's location and quality of infrastructure influences economic development and social development. Let's start with economic development. The location and quality of infrastructure have a major influence on a city's economic growth. Businesses depend on access to roads, ports, electricity, and high-speed internet. Areas with good infrastructure tend to attract investment because companies can move goods efficiently, communicate easily, and operate without interruptions. For example, industrial parks are often located near highways or airports so that products can be shipped quickly. At the same time, neighborhoods or regions without proper infrastructure may be ignored by developers and employers. This creates zones of economic stagnation where few jobs exist and poverty is concentrated. Infrastructure also shapes social development by affecting where people can safely live, learn, and connect. Communities with good infrastructure have better access to schools, healthcare, clean water, and emergency services. They are more likely to have paved roads, reliable transportation, and public amenities like libraries and parks. This contributes to higher standards of living and better life outcomes. In contrast, areas with poor infrastructure often suffer from social isolation and vulnerability. For example, without public transit, residents may not be able to reach jobs or schools. Without clean water or sanitation, health problems increase. Poor street lighting and roads can make neighborhoods unsafe. These challenges are often concentrated in low-income areas, reinforcing patterns of inequality. Okay, that brings us to the end of Unit 6.7. As usual, check your answers for this section using the study guide and answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to Unit 6.8. This lesson is all about urban sustainability. This refers to the ability of cities to meet the needs of today without harming the needs of future generations. For AP Human Geography, you're expected to know about 4 design initiatives and zoning strategies that support sustainability. These are mixed land use, walkability, transportation-oriented development, and smart growth policies. Within smart growth, you're also expected to know 3 specific policies: new urbanism, green belts, and slow growth cities. Then we'll look at what AP Human Geography calls the praise and criticisms of this group of sustainability strategies. Let's start with mixed land use. This refers to combining different types of buildings and functions, such as housing, offices, and shops, within the same area. Instead of separating residential, commercial, and industrial zones, mixed-use development allows people to live, work, and shop within walking distance. This reduces the need for cars and creates more vibrant communities. Walkability focuses on designing cities where people can move easily and safely on foot. This includes having sidewalks, crosswalks, shade trees, and street-level shops. Walkable neighborhoods reduce pollution, encourage exercise, and support local businesses. High walkability is often paired with public transportation and compact housing. Transportation-oriented development places housing and services near major transit stations, such as subways or bus lines. This design reduces traffic congestion and makes commuting more efficient. It encourages the use of public transportation instead of cars, helping reduce air pollution and carbon emissions. Smart growth policies aim to limit sprawl and encourage more efficient urban forms. These policies encourage building upward instead of outward, redeveloping old urban areas and protecting open space. Within smart growth, new urbanism promotes compact, pedestrian-friendly neighborhoods with mixed housing and walkable streets. Greenbelts are rings of protected land around cities that prevent urban expansion and preserve natural areas. Slow-growth cities adopt policies that deliberately limit the pace of development to protect resources, preserve community character, and manage infrastructure more effectively. While sustainable design has many supporters, it also comes with critiques. For AP Human Geography, you're expected to know 5 common praises and 3 common criticisms of urban sustainability efforts. Let's go through all of them. First, supporters of sustainable design often praise it for reducing sprawl. By encouraging cities to grow upward or reuse already developed land, these policies help limit expansion into farmland and natural areas, which also makes it easier to provide services like roads, water, and electricity. Another common benefit is improved walkability. When neighborhoods are designed with sidewalks, safe crossings, shade trees, and shops close to homes, people are more likely to walk instead of drive. This reduces traffic, lowers pollution, and supports a healthier lifestyle. Improved transportation is also a major advantage. Placing homes, stores, and offices near public transit like buses or subways makes it easier for people to avoid driving. That means less congestion on roads and fewer emissions in the air. Many people also value the improved and diverse housing options that urban design can bring. Zoning changes often allow for apartments, duplexes, and houses in the same area, which gives families more choices and helps different income levels live in the same neighborhood. Lastly, improved livability and promotion of sustainable options are key goals. Cities that include parks, clean transit, energy-efficient buildings, and local shops create environments that are more enjoyable to live in while also being better for the planet. Okay, now let's look at the 3 criticisms you need to know. First, sustainable development can lead to increased housing costs. As areas become more desirable, prices often rise, making it harder for some long-time residents to afford living there. Another criticism is the risk of de facto segregation. Even without any laws separating groups, wealthier people may cluster in upgraded areas, while others are left out, leading to social or racial divides. Finally, there is concern about the potential loss of historical or place character. When older neighborhoods are redeveloped, they can lose the unique architecture or cultural features that gave them their identity. Okay, that's it for this lesson. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. This lesson's FRQ mastery practice question, which is designed to help you get ready for exam-style free response questions, uses the case study of Toronto's controversial Greenbelt to explore the praise and criticisms of urban sustainability initiatives. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 6.9. Understanding how cities change over time requires data. In this lesson, we will look at two major types of data used in urban analysis: quantitative data and qualitative data. Quantitative data involves information that can be measured and expressed in numbers. This sort of data helps us understand the size of a city's population, how it is changing, and what types of people live there. In urban geography, the most common types of quantitative data come from censuses and surveys. Census data is collected at regular intervals, often every 10 years, and provides a snapshot of the entire population. It includes information about age, race, income, education level, housing type, and more. For example, census data can show whether a city's population is growing or shrinking, if neighborhoods are becoming more diverse, or how many people live in each household. Surveys collect data from a smaller group of people, but they allow for more detailed questions. Urban surveys might ask residents about their commute time, satisfaction with local services, or reasons for moving into or out of a neighborhood. This helps researchers understand the patterns and preferences that influence urban development. Quantitative data from sources like censuses or surveys help governments make decisions about issues like where to place new infrastructure, like schools and bus stops, or where to target socioeconomic interventions, like policing and anti-poverty measures. Now let's look at the other type of data called qualitative data. This is data that captures information in detailed written descriptions rather than through numbers. This can capture details that can't be gathered through numbers alone. Two types of qualitative data that you need to know about for AP Human Geography are field studies and personal narratives. Field studies involve researchers going into communities to observe behavior and ask questions. For example, a field study might involve researchers observing people walking through a city park to see how they use city services. The other type of qualitative data comes from narrative research. Here, researchers might conduct detailed interviews with people in the park to see what they have to say. Rather than asking yes or no questions, qualitative researchers let people speak about their experiences. This allows people to explain themselves and fully share their opinions. By combining qualitative insights with quantitative data, urban planners and researchers gain a fuller picture of how cities work and how they can be improved in ways that are both effective and fair. Okay, that's it for data collection methods. As usual, check your study guide answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 6.10. As cities grow, they face a variety of challenges. In this lesson, we will explore urban challenges in 5 sections. First, we will look at economic and social challenges caused by population movement. Second, we will examine squatter settlements and land conflicts. Third, we will explore policy responses. Fourth, we will examine the effects of urban renewal and gentrification. Fifth, we will consider how fragmented government structures make solving urban problems more difficult. Let's start with the economic and social challenges. AP Human Geography requires you know about 6 major issues: housing discrimination, housing affordability, access to services, rising crime, environmental injustice, and the formation of disamenity zones or zones of abandonment. Housing discrimination refers to historic and ongoing policies that exclude certain groups from homeownership or safe housing. In this subsection, the AP Human Geography curriculum specifically mentions 2 housing discrimination practices that you're going to need to know for the exam: redlining and blockbusting. Redlining was a practice where banks and insurers refused to lend or offer services in neighborhoods deemed risky often based on racial makeup. Blockbusting occurred when real estate agents spread fear that racial minorities were moving into a neighborhood, encouraging white residents to sell homes cheaply, which were then resold at higher prices to minority buyers. These practices led to segregated and unequal neighborhoods that still exist today. Housing affordability is another growing challenge. As housing prices rise, many residents, especially in inner-city or redeveloping neighborhoods, find themselves unable to afford rent or buy homes. This forces families to relocate farther from city centers, increasing transportation costs and reducing access to jobs and schools. Access to services becomes uneven as a result of population shifts and underinvestment. In many low-income neighborhoods, residents may struggle to reach hospitals, schools, grocery stores, or public transit. These gaps in service access deepen social inequality and limit upward mobility. Rising crime can also happen as cities grow. If a city cannot keep up with providing enough services, some people may become excluded and marginalized, which can push them toward illegal activities. In addition, large populations may strain police forces, making it easier for crime to go unchecked. Environmental injustice happens when polluting industries, waste facilities, or dangerous infrastructure are disproportionately placed in low-income or minority communities. These areas may suffer from higher rates of asthma, water contamination, or lack of green space. Finally, disamenity zones, or zones of abandonment, are urban areas that are largely neglected by public services and private investment. These may be places with high vacancy, failing infrastructure, and visible decay. While some of these areas may eventually become targets for redevelopment, residents often experience long periods of decline first. The next challenges of urban changes that you need to know about for AP Human Geography are squatter settlements and land tenure conflicts. Squatter settlements are areas where people live without legal claims to the land. These settlements usually emerge on city edges or in marginal spaces such as hillsides. These residents live in constant uncertainty. They are vulnerable to eviction or demolition. A related concept is land tenure conflict. This arises when residents have lived on land, such as space in the hills on the outskirts of a city, for a long time, often multiple generations, but without legal ownership rights. When governments or developers decide they want to use the land, these multi-generational families are often forced to leave. These tensions can lead to legal battles, forced evictions, or protests. Often these conflicts are not black and white because both sides may have legitimate claims. Long-term residents rely on community and cultural ties, while developers point to formal property laws. Now let's look at policy responses to urban change. AP Human Geography requires you know about two key policy responses: inclusionary zoning and local food movements. Inclusionary zoning is a policy that requires or encourages developers to include affordable housing units in new residential projects. The goal is to create mixed-income neighborhoods, reduce segregation, and allow low- and middle-income families to remain in cities, even as housing prices rise. Some programs offer developers incentives like tax breaks or greater density allowances in exchange for including below-market-rate units. Local food movements aim to improve access to healthy, affordable food, particularly in urban areas where grocery stores are scarce. These movements support community gardens, farmers markets, and urban agriculture, all of which bring food closer to the people who need it. Now let's explore urban renewal and gentrification. You'll need to be able to explain both benefits and criticisms of these two terms. So let's look at each one. Urban renewal is the process of revitalizing aging or underused urban areas through infrastructure upgrades, new housing, or commercial investment. While this can bring new life to a neighborhood, it can also raise housing costs and lead to the displacement of longtime residents. Gentrification occurs when middle or upper-income people move into a lower-income neighborhood, causing property values to rise and businesses to change. On the positive side, gentrification can lead to improved housing, new services, and reduced crime. On the negative side, it often results in displacement, loss of local culture, and reduced access to affordable housing for existing residents. The last topic we need to cover in this lesson is the effects of government fragmentation. This refers to the fact that responsibility for a city's planning and services is often spread across state, county, city, and neighborhood levels. For example, one agency may control roads, another may manage water systems, and a third may oversee schools. These layers of authority can lead to confusion, delays, and uneven service delivery. This fragmentation makes it hard to coordinate responses to big challenges like housing shortages, environmental disasters, or transportation expansion. Okay, that's it for topic 6.10. As usual, check your study guide answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 6.11. In our final topic for Unit 6, we'll explore the realities of urban sustainability efforts. As a reminder, urban sustainability means ensuring cities meet people's needs today without harming the environment for future generations. This is a noble goal, but achieving urban sustainability isn't easy. In this lesson, we will explore two major themes. First, we will examine the challenges that urban areas face when trying to become sustainable. Then, we will look at some of the policy responses and strategies cities use to address those challenges. Let's start with the challenges. The 6 major challenges to urban sustainability you need to know about are suburban sprawl, sanitation problems, climate change, air and water quality, ecological footprint, and energy use. Suburban sprawl, which you may remember from topic 6.2, occurs when cities expand outward into rural or undeveloped land. While this allows for more housing and larger lots, it increases car dependency, uses more land per person, and requires expensive infrastructure like new roads and utility lines. Sprawl also reduces walkability and isolates people from jobs and services. Sanitation is a basic service that many cities struggle to provide consistently. In rapidly growing urban areas, waste collection, sewage treatment, and access to clean water can fall behind population growth. Poor sanitation can lead to disease outbreaks, water contamination, and environmental degradation. Climate change poses an increasing threat to urban sustainability. Cities are major sources of carbon emissions from vehicles, buildings, and industry. At the same time, cities are vulnerable to rising sea levels, heat waves, and extreme weather events. Managing these risks while reducing emissions is a major challenge for urban planners. Air and water quality are also under pressure in urban areas. Traffic, industrial activity, and construction all contribute to air pollution, which can cause respiratory problems and other health issues. Runoff from paved surfaces can carry oil, chemicals, and waste into rivers and streams, harming aquatic ecosystems and threatening drinking water supplies. The ecological footprint of a city refers to the amount of land and resources needed to support its population. Cities have large ecological footprints because they import most of their food, fuel, and materials from rural areas. As a result, despite all the urban sustainability efforts we've discussed in this unit, cities find it very difficult to become sustainable. Finally, energy use in cities is intense. Lighting, heating, cooling, transportation, and industry all require large amounts of electricity or fuel. As demand for energy rises, cities must find ways to shift toward cleaner, more efficient energy sources. Okay, now let's look at policy responses that aim to address these challenges. In this section, we need to examine 4 common policy responses: regional planning efforts, brownfield remediation and redevelopment, urban growth boundaries, and farmland protection policies. Regional planning efforts involve cooperation among different local governments to manage growth in a coordinated way. Rather than allowing each city or suburb to make decisions in isolation, regional planning helps ensure that policies and practices are aligned across multiple towns and cities. This creates a stable policy environment and makes it easier for governments and businesses to plan and implement long-term sustainability goals. Brownfields are former industrial or commercial sites that may be contaminated. Examples include abandoned factories, unused railroad yards, and old landfill sites. Redeveloping these sites, a process known as remediation and redevelopment, helps clean up pollution and put already developed land back into use. Instead of expanding into undeveloped areas, cities can focus new growth where infrastructure already exists. Urban growth boundaries are policies that limit how far a city is allowed to spread. These boundaries encourage development within existing urban areas and protect surrounding farmland, forests, and natural habitats. Cities like Portland, Oregon have used growth boundaries to successfully limit sprawl and increase urban density. Farmland protection policies aim to preserve agricultural land near cities. These policies prevent the conversion of farmland into housing or commercial uses. They help ensure that cities can access fresh, local food and reduce the distance that food must travel. Protecting farmland also preserves rural jobs and cultural landscapes. Okay, that brings us to the end of this section on challenges to urban sustainability. It's also the end of Unit 6. As usual, check your answers for this section using the study guide and answer key before moving on, and when you're ready, we'll move on to Unit 7. Unit 7 in AP Human Geography is titled Industrial and Economic Development Patterns and Processes. The unit contains 8 lessons. Let's dive right in with Lesson 1. Unit 7 is all about industrialization, so it makes sense for Lesson 1 in the unit to be an introduction to the Industrial Revolution. We will look first at its causes, then domestic effects, and then global implications, which were primarily the rise of colonialism and imperialism. Let's start with the causes of the Industrial Revolution. Beginning in Great Britain in the late 1700s, it was primarily driven by new technologies and the availability of natural resources. In terms of technologies, the invention of machines like the spinning jenny, the power loom, and most importantly, the steam engine, allowed for goods to be produced more efficiently and in greater quantity. These technologies replaced hand labor and small-scale workshops with mechanized production in factories. Just as important was the presence of natural resources, especially coal and iron. Coal powered steam engines and heated industrial furnaces, while iron was used to build machines, railways, and buildings. Britain's access to navigable rivers, ports, and colonial trade routes also made it easier to transport raw materials and finished goods. Together, these factors created the conditions for industrialization to begin and spread. Now let's look at the effects of the Industrial Revolution. For AP Human Geography, there are 4 major effects you need to know about: increased food supply, population growth, migration to cities, and changes in class structure. The first impact was the increase in food supply. Advances in agriculture, including the mechanization of farming and improvements in transportation, allowed farmers to grow more food and distribute it more efficiently. As a result, fewer people died from hunger, and cities could be fed with food produced in rural areas. This led directly to the second impact: rapid population growth. With more food available and improved public health, birth rates rose and death rates fell. The population of Europe, for example, doubled during the Industrial Revolution, creating a larger workforce and increasing demand for consumer goods. The third outcome was the movement of people from rural areas to cities. As factories offered new types of work, many former farmers became industrial workers, leading to urbanization. Cities grew quickly, often without proper planning, resulting in overcrowding, pollution, and poor living conditions, but also new economic opportunities. Finally, industrialization reshaped the social class structure. A new working class emerged, made up of factory laborers. At the same time, a middle class of factory owners, merchants, and professionals gained wealth and influence. This shift created tension between classes but also contributed to new political ideas and reforms focused on labor rights and education. Now let's look at the global impacts of industrialization. As Europe industrialized, its economies began to demand more raw materials and new markets to sell their goods. As a result, industrial powers like Britain, France, and Germany began expanding their control over territories in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Colonies provided valuable resources such as rubber, cotton, oil, and minerals, which were shipped back to factories in Europe. Colonies also became markets for manufactured goods, allowing European industries to grow even larger. This led to the rise of global trade networks and political domination. While industrialization brought wealth to imperial powers, it often exploited colonized regions, disrupted local economies, and caused long-term inequality. Okay, that brings us to the end of this section on the causes and effects of industrialization. As usual, check your answers for this section using the study guide and answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to Unit 7.2. In this lesson, we will explore how industrialization influence the development of cities and nations. For this section of the AP Human Geography curriculum, you need to know about the emergence of 5 distinct economic sectors and the growth of global manufacturing hubs. Let's look at the 5 emergent economic sectors first. They were the primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary, and quinary sectors. The primary sector involves extracting natural resources directly from the earth. This includes farming, fishing, forestry, mining, and hunting. Primary activities are most common in less developed economies. The secondary sector includes manufacturing and industrial production. This is where raw materials from the primary sector are processed into finished goods, like turning cotton into clothing or iron into tools. Secondary activities tend to dominate in developing countries. The tertiary sector involves services such as retail, transportation, education, healthcare, and tourism. These jobs support both consumers and businesses and are more common in developed economies. Tertiary jobs are found in both urban and rural areas, but they concentrate heavily in cities. The quaternary sector includes knowledge-based activities like research, development, financial planning, and data management. These jobs require high levels of education and are typically located in highly developed countries with advanced infrastructure and strong digital networks. The quinary sector involves decision-making at the highest levels, such as CEOs, university presidents, and high-level government officials. These roles shape entire organizations or policies and are found in major urban centers where corporate headquarters and government institutions are located. These 5 sectors show a clear pattern. As economies develop, they shift from primary sector activities like farming and hunting to high-skilled service sector jobs like scientific research and banking. Okay, for the second half of this lesson, you need to learn about the factors that influence where manufacturing hubs like factories are built. This will reveal how our global economy is designed so products are as cheap as possible for consumers. In this section, we will explore 6 key concepts that influence manufacturing location: labor availability, transportation, the break of bulk point, least cost theory, proximity to markets, and access to resources. Just quickly before we dive into these 6 factors, I'll quickly remind you about the concepts of the core, periphery, and semi-periphery regions, because these concepts are going to be referred to during this discussion. Core regions are highly developed, industrialized countries with strong economies and global influence. Semi-periphery regions are moderately developed countries that are industrializing and serve as a bridge between core and periphery. Periphery regions are less developed, with weak economies and limited industrialization, often dependent on core countries. Okay, now let's get back to the influences on the location of manufacturing. One major factor is labor availability and cost, meaning whether there are workers available and how much they are paid. Industries that require a lot of workers, such as textile manufacturing, often seek out areas where workers are available in large numbers and wages are low. In general, low-cost labor is found in countries in the semi-periphery or periphery, meaning developing and semi-developed nations such as Mexico and Vietnam. Another key factor is transportation, especially the use of shipping containers. These standardized containers make it easy to move goods by truck, train, or ship, lowering costs and speeding up delivery. Because of containerization, companies often choose locations close to ports, rail hubs, or major highways to keep shipping efficient. The break of bulk point is a location where goods must be transferred from one mode of transportation to another, such as a port where goods are unloaded from ships and reloaded onto trucks. These points often become major industrial and commercial centers because they reduce overall transportation costs. Least cost theory, developed by Alfred Weber, explains how companies choose factory locations to minimize 3 main costs: transportation, labor, and agglomeration. Transportation costs often matter the most, especially for heavy or bulky goods. Agglomeration refers to the benefits companies get by locating near each other, such as shared suppliers or skilled labor pools. Proximity to markets is also important, especially for industries that produce perishable or bulky goods. Being close to the consumer reduces delivery time and saves money. This is why some manufacturing remains in core countries, even as many production jobs have moved abroad. Finally, access to natural resources still plays a role, especially for industries that require large amounts of water, minerals, or energy. For example, aluminum smelting requires large amounts of electricity, so these plants are often located near hydroelectric dams. Together, these factors help explain why manufacturing is shifting globally. Core countries still host high-value, knowledge-based industries and advanced manufacturing. Semi-periphery countries host many industrial jobs due to lower labor costs and improving infrastructure. Periphery countries may still be heavily involved in raw material extraction or basic assembly, often with limited value added. Okay, that brings us to the end of Topic 7.2. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to Topic 7.3. In this lesson, we will look at measures of development in societies. These refer to all the different ways urban geographers can measure how much a country's economy has developed over time, and to what extent that economic development has helped improve people's quality of life. We can categorize measures of development into three categories: measures of economic and social development, measures of gender inequality, and measures of human development. Let's start with measures of social and economic development. In this section, we will explore the following indicators of development: GDP, GNP, and GNI per capita, the sectoral structure of the economy, the formal and informal economy, income distribution, fertility rates, infant mortality rates, access to healthcare, energy use, and literacy rates. First, we have gross domestic product and gross national product. The difference between these two is best represented by this comparison image on the screen. Gross domestic product refers to the total value of goods and services produced within a country's borders in a given year. This production can come from both resident businesses and non-resident businesses who are generating revenue within the country, such as when a Japanese car maker produces cars in factories in the USA. This would count in American GDP figures. On the other hand, gross national product refers to the value of goods and services produced only by a country's residents and businesses, regardless of where they are located. This would include money earned by an American company both in its American factories and the factories it has in Mexico or anywhere else in the world. But it wouldn't include money earned by foreigners on U.S. soil. So GDP is about where something is produced and GNP is about who produced it. They're used for different purposes. GDP measures the health of a nation's economy. GNP measures the health of a nation's domestic and multinational businesses. A term closely related to gross national product is gross national income. Gross national income refers to the total amount of money earned by a nation's residents and businesses. In practice, GNI comes out to be almost the same as GNP, but it's briefly mentioned in the AP Human Geography curriculum, so it's worth a mention in case you see that term come up in the exam. The sectoral structure of the economy refers to how jobs are divided among the 5 economic sectors we discussed in the previous lesson: primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary, and quinary. Countries with a high percentage of primary sector jobs like farming or mining tend to be less developed. More developed countries have a larger share of employment in services, research, and decision-making roles. The distinction between the formal and informal economy is also important. The formal economy includes jobs that are taxed and monitored by the government, while the informal economy includes unregulated work like street vending, casual labor, or home-based services. Less developed countries often have large informal sectors, which can make it harder to provide services or collect taxes. Income distribution shows how equally or unequally income is shared within a country. A country with a small number of wealthy people and a large number of poor people has high income inequality, which can lead to social and political instability. Countries with more equal income distribution tend to have stronger social safety nets and higher levels of trust in government. Now let's look at how fertility rates reflect social and economic development. Fertility rates refer to the average number of children born to a woman. A high fertility rate means more children are born per woman. High fertility rates are often found in less developed countries with limited access to education and contraception. For example, the fertility rate in the United States is about 1.6 births per woman. The fertility rate in Chad is about 6.1 births per woman, meaning many more children are born per woman in Chad than the USA. Infant mortality rates refer to the number of babies who die before their first birthday. A high infant mortality rate suggests many babies are dying in the first year of their life. Less developed countries tend to have higher infant mortality rates due to poorer access to healthcare. For example, Norway is a highly developed country with an infant mortality rate of 1.9 children per 1,000 births. By contrast, Chad is a less developed country with an infant mortality rate of 58.7 deaths per 1,000 births. That brings us to the next measure of social and economic development that you need to know about for AP Human Geography: healthcare access. In more developed countries, people tend to live longer and experience lower rates of disease because they have access to hospitals, clinics, trained professionals, and preventive care. In less developed countries, healthcare is often limited or expensive, leading to poorer outcomes. Energy use also reflects development. Countries that rely heavily on fossil fuels often have powerful industries, but also face pollution problems and sustainability challenges. More developed countries are increasingly turning to renewable energy sources like wind, solar, and hydropower to reduce environmental harm. Finally, literacy rates, the percentage of people who can read and write, are a basic measure of educational development. Higher literacy is associated with better job prospects, improved health, and greater participation in civic life. Okay, now let's move on to measures of gender equality. The most widespread way gender equality is measured is the Gender Inequality Index. It focuses on three main components: reproductive health, indices of empowerment, and labor market participation. Reproductive health is measured by two indicators: the maternal mortality rate, which is how many women die from pregnancy-related causes, and the adolescent birth rate, which is how many girls aged 15 to 19 give birth. High rates in either category suggest limited access to medical care, contraception, and education, which holds back women's development. Indices of empowerment focus on how much political and educational power women have. This includes the percentage of women in parliament and the percentage of adult women who have completed secondary education. If women have little representation in government or low education levels, their ability to influence society is reduced. Labor market participation refers to the share of women who are working or actively looking for work. Low participation can mean women are being excluded from economic life, either through discrimination, cultural expectations, or lack of childcare and transportation options. Countries with greater gender equality tend to have more women participating in a wider variety of economic activities. Okay, finally, let's take a look at the Human Development Index. This index was developed by the United Nations to give a combined view of development. Instead of relying on just one factor, it includes three main components: income, education, and life expectancy. The income component is measured using gross national income per capita, which is calculated by adding up the total income of a nation and dividing it by the number of people in the country. This is then adjusted for purchasing power, meaning it takes into account the cost of living differences between countries to leave us with a fair comparison of how expensive it is to live somewhere for the average resident. The education component includes both average years of schooling for adults and expected years of schooling for children, which gives us an idea of the education levels of a country's residents. The life expectancy component shows how long we might expect people in a country to live. This reflects access to healthcare, nutrition, and safe living conditions for the average resident. These three components are combined to come up with a country's Human Development Index. Human Development Index scores range from 0 to 1, with higher scores indicating higher levels of development. Countries are grouped into four categories: very high, high, medium, and low human development. At the time of making this video, the United States ranks 17th on this index with a score of 0.938. Iceland ranks first at 0.972, and South Sudan ranks last at 0.388. Okay, that brings us to the end of topic 7.3. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 7.4. In this lesson, we will look at the relationships between women and economic development. First, we will examine how women's roles shift during economic development. Then we will explore ongoing inequalities in the workforce. Finally, we will look at how microloans have empowered women to start businesses and improve their communities. As countries move from lower to higher levels of development, the role of women in society often becomes more public and economically active. In less developed countries, women are often responsible for unpaid labor such as farming, food preparation, childcare, and household maintenance. Their work is essential to the economy, but it may go unrecognized and is often excluded from formal economic statistics. As development increases, women tend to gain greater access to education, which leads to higher literacy rates and expanded employment options. In industrializing economies, more women enter the paid labor force, especially in textiles, manufacturing, and service industries. In highly developed countries, women are found in a wide range of fields, including business, education, medicine, and politics. However, this transformation is not automatic or guaranteed. Cultural traditions, religious norms, and legal restrictions can slow or limit the pace at which women are able to participate fully in economic life. Still, in general, economic development creates more pathways for women to earn income, gain independence, and participate in public decision-making. Okay, now let's look at gender inequality in the workforce. Even as more women enter the workforce, gender equality in employment remains incomplete. Women continue to face wage gaps, meaning they are paid less than men for similar work. They are also underrepresented in leadership positions and are more likely to work in low-paying, part-time, or informal jobs. Barriers such as lack of childcare, limited maternity protections, and unpaid domestic responsibilities continue to limit the economic potential of women, even when they are highly educated or skilled. Lastly, let's look at the role of microloans in supporting women's economic standing. Microloans are small loans offered to individuals who lack access to traditional banking services. These loans are often used to start or expand small businesses such as tailoring, farming, food vending, or craft production. Microloans have been especially impactful in rural and low-income areas, where women may face the greatest barriers to formal employment. These small-scale financial tools have been praised for increasing women's autonomy, raising standards of living, and promoting long-term development at the local level. Microloans demonstrate how targeted support for women can create ripple effects that benefit entire communities. That brings us to the end of topic 7.4. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to topic 7.5. In this lesson, we will explore theories of economic and social development. The theories that you need to know about for AP Human Geography are Rostow's Stages of Economic Growth, Wallerstein's World System Theory, Dependency Theory, and Commodity Dependence. These models explain why some countries grow wealthier while others remain underdeveloped. Let's start with Rostow's model. This is a theory that suggests countries move through 5 stages as they develop economically. According to this theory, all countries begin at the same starting point and can advance through the stages over time with the right investments and policies. Rostow called the first stage traditional society. In this stage, most people farm or hunt to survive. They use simple tools and basic farming methods. There is very little progress or new technology, so life changes slowly over time. The second stage is called preconditions for takeoff. Here, people start building roads, schools, and other basic infrastructure to support growth. Thanks to emerging infrastructure, trade begins to expand. Entrepreneurship and specialized jobs such as locksmiths emerge. The third stage is called takeoff. This is the stage of rapid industrialization. As we learned in Lesson 7.1, industrialization involves the growth of factories in cities and the mechanization of farming. Less workers are needed in farms, but factories are hungry for labor. So many people move from farms to cities for work. Investment in businesses increases and the economy grows rapidly. The fourth stage is titled Drive to Maturity. In this stage, the economy diversifies, meaning it begins to produce many different kinds of goods in a wide range of industries. Technology spreads, incomes rise, and people have more opportunities for education and better jobs. Finally, societies reach the fifth stage, titled the Age of Mass Consumption. At this stage, most people can buy not just what they need, but also extra things like cars, televisions, and vacations. The economy shifts towards service industries like banking and investment services, and living standards are high. While this model helps visualize how development can progress over time, it has been criticized for assuming that all countries follow the same path and ignoring the effects of colonialism and global inequality. Later in this lesson, we'll discuss dependency theory, which is a theory which addresses this criticism by exploring the effects of colonialism on the growth of economies. Now let's look at Wallerstein's theory. We've actually used this theory previously in the course, but we didn't give it a name. This is the theory that argues that the world is divided into three interconnected regions: the core, the semi-periphery, and the periphery. Core countries are highly developed and dominate global trade and finance. Semi-periphery countries are in the process of industrializing. They are between the core and periphery in terms of development. Periphery countries are the least developed and often supply raw materials and labor to the rest of the system. You can see on this world map a rough guide to countries that fit into each category. The map is contested because some countries like South Korea have significantly developed and are increasingly considered core countries. However, the map demonstrates that the core countries are mostly in North America and Europe, with a few exceptions like Japan, Israel, Australia, and New Zealand. Semi-periphery countries include Mexico, China, Brazil, India, Indonesia, South Africa, and Argentina, as well as several others. Periphery countries are concentrated in Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and the former Soviet states. In this model, development is not evenly shared. The core benefits at the expense of the periphery. Wealth flows from poor countries to rich ones, creating a system of structural inequality. For example, while a periphery country may export coffee beans, the core processes the beans and sells the finished product at a much higher price, keeping most of the profit. This process applies to a wide range of raw materials such as crude oil, timber, and cotton. Wallerstein's theory helps explain why some countries remain poor despite economic activity, and why development is not just a matter of internal progress, but also of global power dynamics. Next up, we have dependency theory. This theory builds on the ideas in Wallerstein's model, but focuses more closely on the historical relationship between colonizers and colonized nations. It argues that many poor countries today are still economically dependent on richer countries because of the way colonial systems were set up. In this view, developing countries were shaped to serve the interests of colonial powers. They were designed to grow cash crops like coffee and bananas, extract minerals, and provide cheap labor for richer colonizing countries. Even after gaining independence, these established economic patterns have continued. Raw materials continue to be extracted from the periphery and sent to the core, which processes them, extracts value, and either sells them back to the periphery at much higher prices or sells processed goods on to consumers in the core, with most of the profits kept by businesses in the core. Here's an example. Nigeria was colonized by the United Kingdom, but gained independence in 1960. Despite this, Nigeria is still highly dependent on European nations. Nigeria sells most of its oil to richer countries, which refine it into gasoline and other products, then sell it back to Nigeria at higher prices. This means Nigeria does not get the full benefit of its own resources and stays economically tied to wealthier nations. Dependency theory challenges the idea that all countries can develop by following the same path. Instead, it emphasizes the need to break cycles of dependency and restructure trade relationships to allow for more balanced and equitable growth. Next is commodity dependence. This occurs when a country relies heavily on the export of a single raw material or agricultural product, such as oil, coffee, or bananas. While these exports can bring in revenue, they also make countries vulnerable to price fluctuations, such as if the price people are willing to pay for the product suddenly halves. Climate conditions, such as if crops fail one year due to extreme heat. and changing global demand, such as if a large number of consumers stop buying the product. When prices drop, government budgets collapse, jobs disappear, and poverty increases. Commodity dependence is common in the periphery and semi-periphery. It highlights how resource wealth does not automatically lead to prosperity, and why economic diversification is key to sustainable growth. Okay, that brings us to the end of Topic 7.5. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to Topic 7.6. In this lesson, we will explore the causes and consequences of rising global trade in the past 50 years. We'll do this in 4 steps that follow the AP Human Geography curriculum. These are the foundations of global trade, the role of neoliberal policies in increasing global trade, the role of government initiatives, and the growing interdependence of global economies. Let's start with the foundations of global trade. Global trade begins with 2 simple ideas: complementarity and comparative advantage. These concepts help explain why countries trade with one another and how they benefit from doing so. Complementarity means that one country has something another country wants or needs. For example, a country with a surplus of oil may trade with a country that has more food or manufactured goods. This exchange happens because each country offers something that complements the needs of the other. Comparative advantage means a country can make something at less cost than another country. This does not mean being the best at everything, but being the best at one thing compared to others. For example, if country A can grow wheat more easily and country B can grow coffee more easily, then each country should focus on what they do best and trade with each other instead of trying to make both products less well. These 2 principles explain why countries choose to trade with each other rather than trying to produce everything on their own. Now let's look at the role of neoliberalism. Since the late 20th century, many governments have adopted neoliberal economic policies, which emphasize free markets, meaning businesses are allowed to compete with each other in a capitalist system, limited government regulation, meaning the government doesn't intervene in the economy, and open trade, meaning countries are allowed to trade with each other without taxes or tariffs. These policies have led to the creation of global trade agreements and organizations that promote international exchange. In this section, we will look at 4 major examples: the European Union, the World Trade Organization, Mercosur, and the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. The European Union is a group of 27 European countries. Within the Union, there is free movement of goods and people between the 27 member states. This creates a larger shared market for goods and services, meaning there are more options available for customers and more customers available for businesses. The World Trade Organization sets the rules for global trade and works to reduce tariffs and resolve disputes between countries. It plays a central role in encouraging fair competition and smoother trade relations. Mercosur is a trade bloc in South America that promotes economic integration and free trade among countries like Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay. It helps members coordinate policies and compete more effectively in the global market. OPEC is a group of oil-exporting countries that work together to manage oil production and influence global oil prices. By coordinating output levels, OPEC members can affect global supply and stabilize or raise prices. Now let's look at the role of government policies. The key government policy affecting global trade integration that is required for you to know about for AP Human Geography is tariffs. A tariff is a tax placed on imported goods. When a country imposes tariffs, foreign goods that are imported into the country become more expensive. This has the effect of encouraging people within the country to buy domestic products instead. The benefit of a tariff is that it can protect local industries from international competition. However, tariffs cause prices to rise and trade to shrink, which overall harms the economy and can cost jobs in the long run. Other examples of government initiatives that can affect economic development include tax incentives for local businesses, such as lower taxes to help businesses grow and become more globally competitive, the building of high-quality infrastructure, such as constructing efficient railways and ports, and reducing red tape, which means decreasing the amount of rules and forms a business needs to deal with in day-to-day operations. Lastly, let's look at global interdependence. As economies become more connected, problems in one country can quickly affect others. For example, the 2008 global recession started in the United States, but severely affected the whole world. Similarly, the Greek debt crisis of 2009 severely affected the European economy. Because the world economy is so integrated, international lending is often needed to assist struggling economies. International lending helps minimize the global impact of economic shocks. The AP Human Geography curriculum requires you to know about two ways international lending occurs. The first is through global institutions such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. These institutions offer loans to struggling countries. Often the loans are provided only if the countries agree to cut spending and implement economic reforms. While this aid can stabilize economies, the reforms that these agencies demand in exchange for funding can sometimes hurt local quality of life and lead to reduced public services. For example, in 2010, the International Monetary Fund and European Union gave money to Greece to help save their economy. In exchange, Greece had to decrease pension payments and public spending, increase taxes, and sell government-owned assets like airports. The other development strategy you need to know about is microlending, which we discussed in topic 7.4. To briefly recap, this involves giving small loans to individuals in low-income communities. Microlending is often targeted at women and used to support small businesses such as farming, sewing, or food vending. These small investments can improve household income and reduce poverty while also helping low-income economies become more independent. Okay, that brings us to the end of Unit 7.6. As usual, check your answers for this section using the study guide and answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to Unit 7.7. In this lesson, we will examine 3 key changes as a result of the rise of the global economy. First, we will explore how the phenomenon of outsourcing has shifted jobs away from core countries and toward newly industrialized regions. Next, we will look at how countries outside the core have attempted to stimulate their economies by creating new manufacturing zones and participating in a global division of labor. Finally, we will examine how today's global economy has been transformed by new and emerging production methods. Let's start with the role of outsourcing. Outsourcing refers to the relocation of business processes, especially manufacturing and customer service, from one country to another in order to reduce costs. As companies in core countries such as the United States have sought cheaper labor and lower production costs, they have moved many jobs to newly industrialized countries in the semi-periphery. This shift has led to economic restructuring in the core. Traditional manufacturing regions, once supported by auto plants, steel mills, or textile factories, have experienced job loss, population decline, and economic hardship. Cities that once relied on these manufacturing industries have had to retrain workforces to work in new industries like healthcare, education, or technology. These changes have been especially visible in regions known as the Rust Belt in the United States. Meanwhile, countries in the semi-periphery, such as Mexico, India, Vietnam, and Bangladesh, have seen a rise in factory jobs and increased foreign investment. This shift allows them to expand their economies, even though many of the jobs are low-paid and labor-intensive. Okay, now let's look at the emergence of new manufacturing zones. Essentially, to attract foreign investment and create jobs, many countries outside the core have established specialized industrial areas that offer benefits to international companies. These are typically called special economic zones, free trade zones, or export processing zones. All these zones have the same intention. They reduce taxes and barriers in order to attract companies away from the core and into semi-periphery countries, but I'll briefly explain each one. Special economic zones are designated areas where governments allow foreign businesses to operate with reduced taxes, fewer regulations, and faster customs processes. China's Shenzhen Special Economic Zone is one of the most famous examples, transforming from a fishing village into a global manufacturing hub in just a few decades. Free trade zones are regions where goods can be imported, manufactured, and re-exported without the usual tariffs or trade barriers. Export processing zones are zones specifically designed for industries that produce goods for export. Governments often provide cheap labor and tax breaks to companies that set up factories in these areas. While these zones create jobs and stimulate economic growth, They also raise concerns about worker rights, environmental standards, and dependency on foreign firms. Okay, lastly, let's look at changing economic production methods. These are the 8 changing economic production methods that you need to know about for this section of AP Human Geography. Post-Fordism, multiplier effects, economies of scale, agglomeration, just-in-time delivery, growth of the service sector, high-technology industries, and growth poles. Let's start with post-Fordism. Fordism referred to mass production of identical products on production lines. Post-Fordism still engages in mass production, but ensures production lines are flexible so they can respond to economic, market, and consumer trends. They do this by collecting consumer data and adjusting their production based on what they are seeing in the data. For example, a sneaker factory might no longer produce millions of the same exact shoe. Instead, they will use factories around the world to produce smaller batches of shoes for different markets. They may have a basketball version for America, soccer version for Europe, and fashion version for Asia. Another example is fast fashion brands who don't produce one identical item for a whole season. Instead, they might make multiple small batches, analyze what sells the best, and double down on their most popular versions. Multiplier effects occur when one economic activity sparks others. For example, building a new factory can lead to the growth of nearby restaurants, shops, and housing. These ripple effects help transform regional economies. Economies of scale are cost savings that come from producing goods in large quantities. As businesses grow, they can reduce per-unit costs, making their products more competitive. This gives large firms an advantage over small businesses. For example, both a large corn-producing farm and a small corn-producing farm need to purchase a combine harvester. But the large farm can spread the purchase cost of that harvester across hundreds of thousands of units of corn, while the smaller farm has to cover the same initial cost while selling less bushels of corn. The result is that the larger farm's corn ends up being cheaper at the supermarket. Agglomeration happens when businesses cluster together in the same location to share resources, labor pools, and infrastructure. For example, technology companies cluster around Silicon Valley because they know that's where the highly skilled workers are located, it's close to their suppliers and customers, and they know it's got excellent internet infrastructure. These clusters lead to locations where one industry dominates, such as Hollywood, which hosts most of the major international film corporations, or Wall Street, where the major investment banking companies are clustered. Just-in-time delivery is a system where materials and products are delivered exactly when needed, rather than stored for long periods of time. In the past, companies might have stored raw materials in expensive storage sheds for months on end. Today, just-in-time delivery means goods are ordered from the source companies only when they're needed. This reduces storage costs and increases efficiency. This system works best in areas with strong transportation and logistics networks. The emergence of service sectors is another hallmark of modern economies. As manufacturing declines in core countries, services like healthcare, education, finance, and entertainment become more important sources of jobs and income. High-technology industries such as biotechnology, robotics, and software development are also expanding rapidly. These industries rely on knowledge, innovation, and skilled labor, and they tend to concentrate in cities or near research universities. Finally, growth poles are regions where development is concentrated and from which economic growth spreads outward. Governments and companies often invest in these areas to jumpstart regional development. Examples include research parks, new cities, or transportation hubs. In growth poles, you'll likely find agglomerations of similar businesses. Okay, that brings us to the end of Topic 7.7. If you're following along with the study guide, check your answers for this section using the answer key before moving on. And when you're ready, we'll move on to Topic 7.8. In this lesson, we will explore sustainable development strategies, which aim to improve quality of life today while protecting the environment for future generations. For AP Human Geography, we need to look at 3 key aspects of sustainable development. First, we will examine sustainable development policies that address environmental problems. Then, we will look at ecotourism, a strategy that combines environmental conservation with economic opportunity. Finally, we will explore how the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are used to track global progress toward a more sustainable future. Let's start with sustainable development policies. These are policies that aim to solve four major environmental problems: natural resource depletion, mass consumption, pollution, and climate change. Let's examine each of these issues and the types of policies used to address them. Natural resource depletion occurs when resources like forests, water, soil, and minerals are used faster than they can be replaced. For example, overfishing can collapse fish populations, and deforestation can destroy ecosystems. To address this, governments might set aside protected areas such as national parks to let nature recover. They may also set limits on activities like logging or fishing, so resources are not taken too quickly. Mass consumption refers to the overuse of goods and materials, often fueled by consumer culture in more developed countries. This leads to high levels of waste and the need for constant resource input. Sustainable development strategies focus on reducing consumption, recycling materials, and promoting more efficient production methods. Pollution is a major byproduct of industrial activity, transportation, and agriculture. It includes air and water pollution, as well as solid waste. Policies to reduce pollution include emissions regulations, waste treatment standards, and the promotion of cleaner technologies. Climate change results from the buildup of greenhouse gases, mainly caused by burning fossil fuels. Rising global temperatures are already affecting weather patterns, sea levels, and agriculture. Sustainable development policy responses to climate change can include transitioning to renewable energy sources and increasing energy efficiency. For example, building cars that use less gas per mile. Okay, now let's look at ecotourism. This is a type of tourism that focuses on visiting natural environments in a low-impact way. It is often promoted in areas that are environmentally sensitive or at risk from industrial development, such as rainforests, coral reefs, or endangered wildlife habitats. Tourists are encouraged to learn about the ecosystem and follow strict guidelines to reduce their impact. At the same time, local residents are trained and employed as guides, conservation workers, and small business owners. In this way, the natural environment is preserved for tourism rather than forestry, mining, or development. For example, ecotourism in Yellowstone National Park might involve hikes along managed trails to see bears and bison in their natural habitat, education about the animals and their habitat, and the use of tourism dollars for hiring locals and protecting the park's wildlife and landscapes. Now let's look at the Sustainable Development Goals. These were created in 2015 by the United Nations to help move the world towards sustainability. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The AP Human Geography curriculum doesn't explicitly require that you memorize and name all 17 of these goals, but it does state that you need to be able to provide some examples of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. For example, in the 2023 exam, the following free response question was presented. The UN and many countries have promoted sustainability principles. Describe one specific way that sustainability goals can respond to economic challenges. You could have answered that question by stating one of the Sustainable Development Goals, which we will go through in a moment, and showing how or why it helps solve an economic challenge. With that said, let's briefly go through each Sustainable Development Goal. I'll walk you through each of the 17 goals briefly, quoting from the United Nations. If you're using the study guide, complete the activity as you listen. The first goal is to end poverty in all its forms everywhere. The second goal is to end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. The third goal is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages. The fourth goal is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. The fifth goal is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. If we refer back to the 2023 question about how the Sustainable Development Goals can help solve economic challenges, this is an ideal example to use because a highly educated female population creates a skilled workforce that supports economic growth. The sixth goal is to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. The seventh goal is to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. The eighth goal is to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. The ninth goal is to build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. The 10th goal is to reduce inequality within and among countries. The 11th goal is to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. The 12th goal is to ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. The 13th goal is to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts by regulating emissions and promoting developments in renewable energy. The 14th goal is to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. The 15th goal is to protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainably manage forests, combat desertification, and halt and reverse land degradation and halt biodiversity loss. The 16th goal is to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. This is another good example that could have been used to answer the 2023 question. A peaceful and stable society allows people to start and run businesses, which supports the economy. The 17th goal is to cooperate internationally to achieve the previous 16 goals. So, those are the goals. Each country reports on its progress toward each goal, allowing the global community to monitor improvements and identify areas that need more attention. Okay, that brings us to the end of the lesson. It's also the end of Unit 7 and the entire AP Human Geography course. If you've been following along from the very beginning, congratulations. You've thoroughly reviewed the whole course. But you'll need to be able to apply this knowledge in the exam. So here's what you need to do next. Use the link in the description to grab the full study guide, answer key, AP Human Geography flashcard set, and practice exams. Good luck.